Forward, the main materials contained in these pages will certainly be new for the vast majority of readers. Moreover, the Mandaean narratives, legends, and discourses are not only interesting because of their own distinctive matter and manner, but they are also arresting, for they raise a number of problems, some of which are far-reaching, and one is fraught with implications of immense importance. The definite solutions of these problems, however, lie in the future, and the most important of them will perhaps never be reached, for in the absence of straightforward historical information, general agreement on any subject that concerns Christian origins immediately or even indirectly is now nigh a psychological impossibility. The writer's intention in publishing these selections is not to speculate about the problems, for we are not yet in a position to state them with sufficient accuracy, but the very modest undertaking of making accessible for English readers some specimens of narrative and doctrine from one collection only of the traditional Gnostic material which the Mandaean scribes have preserved to our own day through centuries of copying, and which hands on an early literature purporting at least in part to go back to times contemporaneous with Christian origins. For I think it will be of service for them, as a beginning, to read for themselves what the Mandaeans have conserved from the past of the now legendary story of their great prophet, John the Baptizer, and some of the most characteristic notions and doctrines ascribed directly to him, and that too in their full native setting, and not in the form of brief summaries or isolated sentences, which is practically all they will meet with in the very few articles on the subject which have yet appeared in English, and in articles only, for of books there are none. Moreover, it has been impossible to do even this previously, for it is only quite recently that we have had put into our hands a reliable and complete version in German of 2 of the 3 main collections preserved to us, and we are still awaiting the translation of the most important deposit, without which it is impossible to survey the whole field thoroughly, and so make really reliable inferences. All prior attempts at partial translation have been tentative at best, and for the most part erroneous. We are still without a scientific version of the treasury. It is nevertheless already possible to give almost a complete setting forth of one topic, for the selections from the John book here presented include practically all the matter that refers directly to the prophet, seeing that the treasury makes only one brief reference immediately to him. But though, in this material, a figure is depicted which in many ways differs greatly from the familiar picture sketched in the Gospels and briefly referred to in the classical Josephus, the interest of the Gnostics has never been in external history, so that for the most part we are either in complete ignorance of or lamentably uninformed about the persons of their great teachers and writers. Their interest was rather in inner or psychic story and the imaginative history of ideas. Consequently, the Mandaean picture of John is the prophetical and intimate aspect it presented to those within the mystic atmosphere of the community and to the fond memory of an esoteric tradition. No external view is preserved. I have deliberately brought out this contrast as strongly as possible by setting the Mandaean story in the midst between 2 studies of traditions which make much of John's wild appearance and strange dress, a popular external element which would at first sight suggest an equally primitive quality of his thought and action. This has been done to enable the reader to realize as strongly as possible the difficulties surrounding the fundamental problem of historicity, though the sharpness of the contrast is already somewhat modified by the doctrinal considerations brought out in the first study, which may theoretically help to bridge over to some extent the gap between the crudest features of the popular external tradition and what claims to be an internal tradition, no matter how it may have been sublimated in the form in which it has reached us. The second study, on the Slavonic Josephus account of the Baptist and Jesus, though throwing no, or scarcely any, light on doctrine, 7, is, in my opinion, of importance from the point of view of possible external popular tradition, and in any case will be a novelty for most readers. It is a remarkable and somewhat saddening reflection that now, when after long years of waiting we are at last obtaining adequate versions of these so faithfully preserved Mandaean Gnostic scriptures, their handers on themselves are dying out, and those of them who remain do not seem to be sufficiently instructed or to possess the general education to throw light on the problems which their documents present to scholars. They do not seem to have any notion of the history of religion or the critical power in any way to analyze their own scriptures and compare them with parallel developments in the past. What I do not quite understand, however, is why, with regard to the philological side of the subject, no attempt, as far as I can ascertain, has been made by any European Semitic scholar scientifically to study Mandaean with the Mandaeans themselves, and so collaborate with them in translation. They all speak Arabic as well as their native tongue, and it is somewhat puzzling that neither Brandt nor Lidzbarski, who have, after the pioneer work of Noldeck on the language, busied themselves so sedulously with the documents, should not have visited them. They are accessible, and indeed do not seem in any way to be averse from giving information, as is seen from Sufi's informant in the 80s of last century, and quite recently from the account of Miss E. S. Stevens, now Mrs. Drower. The latter has made great friends with the Amara community, and gives an entertaining chapter about them, under the heading A Peculiar People, in her brightly written travel book by Tigris and Euphrates. It is the description of an intelligent and deeply interested observer, but of one unacquainted with the literature of the subject, and therefore not in a position to press for information on points of importance, if perchance it could be obtained. The account deals with externals, but it may be of interest to our readers to reproduce what Mrs. Drower was told about the Shalmono and the Masakta ceremony, or rite of the making of a perfect in this connection. There is a way in which a Suba may reach a state of holiness akin to that of the dweller in Mshuni Koshto, the abode of the blessed, and this strange and unworldly people often resort to it. To achieve this state, a man must renounce worldly desires and the delights of the flesh, but his path is harder than that of the Catholic monk in that he continues to live among men, a layman, and amongst his family, without being able to partake of the joys of family life. In fact, after the ceremony of renunciation has taken place, the funeral service is read over him, and he is henceforth no more than a living ghost. He may carry on his trade of farmer, boat builder, or silversmith as before, but his personal life is one of renunciation, deprivation, and self-mortification. He may not smoke, drink wine, coffee, tea, or any drug. He may not give an order or express a desire. Should he need anything, he must procure it himself or do without. His detachment from worldly things must be so complete that if a fire were to burn his house, destroy his goods, and suffocate his wife and children, he must show or feel no trace of emotion. A permanent gaiety must be shown in his face. The ceremony which separates the Shalmono from the world of the living is called the Masakto. The applicant goes to the bishop, who questions him closely as to the seriousness of his intentions and impresses upon him the irrevocable nature of the step he wishes to take. After 7 days' preparation with the bishop, if the applicant's desire is unshaken, he spends 7 days and 7 nights in a church or place apart. Every day the bishop and priests come to him, and for food, the postulant eats 3 tiny flat loaves of sacramental bread, about as large as an Osborne biscuit, daily, also part of the flesh of a dove. At the end of the week, a feast is prepared to which the new Shalmono is invited, usually in the house of the bishop. At the end of the feast, all the priests who have eaten arise, with a last mouthful of food in their hands. Solemnly, then, the prayer for the dead is recited for the Shalmono, and, just as for a dead man, the last mouthful is eaten, the last mouthful which is supposed to stay the departed soul on its journey through purgatory. The life of a Shalmono is harder than that of a priest, for priests and priestesses may marry. Indeed, marriage is obligatory. The last sentence suggests that the Shalmoni is a collate from the start, but Emre Dror has already spoken of his wife and children and quotes bout to the same effect, and the occupants lay in an expray that celibacy in no case whatever was approved, not even in that of a prophet. It is evident that we have in this indication of present-day class of perfect, separated out from the mass of the faithful. Subject for sympathetic inquiry, with the object of ascertaining whether among them there are any who enjoy mystic experience, and if what is its nature, and whether it clarowhelmy light on the spiritual phrases of the tradition. Mrs. Drower is happy in choosing for the heading of her account a peculiar people and not a strange sect, or some ench title. For one of the great points of interest is that the Maudens show all the signs of Beluga reign distinct from their Nowers. They make no converts and seem for many centuries to have kept themselves to themselves. They are not Arabs or Jews in type, Bat, 7, Babylonians. Chaldeans. A problem for the ophthalmologist to decide. 1. John the Baptizer and Christian origins. A recent study on John's symbolism. A distinct ray of light has been cast on the obscure background of Christian origins by Dr. Robert Eisler in a series of detailed studies on the movement and doctrines of John the Baptizer. These studies, with other cognate essays, appeared originally in the pages of the Quest, 1000-14, and are now available in book form in an arresting volume called Orpheus the Fisher, Comparative Studies in Orphic and Christian Cult Symbolism. By way of introduction, and as the most complete contrast to the Mandaean tradition of the Gnostic John, I will set forth in my own way the chief points of these detailed and fully documented essays in summary fashion. Eisler's main point of view is that John based his doctrines and practices largely, if not entirely, on the Hebrew scriptures, the law, and the prophets, of which, he contends, he was a profound knower. The John movement is thus regarded as a characteristic Jewish prophetical reform founded on absolute faith in the present fulfillment of prior prophecy. Hereby is brought out in the strongest possible manner the Jewish conditioning of John's preaching and teaching, and this stands in the sharpest contradiction to the 1 Low Watkins, 1821. Dexv, pp. 129-2017, are devoted to the special enfiend of Jola and Laston. Mandaean tradition, which claims that John was a Gnostic and not a Toral man, and declares that the Jews could by no means understand him, but on the contrary, rejected his revelation and drove out Biz community. In Eisler, we have a ripe scholar in whom the heredity of rabbinical lore is, so to say, innate. He has almost an uncanny flair for biblical texts. It is not too much to say that his knowledge of the religion's literature of his people is profound, his acquaintance with Oriental sources very extensive, and his linguistic accomplishments are enviable. Few are thus better able to enter with sympathy and understanding into the idiosyncrasies and depths of the Jewish mind in the various periods of its development. And, thus, for the time to live in the prophetical, apocalyptic, and rabbinical thought world of the days of the Baptist and share in its old time beliefs and hopes and fears. Our exponent is thus an excellent advocate of the theme he sets forth. If his wide-flung net has not caught all the fish of the literary and archaeological ocean, he has fished most carefully the stream of John the Baptist tradition, apart from the Mandaean, landed a rich catch, and shown others how most fruitfully to set about bringing to the surface things about John, which have long been hidden in the depths of a buried past. The John passage in the Antiquities of Josephus. In all reason, apart from Christian testimony, John the Baptizer is a historic character, witnessed to by the Jewish historian Josephus, the courtly Flavian chronicler who flourished in the last quarter of the 1st century AD. The famous passage in his Antiquities, Thexfiel verse 2, ed. Nice, A4, 101, 162, referring to Job is undoubtedly genuine, and has been assailed only by the very extreme doutrinaire new historical school who find it a very inconvenient thorn in their flesh. A Christian forger would have dotted the I's and crossed the T's with the pen of his tradition, or at any rate betrayed himself in some way by the prejudice of his thought, but this we do not find. The passage runs as follows, as nearly as I can render it. Some of the Jews thought that Herod's army had been destroyed, and indeed by the very just vengeance of God in return for his patting to death of John the Baptizer, for in fact, Herod got the latter to deaths, though he was a good amo, even one who had the Jews cultivate virtue, and, by the practice of right knees in their dealings with one another, and of piety to God, gather together for baptism. For thus, in sooth, Jobin thought that dipping in water would seem acceptable to him. God, not if they used it as a begging off in respect to certain sins, but for parity of body, inasmuch as indeed the soul had already been purified by righteousness. Now, since the others were gathering themselves together, or becoming organized, for indeed they were delighted beyond measure at the hearing of his, John's sayings logo, Herod, fearing that his extraordinary power of persuading men might lead to revolt, for they seemed likely in all things to act according to his advice, judged in better bafam unithing of a revolutionary. Nature should eventuate from him, to arrest him first and make away with him, rather than when the change came, he should regret being food with it. Accordingly, on Hero's suspicion, he was sent in bonds to Machaerus, the above mentioned fortress, and put to death there. The Jews, however, beloved that destructive befell the army to Bayinj bins, God willing to afflict Hernd. The rest of the lows only are the Hemdi's party passality, a mountain towns and farms on the boundary between Palestine and Araby. This statement of Flavius Josephus is sufficiently categorical. It states clearly that John the Baptizer was a very remarkable prophetical reformer of the day, and that his following was very considerable. John's sayings, Josephus tells us, had an astonishingly persuasive power over the Jewish populace. Herod fears John's influence and is convinced that he could do anything he pleases with the people. But what interests us most in this unfortunately too short statement is the reference to the nature of John's practice and teaching. His proclamation to the Jews, like that of all the prophets before him, was a strenuous call to righteousness. They were to practice righteous dealings with one another, love of neighbor, and piety to God, love of God. There was also an external rite of baptism, but it had to be preceded by a cleansing of the soul through the fulfilling of this duty to neighbor and to God. Josephus particularly points out that the public washing or dipping was by no means intended as a magical rite, which so many believed in those days capable of washing away sins. The baptism was not a daily practice, Josephus seems to imply, as among the Essenes and other sects, but a public corporate act, and therefore the historian is clearly in error in regarding it as simply for the purifying of the body. On the contrary, it distinctly conveys the impression of being designed as an outer testimony to some belief, an act of faith, the NT account, the dress and food, or repentance. And now let us pass to our New Testament information. Without laying stress on the details of the story of John's infancy as given in the third gospel, reminiscent as they may be of the Old Testament birth, stories of the old time national heroes Isaac, Samson, and Samuel, not to mention the coincidence that the two heroines of the gospel birthed to narratives bear the names of Miriam and Elisheba, the sister and wife respectively of Aaron the first priest, Woe may very reasonably believe, as it is stated, that John was of priestly descent, and therefore in every probability he was well versed, if not highly trained, in the scriptures. Vowed from his birth to God by his parents, Biz's strange dress and peculiar ascetic mode of life are quite in keeping with prophetical traditions, and thus of the schools of the prophets and of the Nazirs. As the prophets of old, notably Elijah, he wore a skin robe. But in keeping with the spiritual significance of his whole teaching, which will be more fully brought out in the sequel, such an outer sign, in high probability, bade an inner meaning for this great proclaimer of repentance, of the turning back of Israel in contrition unto God. Now there were certain Palestinian Christian allegorists of exponents of the scriptures on quasi-mystical lines called Dorshe Reshamath. According to a rabbinic legend, going back along this line of interpretation, the ancient myth of General Say was conceived more spiritually. After the fall, the first falling away from God, Yahweh, Elohim clothed Adam and Eve in coats of skin. Or, not because of their nakedness, but in exchange for their lost paradisaical garments of light. Or, John lived at a time when such mystical interpretations, with a host of prophetical and apocalyptic notions, were in the air. It might very well then be that he himself, in wearing a skin robe, intended something more than a simple copying of the fashion of the ancient prophets. In keeping with his ruling idea, he may have thought it a most appropriate outer sign of repentance, a return to the first garments of fallen man, the proper robe of penitent sinners, and therefore especially of a leader who would show the people a wholehearted example of turning again to God, thus retracing in a contrary direction the way of the fall. So too, with regard to food, there must be a return to the primitive law laid down for primal fallen man, General 1. Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree, in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat. It was only after the deluge that men were permitted to eat animal food, according to the Noahic covenant, as it is called. Imbued with ideas of penitence and repentance, John would desire to return to the strictest food, regulations of the earliest days of the fall, in keeping with his symbolic manner of clothing. Not only so, but, seemingly with a refinement of self, discipline as a means of contrition, John chose from out the many fruits from a tree yielding seed that of the carob or locust tree, which was considered by the Jewish allegorists the most appropriate food of repentance. For we have preserved from this line of tradition an ancient proverb, Israel needs carob pods to make him repent, said to be based on a prophecy in Isaiah 1, which the Midrash Vayikra Rabbah 35 quotes as, If ye be willing and obedient, the good of the land shall ye eat, but if ye refuse and resist, carob pods shall ye eat, where the last clause differs considerably from the RV, which reads, Ye shall be devoured by the sword, pearlimps the husks eaten by the prodigal in the gospel. Parable may, in the original Aramaic, have been carob pods LK. 15. Much controversy has raged round the locusts eaten by John, and early versions are various cessed. As for drink, in addition to water for general purposes, John is said to have in particular sipped the honey of the wild bees. Why is this brought into so great prominence? Again, perhaps this custom was determined for Jolin by the same circle of Idens. He probably bethought him of Doit. 32. Ho made him to suck honey out of the rock, and also of peas. 81. And with honey out of the rock shall I satisfy thee. From such considerations it may plausibly be believed that John adopted an asceticism of repentance with regard to clothing and food as completely in accordance with the scriptures as possible, and this in addition to the customary discipline of a vowed Nazir, consecrated or made holy as such from birth, the technical Nazarite, noto God, or holy unto God, as of Samson, LXX. Judges 18:16. In brief, God's Holy One. Popular messianic expectations. According to Josephus, the great fear of Herod was that the reformatory movement of John would develop into a dangerous political messianic revolt. The populace was on the toe of expectation. Many rumors were afloat as to the nature of the long-expected God's anointed. Some thought he was to be Nazir who would fro Israel from their present foes, even as in days of old the Nazir Samson Lind freed them from the yoke of the Philistines. Moreover, the well-known prophecy, TS 11, about the sprout from the root or stem of Jesse gave rise to much speculation, helped out by that word, play which exercised so powerful a fascination over the imaginative minds of the Jews of that day, and long before and after over other minds in many other lands. Now sprout in Ilibru is neger or never, and this neger was to be the longed for Savior, again Nezer, sounding so well together with Nazir. Indeed, as was thought, he must needs be a Nazarai, and Ileb Noseri, GK. Nazarat, Os, or again, as others expected, he was to be a carpenter, Aram. Bar Nasar, this being according to a Samaritan midrash, as we shall see in the sequel, in association with the expectation that the coming Redeemer was to be a second Noah, spiritually hewing and preparing the timber for a new ark of salvation. All this was in the air and widespread. It is then quite believable, whether John himself made any Anch claims or no, that there were many rumors current of a messianic purport concerning the strange appearance and powerful appeal of the renowned baptizer. His Nazirite vow, his garb and diet of repentance, his confident proclamation of the very near approach of the catastrophic end of this Rion or age or world, all would conspire to make some, if not many, think that he himself was the great Nazir Nagar, the expected Holy One of God. By others he was thought to be Elijah returned, as the prophet Malachi, the book of the Ogle or messenger of Yahweh, had foretold, Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before your great and terrible day of the Lord come. Or, even may be sore taught that prophet of promise like unto Moses, do it. John raised up in John. John himself apparently made no claim to be any of these. He was a proclaimer of the near approach of the great Antonia day. 9. A powerful exhorter to repentance. It is doubtful even whether he gave himself out to be simply the voice of one crying in the wilderness. Mk1. For such a knower of the scriptures would have been aware that the original of Isaiah 40 read, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, etc. But apparently John was not only an inspired prophet, he was also a wonder, worker, if certain echoes concerning Bin in the synopsis ring true. For there we read that because of his healing wonders, Jesus was thought by some to be Joel returned from the dead, and that the same accusation in this connection of being possessed by a demon brought against Jesus had also been brought against John, the sanctification of the Jordan, water. However all this may be, John was utterly convinced, not only that the time of the end was close at hand, but also that the prophecies were beginning to be fulfilled. But what of his characteristic baptizing in the Jordan of all places? This is taken as a simple historic fact which requires no explanation by the vast majority. But it presents a serious problem for those who are aware that in those days the brackish waters of the sluggish Jordan were deemed by theologians and written lists as unfit for purificatory purposes. What then could have induced Joam to reject this priestly and purest taba? The only feasible motive is to be found in supposing that John was convinced that a remarkable prophetical vision of Ezekiel 47, where the prophet is addressed as Son of Man, was being fulfilled. In the longed, for time of the Messianic deliverance, a mighty stream of holy water from the temple, Hill of Zion, was to flow down and heal the waters of the unclean Jordan, land, the arable, or desert. Eisler has acutely conjectured that this idea of a fount of living and healing water for Israel goes back ultimately to Isaiah 25, not, however, as it stands at present in the R5 wording, but in its extended form which was well known up to the 3rd century AD. This reads as follows according to his rendering, Behold, I lay down in Zion a living stone, a stone of probation, a precious threshold, stone for a foundation. Out of its hollow shall flow forth rivers of living water. He that believeth on me shall not suffer from drought. This was naturally taken by the allegorists of the time in a spiritual sense, even as they explained the water miraculously supplied to the Israelites in the desert as a ligur for the Torah or law. The living water signaled the word of Yavel, the outpouring of the Spirit of God. Thus, the Messianic spring of living water could well be believed to typify UN intensification or consummation of the divine law, heralding the manifestation of the sovereignty of God in the last days. But spiritual reality and material happenings were never widely divorced in the mind of a pious Jew, and thus there was a literal meaning as well to be given to prophecy. The probable symbolic significance of John's baptism. If all this is well conceived, it is not difficult to understand what Josephus tells us of John's method, though the proper sense of John's motive seems to leave escaped the historian. Deeply stirred by the strenuous exhortations of the teacher and the extraordinary power of a proclaimer so utterly convinced of the near coming of the terrible day, little wonder that the people, just as in evangelical revivals of our own day, were filled with an agony of penitence which would find relied only in a public confession of their sins. Thereafter they were plunged in the Jordan, signifying no external washing, but a very drowning as it were of the old body of sin, in that now sacred stream too, which faith ascribed life, redeeming properties, a regeneration wrought by the saving spring of God's outpouring flowing down from the sanctuary into the desert. If they repented, if they once unfeignedly turned again to God, then would the prophetical promise in Micah 7 be fulfilled. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities. Yes, thou wilt wash away all our sins into the depths of the sea. The baptism of the proselytes. But in practicing this baptismal rite, John was running counter to far more than the priestly purist taboo which regarded the Jordan water as unlit for purification. He was baptizing Israelites, and in so dying, patting the chosen ones on a level with those Gentiles who had to submit to a bath of purification before they could be admitted to the privileges of the sons of Abraham. A proselyte or a newcomer, a derna, who would join the church or ecclesia of Israel had to submit to a baptismi rito, the pre-Christian origin of which is no longer disputed. It was a bath not only of purification, but also of regeneration in the presence of legal witnesses. The candidate stood in the water and listened to a short discourse consisting of commandments from the law. Thereon the Gentile couvert dipped completely under the water, signifying the drowning of his previous impians and idolatron self. Thereafter be arose, reborn a true Israelite. And this new birth was taken in a very literal sense, for after the rite the neophyte, or newborn babe, could no longer inherit from his former Gentile relatives. Not only so, but according to rabbinic casuistry, he could not even commit incest with one of them. This regenerative Gentile baptism, Tabila Gerim, was made by the theologians to depend from the promise in Ezekiel 36, I will sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart I will give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. But this prophecy clearly applied to Israel only. It could never have been intended as the sanction of a customary rite for converted Gentiles. It is thus very credible that a fervent eschatologist filled with messianic expectations, such as John, would conwave the promise as foreshadowing a unique miraculous event of the last days. Moreover, John's insistence on baptism for the Jews, at a time when their religious leaders thought it necessary to impose baptism on Gentile converts as a purificatory regenerative rite, making them fit to be associated religiously with the naturally born sons of Abraham, seems clearly to have been dictated by the deeper spiritual conviction that it was Israel itself who required regeneration. For John, from the standpoint of spiritual values, the Jews were no more a privileged people, they had forfeited their birthright. Israel itself was now no better than the heathen. Physical kinship with Abraham could no longer be considered a guarantee against the wrath to come. To escape the trials and terrors of that day, the only way for them was to repent, and so become members of the new spiritual Israel by submitting to a rite similar to that which they arrogantly imposed on the Gentiles. What greater humiliation than this could there be to the racial pride of the Jew? But things were so desperate that it required even this act of humiliation as an earnest of truly sincere repentance and contrition. Unrepentant, they were no better than heathen idolaters. One of John's discourses and its symbolism. Let us now turn to the first part of the short but powerful address of the baptizer handed on by Aunt 80 and L.K. Toi, a most interesting example of those stirring utterances or sayings of his referred to by Josephus. Tout, births of ripers, who hath given on a glimpse of fleeing from the wrath to come. Make fruit, therefore, worthy of, or sufficient for, your repentance. And think not, LK begin not, to say within or among yourselves, we have Abraham for father. For say unto you that God is ally of these tones abakwa, to raise or wake up children aram. A, for Abralian. But even now the axe is laid auto the pool of the trees. Every tree, therefore, which beareth not good fruit, is hewn down and cast into the fire. This graphic discourse contained in Q begins with the same terrible phrase, generation, or out. Births of vipers, which Jesus also uses on several occasions. It may possibly go back to Michal 7, where we read, referring to the heathen, they shall lick the dust like serpents, like those, creeping on the earth. And if licking the dust can be taken in the sense of the allegorists of the time, who interpret it as eating excrement, a late allotted to the serpent-shaped souls of the damned in Sheol, it becomes all the more strikingly graphic. In vain do they think they will escape, because they are of kinship with Abraham, or that God cannot repeat the wonder he once wrought, of raising up children out of the barren rook of their forefather. God is able to make a new Israel out of the very stones, just as he had of old hewn, like stones, Hib. Abanim, a line of sons, he, Banim, from the once barren rock of Abraham, as Isaiah says 511, look unto the rock whence ye were hewn, look unto Abraham your father. This for the stones, but what of the trees? There are other passages in the OT, e.g. PS1, Jer. 175, which liken the man who delights in the law and has faith in Yahweh to fruit, bearing trees, but the most arresting verse in this connection is to be found in the continuation of the same vision in Ezekiel 17, which so graphically depicted the messianic source. This reads, v. 12, by the river upon the banks thereof, on this side and on that side, shall grow all trees for meat, whose leaf shall not fade, they shall bring forth USW fruit month after month, because their waters issite from the sanctuary, and the fruit thereof shall be for meat, and the lead thereof for medicine. The mystical application of this prophetical utterance to the righteous of Israel as the fruit-bearing trees of the longed for days of the Messiah would surely strike the imagination of so intuitive a mind as John's. It is indeed all of a piece with his general conception and expectation, and fits in most deftly the fish and fisher's symbolism. But this does not exhaust the imagery of Ezekiel's striking vision of the outpouring of God's Spirit in the days of the end, which made so deep an impression upon John. The prophet uses another graphic gur, which also greatly influenced early Christianity and was made much of later on in the symbolic interpretations of some of the church fathers. If only we had the mystical exegesis of this figure as conceived in the mind of the Christian Palestinian Dorsey Rashimoth, who anticipated in surer ways the Alexandrian Jewish allegorists of Philo's day, we should probably find that they had already given spiritual significance to the following arresting verses 9 and 10 of the vision. These read in Eisler's rendering: "Wheresoever the river shall come, everything that eateth shall live, and there shall be a very great multitude of fish, because the waters shall come thither, and it shall come to pass that the fishers stand by it from Enged unto Eneglaim. They shall be a place to spread forth nets for all fish according to their kinds. Engedi and Eneglaim were 2 oases with freshwater springs, the Gedi or Kid Spring, and the Eglaim or 17, Calf Spring, and the shores of the Dead Sea or Salt Lake. The former was the chief center of the Essenes. With such a striking figure before him, I would be easy for John, the proclaimer of repentance and the mining again to God of a righteous remnant, to believe that in the days of the Eid there were to be prophets who should be fishers of Miu. Now, it is remarkable that we have a number of references to this fishing of souls bound up with echoes of legends of John the Baptizer, which blend into a rich stream of Gnostic traditions which still exists today and goes back eventually to very early times. The Mandaeans, that is, believers in the Manda or Gnosis, or Nazaria, as they call themselves, known to the Arabs as the Sabas or Baptists, have much to tell us of the fisher of souls and the evil of fishers of men, as we shall see later on. Their saga of the fisher of souls is a beautiful conception within the setting of eschatological and soteriological notions, and seems to be an integral element of the syncretic stream of the Manda, which goes back for towards Gnostic beginnings. Now, the Mandaean traditions are hostile not only to Christianity, but also to Judaism. Many of their notions can be closely paralleled with some of the doctrines of the religion of Mani, with some of the main elements underlying the scheme of the Coptic Gnostic Pistis Sophia and the 2 treatises of the Bruce Collex. Points of contact may also be found in what we know of the doctrines of the Elahasites, and in some parts of the Clementine romances which preserve early Ebionite traditions and legends of Simon the Magian, with whom John is brought into connection. And here it may be noted that, if it is surprising to find the influence of John the Baptizer spreading as far cast as Mesopotamia, it is not out of keeping with the fact that the baptism of Joba was also practiced in the East Mediterranean area far outside Palestine among the dispersion and indeed among some of the early Christian communities, as we learn from the Acts and Epistles, witness especially the Apollos incident. Acts 18:1. Cor 1. Hani, Uanis, Ioannis. No little of mythy notions from old Babylonian, Chaldean, and Iranian traditions is to be found. Immixed in the oldest deposits of this Mandan stream, there is thus a Christian background as well. Indeed, the fisher figure cannot fail at once to remind students of the comparativo science of religion of the ancient Babylonian fish, clad fisher, god Hani, Oannes, the archaic Ea, father of Marduk, the savior god of Babylon, who rose yearly from the dead. This primeval god of wisdom was the Onulcher, God who had taught early mankind all the arts of civilization. Berossus, the Chaldean priest who wrote for the Greeks a history of his people, tells us of no less than 6 manifestations of Oan in successive periods, and this notion of revelation and saving in successive periods is fundamental with the Mandmans. Dans rose from the sea, the waters presumably of the Persian Gulf in the old story, but Marduk, his son, descended from heaven. It is by no means improbable that the picturing of appropriate ancient myths which floated freely in the thought atmosphere of Babylonia may have delavnine some of Klee imagery of Ezekiel's visions by the river of Babylon, and indeed may otherwise have psychically influenced indirectly no little of Jewish apocalyptic literature, as for instance when the Ezra Apocalypse, at the end of the 1st century AD, tells us that the Redeemer of the world, the celestial man, is expected to rise from the heart of the ocean. If then, as Ezra IV permits us to conclude, certain apocalyptists and allegorists, who were probably Jews of the Babylonian or Syrian dispersion, could conceive of their pre-existent Messine as in some way associated with the figure of the ancient Hani, Oannes, Lames, Ioannis, and expected the Redeemer of Israel to arise from the depths of the great waters, it is not improbable that in those days when the interplay of mystical associations was so prevalent and eagerly sought out, some of the most enthusiastic followers of Jolin may have believed that this baptizing usher of souls was the expected manifestation. John, Jonah. Similarity in the sounds of names fascinated men's minds, and Hani, Oannes, John, is not the only name, play, we meet with in the Baptist story. Attempts have been made by scholars to show that the sign of the prophet Jonah, Q, Math 12, LK 11, was perhaps originally connected with John, and that a testimony of Jesus to John has been converted already in Q, the early non, Markan source of matter common to Mount and LK, into a testimony of Jesus concerning himself. On this point, see Eisler, OPC, T, pp. 156 to 162, where Ale is set out in detail. It is further of interest to note, Tlab Jonah in Hebrew means dove, and that among the Mandaeans there was a class of the perfect called Daves. Compare also the Greek physiologus, XLI, the dove which is John the Baptist. The names Jonah and John could easily be brought into close connection, and indeed Jonah is sometimes found as a shortened form of Yohanan. The Jonah legend provided a very suitable setting wherein to depict the life of a prophet who caused his hearers to repent, and it may be that Jesus referred to John as a greater Jonah, mounted 12. The most striking image in the mythic story is the great fish. Now the belly of the great fish for the Jewish allegorists, and indeed it is plainly stated in the legend itself, was Sheol, the underworld, the pit, but another mythic great fish, or perhaps TL same in another aspect, was the Kostel monster Lariintban, and symbolists, allegorists, and mystics got busy with this mythic figure. Thus we find that Leviathan was the name given by the Ophites of Celsus, who are plainly of Syrian-Babylonian origin, to the seven, that is, to the cosmu animal. Psyche, the hierarchy of rulers and devourers of the animal souls of men, as well as of animals proper, each of the seven being symbolized by an animal figure. Probably an animal faced, lion, etc., dragon, or fish. In the Mala tradition, the fisher of souls takes the seven in his net and destroys them, even as in the old Babylonian myth the Savior. God Mandul catches Tiamat, their mother, the primeval dragon of the deep, in his net and destroys her. And strangely enough, there is an old rabbinical legend of Jual, preserved in the Midrash Yalgut Yonah 1, which relates that when the prophet was in the belly of the great fish, he prayed that it should carry him quickly to the Leviathan, so that he might catch it with his fishing tackle. For Jonah desired, when once again safely ashore, to make of its flesh a feast for the righteous. A distinct reference to the messianic fish, banquet which is to take place in the days of the end. The Jewish folk of the Babylonian dispersion, who were surrounded with images of the fish, clad Hani Oanyus and of his priests, would easily think of them as reprinting a man swallowed by a fish, and, as easily be, reminded of the story of their great prophet Jonah, who was fabled to have made the proud king of Asbabur and all the Ninevites repent. And the mystics sub-amphoutly would easily associate all this with Mrs. emotions, rabbinic fish, symbolism. It has recently been shown by that acute scholar J. Sheftelowitz, from hitherto neglected rabbinical documents, that fish was quite a common symbol for the righteous man of Israel who lived all his life in the waters of the Torah, or sacred law. The evidence goes back as early as the times of Rabban Gamaliel the Elder, the teacher of Paul, who was therefore a contemporary of John and Jesus. Thus we read in the Midrash Tanhuma, to do it. 5. As a fish delights in water, even so a master of the scriptures dives into the streams of balm, the sweet-smelling waters of the law. Compare the sweet savor and perfume of the gnosis, and of the heavenly essences, and per contra the stench of the evil fishers, or teachers of false doctrine in the Mandaean John book. Decisive in this connection is the following passage from the Abathir Nathan, ch. 10. The pupils of Rabbi Gamaliel the Elder were divided into 4 kinds of fish, into clean and unclean, brackish water, fish from the Jordan, and fish from the ocean, according to their high and low descent, and to the degree of their learning and quickness of their understanding. Though they were not fishers of men, they were fish of Yahweh, swimming in the holy stream, the life-giving waters of the law. It was thus very natural for John, remembering the striking passage in Ezekiel, Quarante sept, about the fish who repented, to contrast with them the unrepentant as a generation of vipers, e.p. The fish, scorpion contrast in Mount 7, nor could Jolin have been ignorant of the prophecy in Jeremiah 16. Concerning the gathering together of dispersed Israel, behold, I will send for many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them, and lave given it. A spiritual significance. But of an even more arresting nature is the following from Beresith Rabbah, 197. As the Israelites are innumerable, even so are the fishes. As the Israelites will never die out on the earth, the fishes will never die out in their element. Only the Son of Man named Fish could lead Israel into the land of promise, namely Joshua ben Nan, fish. The Greek transliteration of Joshua in the LXX version is invariably Jesus. The Samaritan Ta'eba reborn Joshua, or Noah, now in Samaritan tradition, and to will be, remembered that the Samaritans rejected all the Jewish scriptures. save the 5/5 of the law. Their future redeemer was to be called Joshua. This deliverer they called the Terrell, the returner, and they believed he would be a Reburu, or return Joslina. The Tak is the Sunritan Masin. In this Kamar, Tim absently translated Samaritan Milrash, BM, Samaritan Imiz, or 30,303, is especially instructive. It understands the title Ta'eb as signifying he who repents or even he who makes to repent. Not so much the returner as the turner, back of others. It is imrot into close connection also with Nobam, mewing repenting, and is thus by word play associated with nonly. Our Samaritan Midrash accordingly brings Noah onto the scene of expected redemption. Mad becomes a spiritualized version of the deluge. Story, abounding in mystical word, plays. 1 or 2 species. BL by Kialis X, Bible F all whiz. 100 cell S. Men's of them may now be given, as the ideas behind them are reminiscent of the John, circle of ideas. Whereas in the old story, Yalive orders Noah, make thee an ark, Thal. The Midrash makes God say unto the Tach, make thee a conversion, or repentance, Aram, Sluba, Tuba. And so it continues in many details, glossing the original parts of the Urk by means of word, play, introducing notions of propitiation, expiation, and atonement. A single passage from the original will make this clear, and in reading it, we should remember that Samaria was a hot bed of mystic and Gnostic movements of all sorts. Behold, I bring a flood of conversion land, of divine favor upon the earth, to save Israel and gather it from everywhere under the sky. It shall perform my covenant, which I have set up with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And thou shalt enter into the conversion, thou and thy haunts, and the whole house of Israel with thee, and take with thee all kind of pying and fasting and purification, which thou performest, and take all unto thee. And it shall be for conversion for thee and for them. And the Taleb did everything as God had commanded him. The ark, Bach, saved Nu from the flood of perdition, and the conversion, Shuba Tuba, will save the penitent one, Ta'eb, and all the sons of Israel from the flood of perversion. The flood of perversion is that of the cursed on. Among the many messianic expectations of those days, therefore, was the belief that in the last days it would again be as in the times of Noab, as. Indeed, we are expressly informed by Q, Mount 2, Lick, D, Sisit. John's eschatological symbolism. There are other points of interest in the fragmentary sayings of John and other references preserved in the synoptic accounts, but of these we shall select only one as being of special interest. John's expectation of the nature of the catastrophe of the times of the Yud was somewhat complex. 3 phases of elemental destruction haunted his imagination. Similar disasters had already happened in the past at the culmination of certain successive critical periods in the history of mankind. There had been a destruction by water, another by a mighty wind and tempest which overwhelmed the great tower, to which many a rabbinic legend testifies, and a destruction by fire in the days of Lot. John's baptism or water to purification may well have been intended as an outer sign of the inner attempt to avert from the righteous the dire results of the great forthcoming world trial by the water of God's wrath that would overwhelm the wicked. But there were 2 other baptisms, or purificacious, which he expected a greater than himself to effect in similar fashion and for a similar purpose. There was to be a purification or baptism by fire, and in Christian interpretation, the third and last and greatest was to be effected by means of the Holy Spirit. This would not be out of keeping with the belief of John, for it was ever the Spirit of God, as water, fire, or wind, that would purify and save the righteous. But the graphic figure of the winnowing fan in John's declaration shows clearly that the notion was connected in his mind with the necessary wind, without which winnowing was impossible, the mighty wind or Spirit of God. For the good, this would result in a blessed harvesting, but for the evil, it would be a scattering as of Clinf. Though all these notions may well have come to John within the ambit of the Jewish scriptures, many prophetical pronouncements in which graphically depict all these forms of divine visitation, it is nevertheless not without significance that the rites of purification by water, fire, and wind, ventilation, were an integral element of some of the Hellenistic mystery institutions, and that the periodic catastrophic scheme is clearly to be paralleled in the later Babylonian astro-religieux, and especially in its blending with Iranian conceptions, which center around the On, cult, Zervanism, and all those notions of the Grote Year Ode world periods, which later Stoicism took over and made familiar to imperial times. This great year had 3 seasons: summer, winter, spring, each of which was assigned to one of the 3 most ancient elements, Uri, water, and wind. As the great year turned on itself, the Constellations returned at the end of the revolution to the same positions they had occupied in a former great year. There were thus critical moments in the conic movement, and at these cosmic catastrophes occurred. It is hardly to be supposed that John had any such scientific notions in his mind, but it is undeniable that many had such conceptions in his day. And indeed, among the learned and mystics we find blends of such science with prophetical intuitions. But for the Jewish eschatologist, it was a once-for-all eviutely expected, whereas for such men as the Stoic thinkers, it was a perpetual recurrence. John and Jesus, generally. And what is the outcome of this inquiry? It seems to me that a very important background of Christian origins is here indicated. It points to a widespread Jewish eschatological and therefore necessarily messianic movement prior to Christianity, of which earliest Christianity was at first a culmination. Whatever modifications and completions were subsequently introduced. It is therefore to be regretted that our information concerning John the Baptizer and his doctrines is so mange. It is quite natural that some of John's adherents should have attached themselves to Jesus on his public appearance as a proclaimer before the martyrdom of their own imprisoned prophet. The suddenness with which M.K., our earliest narrative, introduces Jeson's calling, the first 4 of his disciples and their instant leaving all and following him to become fishers of men, is inexplicable without there having been some prior knowledge of the way on the part of Simon and Andrew, James and John. They may well have already been familiar with John's teaching. Indeed, the writer of the 4th Gospel tells us categorically, Jew first, that Andrew, the brother of Simon, Peter Cephas, had been a disciple of the baptizer. But if some of John's actual disciples followed Jesus before any question of messiahship arose, it is probable that far more of his lay adherents also did. Indeed, the earliest history of the expansion of Christianity, that is, of the Jesus messianic movement, preserves traces that in some places there was a considerable Johannine influence, notably the come-timed use of John's baptism. On the contrary, most of John's disciples, to all seeming, refused to recognize the Jesus messianic claims, and the echoes of history preserved in the Mandaean traditions declare that they most emphatically rejected them. In any case, it may well be that some of the great figures, types, and symbols used by Jesus in his exhortations and teaching were not original to him, but that he shared them, together with other mystic, apocalyptic, and prophetical notions, with circles that had been instructed by John. Jesus is made to distinguish John as the greatest prophet who had come before him, nay, as more than a prophet, and yet the least in the kingdom of heaven is said to be greater than a John. This can only mean in the kingdom in its fullness, for surely most of the Christians fell far short of the high virtue of the Baptist. What is furthermore exceedingly probable, if not unquestionably evident, is that the whole of John's mentality was flooded with what we can only call mystic notions and conceits, graphic figures, highly spiritualized, the mentality of a prophet and seer. If John is the forerunner of Jesus, many of the baptizer's eschatological and associated beliefs are probably the forerunners of earliest Christian general doctrine. And with all this in mind, it is difficult not to believe that Jesus not only knew more of John personally and what lay at the back of him, but used more of his ideas and symbolisms than the Gospels would lead us to suppose. The Mandaean tradition deserves most careful analysis from this point of view, but before pursuing it, we may add a few words on the estrangement of the John and Jesus movements, John and the messiahship of Jesus. Though the synoptics in some passages are at pains to let it appear as if John recognized the messiahship of Jesus, and the later and correcting forth Gospel emphatically affirious that he did so from the baptism onwards, there was evidently very considerable doubt on the question in the earliest tradition. Q. Math. 11 LK. 7. Lets the reader see that John, to the end, had no conviction, much less prior spiritual apperception, on the subject, for it tells us that just before his end, the imprisoned prophet sent messengers to Jesus asking him in complete uncertainty, "Art thou he that should come, or look we for another?" To this unambiguous question, no direct answer is given. John's disciple, messengers are bidden simply to report to their master the wonderful holings of which they have been told, or which they have witnessed. The proof of messiahship is made here to rest solely on Wouter. Doings, any prior spiritual recognition by John of Jesus as the expected one, is unknown to this tradition. Nor is it able to report that John accepted the wonders as proof of the fulfillment of his expectation. From this we may reasonably feel assured that, though some of John's disciples followed Jesus when he began his public ministry after John had been put in prison, and continued the proclamation of the near coming of the kingdom, the majority refrained. They continued in their own way and discipline, nor did they subsequently recognize the messiahship of Jesus, for above all they had no authority from their master to do so. This is a negative inference, but the positive rejection of the Christian messianic claim is brought out with sharp polemical emphasis in the Mandaean tradition, which claims to derive from John and regards Jesus as the deceiver, Messiah, The baptism of Jesus by John is acknowledged, but explained in polemic mystic fashion. There are, however, signs that, apart from the subsequent bitterness of outer theological controversy, there was originally an inner, deeper Gnostic ground of division. For Jesus is not represented as unknowing, but on the contrary, is made to answer certain test questions of John with profound moral insight. But the most surprising fact of Mandan tradition is that it preserves no indications of having entertained any belief in distinctive Jewish messianism at all. Its soteriology is peculiar to itself, and the tradition repudiates Jewish prophecy and apocalyptic, and in fact the whole Torah, as emphatically as it does Christian doctrine. Nevertheless, on its own showing, in the beginning, the particular community of which John was so great a prophet is depicted as settled in Judaism, even in Jerusalem, and is claimed to have had a profound knowledge of the inner meaning of the law. It is made to look back to a still more ancient tradition, which is claimed to be purer and wiser than that of the Hebrews. Though the legendary historical side of the question is exceedingly obscure, our best authorities are agreed that as far as the mythic element is concerned, the madman tradition preserves many traces of the earliest forms of the pre-Christian gnosis known to us. The problem is thus exceedingly complex. Zweit, from the John book of the Mandaeans. We will now proceed to see what the Gnostic John folk have to say about the person of Johanna and concerning their early Palestinian community, and will conclude with some typical extracts from their John book collection, of which the most characteristic and important will be what may be called the sagas of the Fisher of Souls and of the Good Shepherd. But first a word or two as to our sources of information. Introductory. The Mandaeans, lit. Gnostics Manda, equal to Gnosis of the lower Euphrates, are the only known surviving community of the ancient Gnosis. That they have survived to our own day is a remarkable testimony to the strength of their convictions and of loyalty to a tradition which they claim to go back to pre-Christian days. The documents call them Nazareans. The Arabs generally refer to them as Subas or Baptists, while the first Portuguese Jesuit missionaries of the Inquisition in 1870, Enslo, French vice-consul at Mosul, estimated them at some 4,800 is in all. Études sur la religion des Sobhas ou Sabo Farm 188. These were a low bay. Found Clafely in the neighborhood of Bassus Esimachu, however, was certainly too low. For Shakeh Dejali, laws in Arabic at the Slidle of Oriental Shadi informs T. Take quite essentially obtained from the primus lead of all the communi navy the precise statistics. And thus my still Obersby 10-010, women and children. This I cry ancient general designation need by a Nuber of early Eiling to do with Naga. Nazara, well is quite unquit the gupel. Aradivs, not to speak of the philologian. Pahint of such a word. Formation Nazoran from Nazar Edabari W.B. Smiths in Der Vor Christliche Jean, Jensen, 1906 Dekvation, Nazarya, Jalaskus, Jesus, Safer, Savior, and nudes out a goal case for origin in NZ, with trinuning of to observe, bear. Rare is the lawn, ovoda may be of the holy life, ze to bvvgpp.xvi.ff. Sion erroneously introduced them to Europe in the early part of the 17th century as the Christians of St. John. But Christians they certainly are not. On the contrary, they have ever been strenuously opposed to Christianity, though they may have sometimes so camouflaged themselves to avoid Moslem persecution in the first place, and the inquisitional methods of the missionaries in the second. The Mandaean religion's literature, for of secular literature there is none, supplies us with the richest direct sources of any phase of ancient Gnosticism which we possess. These documents are also all the more valuable because they are purely Oriental without any Hellenistic immixture. Indeed, our only other considerable direct sources, that is, sources not contaminated or rendered suspect by transmission through hostile hands, are the Trismegistic literature, the Coptic Gnostic documents, and the recent Munichman finds in Turfan. The Mandaean language is little used by the faithful except for religious purposes. The M communities in general have for long used Araby as their common on Spurch, though one or more groups speak Persian. Madman is a South Babylonian dialect of Armen, its nearest cognate being the Northern Babylonian, as in the Babylonian Talmud. Their graceful script is peculiar to the Mandaeans. The vowels are in full lettering and are not indicated by points or other diacritical marks. Their literature was once far more extensive, for what we possess is manifestly in the form of extracts collecti, ram manifold more ancient sources, which are no longer extant. The chief existing documents are as follows. 1. The Sidra Rabbah, Great Book, or Genza. Treasury, which is divided into right and left pages for the living and the deceased respectively. It is said, but I am told that in some copies the alternate pagas ure reversed, and in some ceremonies read simultaneously by two readers facing each other. It consists of 64 pieces or tractates, theological, cosmological, mythological, ethical, and historind. This collection is indubitably prior to the Mohammedan conquest, cr. 651 AD, and its sources are of course far more ancient. 2. The Sidra di Yahya, Book of John, also called Drish de Malka, discourses of the celestial kings. A considerable number of its pieces, which can be listed under 37 leadings, deal with the life and teachings of John the Baptizer. Talia is the Arabic form of Jom, the Mandan Yohana, Heb, Yohanan, the two forms Arabic and Malayan, alternate and show that the collection was made, or more probably redacted, after the Muslim conquest. 3. The Kolasta, quintessence or selection, called also the Book of Souls, liturgies for the baptismal ceremony, the service for the departed, called the Ascent Maseta, and for the marriage ritual. These hymns and prayers are lofty, though most of them are presumably not so ancient as those in the Genzi. Also, the Divan, containing the procedure for the expiation of certain ceremonial offenses and sketches of the regions through which the soul must pass in its ascent. 5. The Asfar Malwash, Book of the Zodiacal Constellations. 6. Certain inscriptions on earthen cups and alsaks pre-Mohammedan lead tablets. It would not be difficult to prepare an annotated bibliography, as we have done elsewhere for the Coptic Gnostic Pistis Sophia document, tracing the history of the development of Mandaean study in the West from the 17th century onwards. But this is a sketch, not a treatise. It is sufficient to say that, owing to the difficulty of the language, no one did any work of permanent value on the texts, till the Dutch scholar A.J.H. Wilhelm Brandt published his arresting studies. Die Mandaische Religion, Leipzig, 1884, and Mondaische Schriften, Göttingen, 1898, the latter containing a version of selected pieces from the Genza. Brandt was the real pioneer translator, basing himself on Noldeke's indispensable Mahdian grammar, 1875. His predecessors were either entirely ignorant of the language or indulged mainly in guess work. Brandt's art, Mandaeans in Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, 1915, is a valuable summary of his most matured views, and to it I would refer my readers as the best general introduction available. Brandt's philological equipment in so difficult and rare a dialect as Mandaean, however, was not sufficient for the work of full translation. Moreover, he does not seem to me to have sufficiently realized the great importance of the subject for the general history of pre-Christian and early Christian Gnosticism. This, however, was fully recognized by the late Prof. Wilhelm Bucer, who devoted Brandy-Gast away from the scene of loose labors on March 4, 1910. And his postman's work Die Monder ihrer Religion and Live these Cable, Treme, of Kenijo Andori van Wetenschappen to Amateur, N. 1915, is proculi Melitian of this article. Kessler Sari, member, Benepthang, Dat, Hero Hauk, Leipzig. 1 is a Kielpulste, it entirely supersedes its B, Brit. 9th ed. At Cavors that the 31. Iteraturo preserves the oldest form of the Kuchis known to us. Art, Mandianasu, Brit. 11th ed. 1911 is stated to be Pari K in part 6, W, that it is a par production even as a aromary of a later art. It is short contempinas ad sacrificial, and deprive the reader of much that is most valuable in L.I.A., the Slape of References, and Pakalel. It would have been really better to have translated K literally. Many pages of his admirable study Hauptprobleme der Göttingen, 1907, to showing the enormous light which the earliest deposits of the Genza throw on pre- and non-Christian Gnostic notions. Indeed, in this work, Bousset gave a quite new historical perspective to Gnostic studies, and showed the great importance of the Mandan, Coptic, Gnostic, and Manichaean documents, when critically treated, for tracing the genesis and development of the widespread gnosis of antiquity, which had its proximate origin in the influence of Persian ideas on Babylonian religious traditions from the time of the great kings, 6th century BC, onwards, with further Hellenistic immixture and modifications after the conquest of Alexander the Great, last third of 4th century BC. There is also a parallel blending and Hellenization of Egyptian mystery, lore as seen most clearly in the Trismegistic tradition, more recently Prof. R. Rietzenstein, who has done such excellent work on the Trismegistic Gnosis and on the Hellenistic mystery, religions, has published a valuable contribution to M research in his Das Mandaische Buch des Herrn der Grüße, Heidelberg, 1919. Both these scholars are free from that apologetic tendency to which so few Christian scholars can rise superior in dealing with the Gnosis. But the savant to whom we owe most is Prof. Mark Lidzbarski, whose extraordinary knowledge of Araman dialects and allied Semitic linguistics lies at last placed in our hands reliable versions of two of the M collections, Das Johannesbuch der Mandaer, Gießen, 1915, and Mandalische Liturgien, Berlin, 1920. L has also made a translation of the Gourd, the publication of which is eagerly expected. On May LL de R. Esler Med T. L waits that filtrans of printing will ein, Sahil Taco Shout Yor and Alet, Unter C. The defaults of publication in Germany haven't. Until this appears, it is not possible to be reasonably sure of all one's ground, and so get an all-round perspective of it. Meantime, as no really adequate translation of any pieces have so far appeared in English, I think it will be of service to give a selection of renderings from the German of Lidzbarski's John book, so that readers of these pages may become acquainted with specimens of the material, and be in a better position in some measure to appreciate for themselves its nature, quality, and importance. For it may eventually turn out to be one of the most valuable indications we possess for background of Christian origins research. These renderings will be as close to the German as possible, so that readers may have L's version practically before them, and the inevitable leakage of translation from translation be reduced to a minimum. Even so, I hope that what seems to me to be the beauty of the original will not be entirely evaporated. The major part of the material of the liturgies is indubitably in verse, but the John book as well, if not also mainly in verse, as a most competent Araman scholar assures me, is clearly in rhythmic prose, kunstrosa, and highly poetical. L, however, has not broken up the lines as in the liturgies, increased, that the arrangements for painting have fallen trong, and this most ladle-pensible classic source of information for students of Mandaeans is accordingly held up. To be preciso, in book form for Ibev Alimadi Publicoi, the following versions in the quest in the last 2 years, they are but a THL of the translations are tale in Miss Truedan, Bankshi Liturgian. I may this, however, in no paragonist of Miss A. L. B. Hare's Eopathic and painstaking studies, coulanting Seuss versions in which the work of Beams and his predecessors was fortified by her own praiseworthy affronts to grapple with a dictionary lens ling. These attics were suggested, wannily, gorged and appensined by myself, and were say Tolovas, the lesson of Jolano Epo Ren, Sops 1902. Fragments from the Mandaean tradition, the B, Quest, P. 110, the Book of Scales, fragments of a Macon Mystery Al. 720. January, 19,101, the Madonna Chisisus F.H., January to 1314. First, let us begin with the pieces purporting to give information concerning the person of the prophet. L, the Gnostic John the Baptizer, portents at John's birth, 318. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A child was planted out of the height, a mystery revealed in Jerusalem. The priests saw dreams, Ebel seized on their children, Chill seized on Jerusalem. Early in the morning, he went to file temple. He opened his mouth in blasphemy and his lips of lying. He opened his eth in blasphemy and spake to all of the priests. In my vision of the night I beheld, I brelled in my vision. When I lay there, I slept not and rested not, and sleep came not to me by night. I slept not and rested not, Tanil tibiletel mint. A star appeared and stood over Fishby. Fix burned, Inoki. Father, aha saha, Zakiria. 3 heaven lights appeared. Because Yobion is mentioned only once in the Gensi, Brandt supposes that the Tiakpion's Matatbo later induced as Gutli. This is not anti-genture. Eater to Hempos that the gel piece are Rally used Jeraphims the goal of material waiting olgating Theulia is the Arabic footsti Yobalfuntis wish issue shows and leader recaution in Pismolism period, when the people valgis pok, Arabic, but says thing as to the date of earlier writings from Villa, the genes were copied out. Brush, mock, usay or decisive cucakature, permutation, you're perfected in is urinally. The Chaldmandan's lane is the first. OT, TLA world moat, and carpons in some torpex with the Yaldab of Afil. Gwastinisan. Wit was is not disclosed. The Dreamer's purport is at first utterly disciple. The baby Otalan, the non may be size mystical echo of Elizabeth wife of Aaron, the best point, just as the Miriam of the Jess. Biratori reminds us of Tiriemse Progloch, the keist of ment prophet. Uno pre, Christian Palestinian das Redmol may be ungli mebel of Gong so far. The Alexandra Jua, Alegos, to solemn shall Pabelin Wafil and Vlid, and illuminate the sister or wife of a Sunina, figure of a Vitpov. This will become Lazar later on, the Zakarms of Lake, te recrute 3 en motivo. It should created, organ, Bolf if and sand, first of the Fetart Boldai Migwit Cry, 180 Y and 12 Lin and History of Music and Mental S. Loudon, L. 472. Sun sunk, and the lights rose. Fire lit up the house of the people. Synagogue, smoke rose over the temple. A quaking quaked in the throne chariot so that earth removed from her seat. A star flew down into Judea. A star flowed down into Jerusalem. The sun appeared by night, and the moon rose by day. When the priests heard this, they east dust on their head. Yakif, the priest whoops, and Benjamin's tears flow. Spila and shall by cast dust on their heads. Eleazar, the chief priest, opened his mouth and spake unto all of the priests. Yanif interprets dreams, but as yet he has no understanding of these. Ben Amin interprets dreams. Is he not a man who discloses your Merkabah, here presumably meaning heaven generally? The narrative is largely in the familiar style of Daniele and Talmudic chronological emelage. The Daniel book, c. 164m, throws hack w. religio, political conflict of the Jews with the kingdom ant-Hellenistic religion of Antiochus Epiphanes to the days of Nebuchadnezzar, 600, and the Tommy Jesus Alaries, for instance, low back the setting to same 100 years, or Advanarai to same 100 years A. See my EMS lie 100 BC. Aniguity into the Talse stories, the Futhian sons Carian statements of Epiphanius being a contribution to the study of Crucian Origin London, 106. T is to be noted that the Talmud knows nothing of. John, it evidently regards the Jolin Jesus move robode, the same kind of Bersi. We odd be. Any perhaps be personifial types of members of certain emperorary sites or mystical grape in 34 v. B are Kalel the twin Goldums. This remind us of Al-Hundil Sembalsan, my racing of psychical Alubi to Babylon in the doctrine of the subtle body in Western Tracto 1910. Prosp. pp2. They may have belonged to the early sons of the Sun edition, the later Sampumans of Epaphionans. Still inter, I wider. Distribution known to the holy Lusterius as Shemsiel, Slinish the Sun. This hypothesis is strelled by the apparently cryptgloss Beni Amin, Sunzitel Amin. Op. Res. Ol. 14. The thing with the Amin, the faithful in time with the beginning of the crest God. I have no space here to follow up this Ujutate, but El Soms. To me, to be not only modding bat fast asleep, when he resumes that the Munmanvitans were simply ignoramuses who mistook Boyamin for Bui, Halia. The Ish derivation of Penjarain is given very variously in the Apocrypha and Pelepigraph of the OT. El refers to Yakif, clearly Jacob, as Joseph, of whom we have no further information. Could this be camouflage for Rabbi Eliezer ben Hirons, slow foundre of the famose rabbinical school at Lad Lida and teached of Akiba? He courished 7 to 111. Our elixir was inappoised to Cressy. The Tadal account comments thus accusation of Bay, with an interview between him and Verte Jacob of Kepler Solna, a city in Lower Galilee, who is all to have been one of the Masis Feishoim, notari. J. Ibi Nazem, see DJL 101.0.2. pp. 216, for retinence and discussion. B. N. Liner, is it mage of a distinction in Pharisee priestly read? Peshali Leet of the Morabojodi priest, the teacher of the martyred seven sons and the Mutner in V. Macbeth. Secrets? Tiyamin gives us no revelation, though you deem he can give information on all that is, and that is not. Earth groans ont of season, and is sent a wid through heaven, spheres earth upon's bar mouth, and speaks to bar, go to Lilink, that he may interpret the dreams you love seen. Therium blizu medphile mouth, and spake unto all of the priests, who goes to Lidiuk, that he may interpret the dreams you have seen. Then wrote they a letter, and put it in the und of Talyomin. Tab, Yatwain tonk me, latter, and betook himself to Lilik. Lilink lay on his bed, steep had not yet. Flown from him, a gunking came into his heart, slivered his heart, and brought it down from its stay. Till Beomini drew near to Lilik. Talyom stepped up to Lidiuk, shook him out of his sleep, and spoke to him. The priests saw dreams. Thin above Peraf is repeated verbally down to the moon rose by day. And he, when Lilink heard this, he cast dust on his head. Nuked, Lilith rose from his bed and fetched the dream. Look, apes it and reads in it, and looks for what stands there written. He opens it and reads Therem, and interprets the dreams in silence without reading loud. He writes them in a letter and expounds them en tonf. In it he says to them, one solo you, all of you priests, for an istalat shall bear we unto you, yo rabbis, for a child shall be born in Jerusalem. Woe unto you, ye foxers and pupils, for Inishibai shall bear a child. Woe to you. Mes Torah, the law, Tor Yohinta Hall, be born in Jerusalem. Child. Talink writes Tintastum in the better, and says to them, the star that came und stood over Enishbai, a child will be planted out of the height from above. He comes and will be given unto Enishbai. The fire that burned in old Father Zachary, you will be born in Jerusalem. Talyamin took the letter, and in haste made off to Jerusalem. Use identated by L. Can it be college for Tablaj? Kaler 616. Jelena, WWWH pair to Simeon Bun Sistach in the Pal, Com Jesmori Chess. Tid on Mand, Op, Sit, P. Madi. The Sport AFX's inspiratives. The earth, the source of Jari's in the sun. See below 24, this dababli elijali, the Ilial of the TJ. I owe this ling congravesor. M. Store. Ishev lasa iso indo referee to an idling school of the fen. He came and found all the priests sitting in sorrow. He took the letter and laid it in the hand of Eleazar. He, opens it and reads it and finds in it wondrous discourses. He opens it and nods it and sees what stands therein written. He reads it in silence and gives them no decision about it. Eleazar then took it and mid it in the hand of old Father Zachariah. He, opens it and reads it and sees what stands therein written. He reads it in silence and gives no decision about it. Eleazar now opened his month and spake to old Father Zachariah. Old Father, get thee gone from JD's, lest on stir up strife in Jerusalem. Old Father then raised his right band and smote on the head Eleazar 14. Eleazar, thou great house, thou head of all the priests, if thou in thy inner part knewest thy mother, thou wouldst not dare come into our synagogue. If thou in thy inner part knewest, thou wouldst not dare read the Torah. For thy mother was wanton, a wanton was she, who did not match with the house of her husband's father. As thy father had not the 100 gold staters for writing her the bill of divorcement, he abandoned her straightway, and inquired not for her. Is there a day when I come and look forth and see not Misha bar Amra, yea? Is there a day when I came without praying in your synagogue, that you, PL, should be false and dishonest and say a word which you have ne'er beard about me? Where is there a dead man who becomes living again, that any Shibai should bear a child? Where is there a blind man who becomes seeing? Where is there a lame man for whom his feet walk again? And where is there a mute who learns to read in a book, that Anishini should hear child? It is 22 years to day that I have seen no wife. Nay, neither through me nor through you will Anishibai bear a child. Then all of the priests arose and said to old Father Zachary, high said in reproach, Be at rest, and keep thy seat, old Father, and let the calm of the Goel rest upon thee. Old, this is the same motive as thus in the Tamajesus stories, and Toldatit is the image of popular, bizarre theological controversy. Und is to losing with Jewish figurative diction, in which fornication is the general term for all lapses in 8 Weltgless beliefs and views. 1. Vision. Mun, son of Am. Elsewhere we learn that Zaldria was second, and Inishibai 89 at John's buh, and that John himself began his ministry at the age of 22. A mysticephology is here clearly employed. Father, if there were to dreams in Jodas, then would all that Melexold be lying. Rither shall thy word and our word be mewed good. MD. The drama wafave scene. Yohami will receive Jordan, and he called prophet in Jeremlin. Theron old father removed himself from their midst, and Eleazar followed him. Then were seen 3 lights, lit. Lampa, which cased with him, 7, they, the priests, can up. Mute a father by the hem of his robe, and said to him, Old factor, Vetlut goes before thee, and what is tea that follows thee? Them answered, Be them, O Elixar, than gressit baus, tian bend of all the priests. I know not whom the lights nard which go before me. I know not with whom the fire goes which follows me. But neither through me nor through you will Isha bear a child. Then all the priests rose and said to old Father Zalchris, they said in Veroan, Old Father Zachary, Beal Peshe, firm and decided, for the child will be planted from out of the most high height and be given to thee in thy old age. Johanna will be lion, Yoho will receive Jordan and be called prophet in Jerusalem. We will be baptized with his baptizing, and with his pure sign 'twill well be signed. We will take his lired and Dina last drink, and with him Ascon to Light's region. All the priests arose and said to old Father Zachariah, They Sido Araush, old faker, we will enlighten thee as to thy race and thy fathers, from whom thou hast come. Fourth, there follows a list of proplots and sages, beginning with Moses, which Tamil us if requires a lengthy commentary, for which Spice here does not serve, ending with Tab, Yamin. And the school teachers have come forth from thy race, the bleast princes, who are thy forbears. Of father, all of them have taken no wife and begotten no sons. Yen in their old age, in alls of plus. Blin, not Englishans of thin, spremal, or perfect. It has many names in my literature of the posts, fact duet ta listings as Pusil Zin of End Film People of God. See full, und Chutations, my Thrine Grestis Hernis, London, 1900, Lades. The same Vais de la India, slar words of Ahan the Woe, deve booling in a fetal gru, bet, the my Latin, as per quente, of dry undu. So de lavo masse de mol, plats de god old by plot to tie, the no, had a son. They had sons, and they were prophets in Jerusalem. If now out of thee as well a proplet comes forth, thou dost then revive this once again. Yes, Johanna will be born, and will be called prophet in Jerusalem. Then Eleazar opened his mouth and said to Old Father, Old Father, if Johanna receives Jordan, then will I be his servant, be baptized with his baptizing, and signed with his pew sign. We will take his bread and drink his drink, and with firm spend Lolites region. Then Old Father opened his mouth and said unto all of the priests, if the child comes out of the most high height, what then will you do in Jerusalem? They have taken the child out of the basin of Jordan, and laid him in the womb of Enishai. Life is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. John's proclamation concerning himself and his assumption of the prophet's mantle. 19. Yahya proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights, evenings. Yahya proclaims in the nights and says, through my Father's discourses I give light, and through the praise of the man, my Creator, I have freed my soul from the world and from the works that are hateful and wrong. The seven put question to me, the dead who have not seen life, and they say, in whose strength dost thou stand there? And with the prophets, Atto godsons of their god parents, father and son, are the usual terms for the relationship between master and pupil in sacral Shing. That is, the Kavanlai messengers, the Hunvenli man of light, the man. Doctrine is Sulia element of the Gnosis, as it was also with Desbu of man is the A fin for Mangimpli C. Istensten, Leipzig, 1904. My thrice, greatest arms, 1008, and Buset, up, tit, 1007. Indi. This introductory tormals, as is the case with other bags and Comalasians, is AUE to the collectees sad Edisons. Itina to Zealous Lele, dark period before the Dawa Odla day of light, which was expected. The days of this age are spiritual nights. NB, a prophet Perlnime. He does not pouncy. This, world rollers or Ezolantos, the planets or planetary spirits, which the regarded as evil powers, they are the dead as having no spiritual fate. 31. Whose praise dost thou make proclamation? Thusan I gave to them answer. I stand in the strength of my pathe, and with the praise of the man. My Creator, I have built no house in Judan, have set up my throne in Jerusalem. I have not loved the wreath of the roses, not commerce with lovely women. I have not loved the defective, not loved the cup of the drunkards. I have loved no food of the body, and envy has found no place in Ma. I have not forgotten my might. Prayer, now forgotten, Wadens, Jordan. I have not forgotten my baptizing, not forgotten my tray sign. I have not forgotten Sunday, and the day's evening has not condemned me. I have not forgotten Sulmai and Nibdai, who dwell in the house of the mighty. They eller me, and let me ascend. They know no fault, no defect is in me. When Yahya said this, life rejoiced over him greatly. The seven sent him their greeting, and the 12 made obriso before him. They said to him, of all these words which thou hast spoken, thou hast not said a single one falsely. Delightful and fair is thy voice, and none is an equal to thee. Fair is thy discourse in thy mouth, and precious thy speech, while has been ho-toed upon thee. The vestate which find life did give unto Alam, the man, the vishur which first life did give unto Ram. A clinical term. The things that fall short fit nestle perfection, op the prima unto part guable denmens. Compared will the of Drek. Bemut, asti, apologetically conjecture at this observance at Sunday lab, was taken over loop clace to Angibab, verengele tandemilo, with M, and it is one of Thay, al personalis. The MML Bethelio and Juan Warchin, they WW. Signed life and light, but may live venerated the live the symbol ND, that Lagi the same male occurs, with the Pispar, occasion of the ES, who burned to the rising sun in their morning orisons. The prohi well to be is the existence of a Christian Sunday at Engidli. Erved of the sand other rept the Sabbath mulnet and pagan teoli, day. The twin Jordan, watchers, sea life. The powers of the cosmic animal, life circle or zoding, which were belled by the M to be equally iniminal with the SEM. Both men was of Weld, Mother Naturis, Gruli Estra, Spinstay world. Mirit, Suri's Bureau being used in the wide spread sum of the lover. Z. The celestial man, or Adun of light, boy for great, coupled Alim with B, probably the Pahlavi, or latex pesmiform. Also, Babram equal to and Vesvorwan. 42. The man, the vesture which first life did give unto Shurbai, the man, the vesture which first life did give unto Shumbarno, has he given now unto thee, he hath given it thee. O Yahi, that thon maysu ascend, and with thee may these ascend. The house of defect will be left behind in the desert. Everyone who shall be found slayles will ascend to thee to the lights region. He who is not found witless will be called to account in the guardhouses, and life is victorious. John's light ship, 820. Yahya proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights, evenings, Yahya proclaims in the nights and says, in the name of him who is wondrous and all surpassing the sun, sat in his cones, corona, and the moon cell in the dragon, the Tur, not kentified, Shem, M of Noel. The first age or world period was of Adam the second, of Ham and Rud, Fem, the herd of Stark and Stachabel the fourth, Tist of the Flowed. The second monation perished by a word and pestilence. We third by Brelop 25 below. The Indian YG came from the same Osun as to the prophetal's vesture in this special connection, apart from the new genus-wide notion of the garment of light, he of glory, on the listinical tradition, to the medieval Taba. Hayach, the book of the Yost, Mare commonly Lamoise, buff the generation of Adam the booked the Hilmi, which Katas ancient material, insisted into French by Chevalier P. L. Bidrach. After the all of Adam and Eve, the outs of the R. Lister's hell conjecture that J though B outwardly assumes. His camel's hair robe in memory of the tea garments of the fallen Pentopiasts. As a sign of repentance, in tray preceding Endi were riven to knock. As of Jerael, Esel the time of his buing talent to goal, gave them to his son Methuselah, Amor da Odmek. Na took im and hid them in the Imhuole. Anti Rezo accessfully test his brethren were unable to Daham gave them secretly to his eldest son Ches, who made mystery of Is to his cliques and sons when Nimrod Zoroaster, Sio Buse op, sit, Index, male slenge of 20 years, he has lot-lad him with trix vis, which gave it exudinary strongsh, leja, de decry is 1102, 1100, and see way ward mystery London. Second ed, Lou, to suit vesture, PLL, it would not be dealt to peel under the west of the rabbinic tendition, but since does not serve, so the buddy, Mijati world, 20, the prison lees of the 7 are 12, winds of the blouse get them gone on their wings and blow, goal. The son opened his mouth and spake Notoyalia, thou hast 3 head, bands, and a crown which equals in worth the whole worlet. Then hast ship of Mash, which sails about here on the Jordan. Them hast a great vessel which sails about here twixt the waters. If thou goest to the house of the Great One, remember us in the Great's presence. Thereon Yahya opened his mouth and spake to the son in Jerusalem. Then Ingmirest about the Theed bands, may the perfect P.L. watch o'er the crown. This mushkil, ship, they have irpentered together with glorious splendor on the vessel, but sails what the waters, the seal of the king has been set. She who in thy house play the wanton, goes lions and approaches the dung house. Sheich seeks to have children from her own proper spouse, and she does not un them. If she then has falled her vow and she deperta, he is unworthy for the house of the life, and will not be allotted to the light dwelling. And praised he life, CP, smelling brigidly, the moon, the 8 Hudi out of Satel in the Shuret. All was at peace. Dark new Beth sermon on the moontam. Ope and ye winds stay WW. Sip, Herm, Sayin 17th. Mon 130, 300. Ye halvens Suland. Ledad's deathless sphere receive my note that it is fire arth and pads to Elizar. 15p. 37. Segway, fying the lower serve of his inspication. Maim, not yet letumlar. L thinks and means some sort of wool. But this lost to he very spiniginuco. Eshin waters above AML, the waters below the Firum. Prepares Contafim with a teller norming of Blay the Slick builds the VD and penalty on ID conning the 5. Tab, delivery or messin was mistin ok Kobingen, 8M, 241. Acceptic sentence referring to the farmisters the 10 region of the MLM. Show, soul, that the world line laminated by the sun. And Hall, who at not to, and God, Amish blondidite of Phil's Therap. Aber, Anglag, Linitusi. Vin, this is a thank you. John the Ascetic, 21. Yahya proclaims in the nights. Johann, on the night's evenings. Yahya proclaims in the nights and speaks, stand not I here alone. I go to and fro. Where is a prophet equal to me? Who makes proclamation equal to my proclamations, and who doth discourse with my wondrous voice? When Yahya thus spake, the 2 women weep. Mirai and Anishbai weep, and for both tears flow. They say, we will go hence, and do thou stay here, see that thou dost not bring in slow stumble. I will go hence, and do thou stay here, see that thou dost not bring me to stumble. 1. E will go hence, and do thou stay here, see that thou dost not fill me with sorrow. Then Yahya opened his mouth and snake to Anishai in Jerusalem. Is there any who could take my place in the height? Is there any who could take my place in the height, so that thou mayest pay for me ransom? If thou canst pay for me ransom, then bring thy jewels and ransom me. If thou canst pay for me, Mom, then bring day pearls and ransom me. If thou must pay for me ransom, then bring thy gold, and ransom me. Thereon Inishal opened her mouth and spake to Yahya in Jerusalem, who is thy Kowal in Judea, who is thy equal in Jerusalem, that I should look on Bin and forget thee, who is my equal, that thou shouldst look on him and forget me. Before my voice and the voice of my proclamations, the Toreb disappeared in Jerusalem. Before the voice of my discourse, the readers read no more in Jerusalem. The wantons cease from their lewdness, and the women go not forth to the hither to me come the brides in their wreaths, and their tears flow down to the earth. The child in the womb of his mother heard my voice, and did weep. The merchants trade not in Judea. One Muriel is the personification of the best Mandaean immunity among Cleju. She is presumably not to be astounded in any way with Miriam, the mottlier of Tin Mathadin's Messiah, who is called Miriam, Wat Miriel, in 80, but this squires further investigation. Riches, jowls, pearls, and gold are presumably the figures of spiritual. And the fishers fish not in Jerusalem. The women of Ismet dress not in dresses of color. The brides wear no gold, and the ladies no jewels. Women and men look no more at their face in a mirror. Before my voice and the voice of my proclamations, the water rose up to the pillars. Because of my voice and the voice of my proclamations, the fish brought to me their greetings. Before my voice and the voice of my proclamations, the birds made obeisance and said, Well for thou, and again well for thee, Yebiz, and well for the man whom thou dost worship. Thou hast set thyself free and won thy release, Yahya, and left the world empty. The women have not led thee away with their feudness, and their words have not made thee distracted. Through sweet savours, Ani since the last not forgotten thy Lord from thy mind. Thou hast not made thyself drunken with wine, and bastono no dreads of impiety. No backsliding ba seized on thee in Jerusalem. Thou hast set thyself free, and won thy release, and set up thy throne for thee in life's house. And life is Victorians. Op Judgment. Day 25. Yahlia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the night's evenings. Yahya proclaims and speaks, Ye nobles who lie there, ye ladies, who will not awaken. Ye who lie there, what will you do on the day of the judgment? When the sun stripes off the body on judgment day, what will you do? Othon distracted, jumbled up world in ruin. Thy men die, and thy false scriptures are closed. Where is Adam, the first man, who was here head of the... Plus the merchants, nul shares in all probability, mean the Sion, as in Bug Finlier of Souls piece. To Eminem, wear white robes. Of the temple, EP, the Messenius spiritual untoporing of Liklat. Daffy John, heard on D, prophecies fertly in the previo fadiatori Icena of the Osquat Semi, 181. Mad P. Astrenticate bores and becakes a great wide food. I tore away nil to itself and our self against the temple. The whole ode is meat instructive in this compoetica, and though de general move it or all taxfear to the John nor. 1500 for Tesfasirian, Adel Hirindemans, the palace, Maelter, Thad Hididorus, are the faithful. Khan too, where is Hawa, Eve, Biz wife, out of whom the world was awakened to life? Where is Shit, Il, Seth, son of Adam, aunt of whom worlds and eons arose? Where is Ram and Bad, who belong to the age of the sword? Where are Shurbai and Sharhab, Ol, who belong to the age of the fire? Where is Isbumberna, Shem, son of Noah, who belonged to the age of the flood? All have departed and have not returned and taken their spate as guardians in this world. The last day is like a feast today, for which the worlds and the Mons are waiting. The planets are like fatted oxen who stand there for the day of the slaughter. The children of this world are like fat cases who stand in the markets for sale. But as for my friends who pay homage to life, their sins and migressions will be forgiven them. And life is Victorians. The letter of truth, 26. The introductory formula and beginning of this piece are missing from the MSS. Yabana is apparently speaking. I take no delight in the one. I take undelight in all of the worlds. I take no delight in the res. Lie the letter of truth which has come hither. They took the letter and put it in the land of the Jews. Tibul, L frequently retains this as a proper name. E.g., EU tho tibui, and alterantes it with the common noun weld. Wishler love is a distinction to the original I do not know. Items to be shiply, we lieb, tobal, work, earth. Where L has tibul, I silmil render I by Uriswald. Che, manic marriage, fisa parable. Ulanib, tsiu. 41. My oxen and my matlings are killed came to the marriage feast. Kushina is the Gensasi term for the Rollipus ideat of Lamal. It is elastic in mine, and cannot be translated by a mingled dog. This riginems to have beo trash, hyperol perta onda, ep. Ilavalin aslan sal Vedic rita, de religion. By thank you east and falit te j b 16. Kustila istem. It is to be noted that in Avestan literature aspi fem is the engsuli information Ephrosita, forno, chastity, riches, ep. Ian and Christi fem of religions, wisdom. Equal to GS1, MLN. Daila, Zoroastrian Civilization, New York, 1923, 45, 51, 77, 81, with eloquent recurrency at the latter. Symbol in me, N, the serious hires of the soul, pearl, which bore base same mainstream of the way of the bob of glory, echoes the grossus Sirius, vol ex Latasoa, 1905, presumably the heavenly tuons. These open it, rend in it, and so that it does not contain what they would, that it does not contain what it al wills. They took die letter, sad put in the joint of Yoland. Tuke, Rab Yohim, say they to him. Truth's better, which has come here to thee from thy father. Yalans opened it and read it, and saw in it a wondrous writing. He opened it and read in it, and became full of life. This is, says he, what I would, and this done my soul will. Yabana has left his body. Gist brothers make proclamations. His futures pointain auto him on the on Mount Carmel. Though took the loiter and brait to Mount Carmel. They read out of the letter to them and explained to them the writing, to Yakif and Beni, Amin and Shumel. Assemble o Mount Carmel. What follows is presumably the beginning of the letter. Gnosis of life, who is far from the height, writes, I have come unto thee, O soul, whom Taph has sent into this world. In robes of the 8 went into the world. I went in the vesture of life and came into the world. The vesture I brought of the 7, I went as far as the 8. The restore of the 7 I took and took hold of the 8 with my hand. I have life or porns rather. She and eld sexipically to refer to Sune Gnostic scripture prior to John. C. Atmos concludo, at time, refers to the divan, iini, nightly. Mekti, then parfest in two pusid love by the Kuta, La, or Asi Brad Mapbal is Dentin Wool. The story of Blijah always come to on a red mopt. Lash immunities of senso toped ile rust bid continuously thoroplex rect. You went to me, komise to find lilialili, valu. The gaming Conan, its spot long, CAC to be bull for the days. Jew, who the Zivo his parsu fajavam a call deal may buy, outled blushy billion in his life at the Susia the Pidling was visited. 18, Bevenly mergers. The broken who had Julie lift to Billy, plainly, Samuel. Mastahai, the M, Ravier, 29 Sierra Leonean Leones. Far from the height B, Jesse Kelly, a stranger, in the weld, the higher upload. I conjecture, Terifis, Taithi, is a mom ancient. The John Nomis land, depressed bit, and the 7 and 12 to the future, P.E. Randmori of a Cyrese legat, and the T-Pi. Taken them, and I take them, and I will take them, and not let them go. I have taken them, and hold them fast, and the wicked spirits shall change into good. Wherefore do ye weep, generations? Wherefore weep ye, O peoples? Wherefore fadeth your splendor? For you have I brought my image, I betook myself into the world. And life is victorious. John's invulnerability. 27. Yuhi proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights evenings. Yahya proclaims in the nights and speaks, Is there anyone greater than I? They measure my works, by wages assayed and my crown, and my praise brings me on high in peace. Yakif leaves the house of the people, Beni Amin leaves the temple, Elizar, the great house, leaves the dome of the priests. The priestess spake unto Yahya in Jerusalem, Yelixa, no forth from our city. Before thy voice quaked the house of the people. At the sound of thy proclamations the temple did quake. At the sound of thy discourse quaked the priest's dome. Thereon Yahya answered the priests in Jerusalem, Bring fix and bind Eminem. Bring sword and hew me in Peores. But the priests in Jerusalem answered to Yahya, Fire does not burn thee, O Yahya, for Tolfo's name has been entered. Or the sword does not hew thee in pieces, O Yahya, for life's sun rests here upon thee. And life is victorious. John and the baptism of Jesus, so Valaya proclaims in the nights, Yalana on the nights, evenings, Yahya proclaiming in the nights, glory rises over the worlds. Who told Yeshu, Iaba? Who told Yeshu Mezish, son of Miriam? Who told Yeshu, so that he went to the shore of the Jordan and said, Anto Yahya, Yahya, baptize me with thy baptizing and utter or meal so, the name thy want is to uiter. Show myself as thy pup, I will remember thee then in my writing. Clearly gnosis of life, the Son of God and Father of John. I attest not myself as thy pupil, then wipe out my name from thy page. Thereon Yahi answered Yeshu Messiah in Jerusalem, Thont, hast lied to the Jews and deceived the priests. Thon bast cut off their seed from the men and from the women bearing and being pregnant. The Sabbath, which Moses made hinding, hast thou relaxed in Jermelem. Thou hast lied unto them with horns, and spread abroad disgrace with the shofar. Thereon Yeshu Messiah answered Yahya in Jerusalem, I have lied to the Jews, may the blazing fire consume me. It have deceived the priests, a double death will I die. If I have cut off their seed from the men, may I not cross o'er the end sea. If I have ent off from the women hearth and being pregnant, then is in sooth a judge missed up before me. Ill I have relaxed the Sabbath, mine the blazing fire. Consume me. If I have lied to the Jews, I will tread on thorns and thistles. If I have spread disgospel with burn, blowing, may my eyes then not light on Abathur. So baptize me then with thy baptizing, and utter o'er I me the name thy wont is to utter. If I show myself as thy pupil, I will remember thee then in my writing. If I slitast mut myself to thy pupil, then wipe out my name from thy page. Then spook Yahya to Yeshin Messiah in Jerusalem. A temerer becomes not a scholar, a blind man writes no letter. A isolate house mounts not to the height, and a widow becomes not a virgin. Foul water becomes not tasty, and a stone does not with oil soften. Thereon Yeshua Messiah made answer to Yabia in Jerusalem. A stammerer scholar comes, a blind man writes a letter. A desolate house mounts onto the height, and a widow becomes virgin. Full water becomes tasty, and a stone with oil softens. Thereon spake Phalri unto Yesu Messiah in Jerusalem. If this makes it cam, that the strict observant of Sabbath Sunday by the M was not taken over from the Christumus, when Brant suppose. C.P. Tak Doshua ben Perachin Jesus story in the Talmud B 10th. Phosis replied to Gisli, Timgate, Kedu don Oji toll with well thing to the 100 milliseconds dit brug. Paul strict communicatium. Mund, DDL 20 DC, Pepid 1482. The man will the sales avestan instan, who weighs and a bad deeds of the deprited, B. Jelly, meaning minuman read ma. Thou givest me illustration for this. Thou art, really, a wise Messiah. Thereon Yoshin Messiah made answer to Yahya in Jerusalem. A stammerer scholar becomes, a child who comes from the bearer, blooms and grows big. Through wages and alms becomes on high, he comes on high through wages and alms, and ascends and behold the light's region. A blind man who writes a letter, a villain who has become virtuous. He abandoned wantonness and abandoned theft and reached unto faith in almighty life. A desolate house who ascends again to the height one of Positino, who has become Laminbiel. He quitted his Polaris, Emil quitted his pride, and built a house on the seashore. A house he built on the seashore, and into it opened 2 doors, so that he might bring in unto him whoever lay down there in Miss Airy. To him he opened the door and took him within to himself. If he would eat, he laid for him a table with truth. If he would drink, he mixed farbim, wine, ups with teeth. If B would lie down, he spread a bed for him in trow. I.B. would depart, he led him forth on the way of trib. He led him forth on the way of truth and of faith. And then he ascends and beholds the light's region. A widow who a virgin becouses. A woman who already in youth has been widowed. She kept her shame closed and sat there till her children were around. She passes over. Her face does not pallow in her husband's presence. Foul water that is made tasty. A girl wanton who has got back her honor. She went up a hamlet, and she went down a hamlet without taking her veil from her face. A stone with oil softens a hero who has come down tran the mountain. He abandoned magic ani sorcery, and made, presumably, bore spiritual children, messing God. Links that by Sandig Dieptis in met a Zealance Vantel who comes down from the mountains to join the hands who live in the plains. This woos to me entirely mistaken. The Z and M lived as Eunice as on mounts. In every probability, it means to mount of Tra Cluis, on which the Exe Maibli to Pong against the Raitians. The 7 are the hands of all the false religion for a mostat of as the Sony Mimet of trailerwork in Ba, Tranmen, was my lagan near, round fragments and Babylonian mystery, play and the pain quest Jiao. 1922, P1, Confession to Almighty Life. He found a fatherless and filled IDM full and testful the widow's pockets. Therefore, Api, nay, with thy baptizing and utter, o'er me the noom thy wont is to utter. If I show myself as thy pupil, I will remember thee in my writing. If I attest myself as thy pupil, then wipe on my name from thy page. Thou wilt, for thy sina be led to account, and I for my sins will be hailed. To account. When Yes Messiah said this, there came a letter out of the house of Abathur Yahi, baptize the deceiver in Jordan. Lead him down into the Jordan and baptize him, and lead him up, again to the shore, and then set him. Then R&D male herself, like to a dose, and threw a cross over the Jordan. A cross be throw over the Jordan, and made its water to change into various columns. O Jordan, she says, Than, sanctifiest me, and Thion, sanctifiest my 7 sons. Then follows what, from its animate version on Christian institutions and especially on the use of the crucifix, is plainly a later addition. Ruba is apparently still speaking. She is the mother of all heresies. The Jordan in which Messiah Paulus was baptized have, I made inlay a trough. The bread which Messiah Paulus receives, the lower spirit, the tuis, world, mother, slip the lit that shom on Jul al right baptizing of tea, in gating for the Hebrews Tadian, biviao, budit of dormi, also patio theatralibi, gloss. This follows antimistily, the Gospel of 1171, disen. Tacy gassed upon a fan, and Beaver was Gerdinet with waif clerk, Lapson Levy's thal were Ellingrease. In the A rule, still in Vinhauer's act by Aplusad to see waftit. About this AWS, which bidi tat on vili tradi lomse tuangelea pembeler. 145, Tids and OD 21. Osis NG, used in the baptismus, Eli. Will undi of a miser of boys wand. The C, in this GM mill, and the forever thich, Autrope rays of light. The Joasim in white, for the MMM. Though various colors, see quifi forests. Ilon at Uzin stands for pen. Das as we, awivalenta iron. Willy, bull. Wording deserves. Hensedor me, man. Samply devor, revend, have I made into a sacrament. The drink which Messiah Pauli, knives, have I made into a supper. The headband which Messiah Paulus receives, have I made into a priest hood. Stall which Messiah Palus receives, have I made into a dong. Sticked. Gnosis of Life Speaks, EP, 529. Let me warn you, Addy brothers, let me warn you, my beloved, let me warn you, toy brothers, against the who are like unto the cross. They lay it on the walls, then stand there and how, down to the block. Let me warn you, my brothers, of the God which the carpenter has joinered together. If the carpenter lost joinered together the God, who then has joinered together the carpenter? Praised be Typh, and life is victorious. For those who are not familiar with the atmosphere of bitter inner and outer theological strife of the times, it is as well. To note that the last 2 pieces are in the form of haupatic controversy between the followers of John and Jesus respectively. John's marriage, section 81. Yahya proclaims in the nights. Johann on the nights evenings. Yahya proclaims in the nights and speaks, the heavenly wheels and chariots quaked. Sun and moon weep, and Ephem Gin of Ban shed tears. He says, Yahi, thou art like to a sorched mountain, which brings forth no grapes in this world. Thou art like to a dried up stream, on whose banks no plants enroosed. Thou hast become a land without a lord, a humps without worth. A false. The original suggests a head covering we should invo exported crozier. Is there word to play in all these E9? The celestial affairs, the world mother spirit. Who is not clear, perhaps Geosis of life, the Seer Savior. Prophet tinst thou become, who hast left no one to remember thy name, who will movido thee with provision, who with victuals, and who will follow to the grave after thee when Yahya listened in a tear gathered in his eye. A tear in his eye in third, and he spake, It would be plenant to take a wife, and delightful for me to bathe children. But only if I like no woman and then come sleep, destro for her sains me and one neglect my night. Prayer. If only desire does not waken me, and I forget my Lord out of my mind. If only desire does not waken me, and I neglect my prayer every time. When Yahya said this, there came a letter from the house of Abathur. Yahya, take a wife and found a family, and see that thou dost not let this world come to an end. On the night of Monday and on the night of Tuesday go to thy first bedding. On the night of Wednesday and on the night of Thursday devote thyself to be hallowed praying. On the night of Friday and on the night of Saturday go to thy first bedding. On the night of Sunday and, yes, on the night of the day devote thyself to thy hallowed praying. On Sunday take 3, and leave 3, take 3, and leave trees. See that then dast not let the world come to an end. Thereon they fashioned for Yabid a wife out of thee. Thou, region of the faithful from the flesh conception, were Hamdan and Sharath born, Phaoi. The middle conception were Biram and Rimethaye born. From the last conception were Rambab, Sam, Anamir, Ziu, and Shanrath born. Those 3 conceptions took place in thee, then ruins, Jerusalem. Yahya opened his mouth and spake to Anbar in Jerusalem. That is, after the marriage ceremony. This is unexpanind. Lejevsky thinks it means 3 batlas, but move bly, Yogains divey hours for sleep, and 3 hours for prayer, and the again gated, pably the divine powers, that is, busy sibiful to trath. It to the M, abode of the Blaise, Malan, bushy. So this, the personified mother of sight win of Yali Talswear, mostly names of heavenly beings, and are in part to be paralleled with a chief Eve, Hune the Feed, Ten, Handabuno. Shares may be Shar, who is else we call build and festvis, why beam a themed times a theon fruits and matches ontails Belisher F of the yards, E and Grelly Mollus the great blue. Law struck thy daughter, that she may not perish, and I will enlighten my sons and tench them, that they may not be hindered thereon. Anhar opened her mouth and spoke to Yali. In Jerusalem, I have borne sons in this world, said she to him, yet have I not given birth to their heart in the world. If they let themselves be instructed, then will they ascend to light's region. If they let not themselves be instructed, then will the blazing fire consume them. John on his own passing, 31 Conti D. Yahya opened his mouth and spake to Anhar in Jerusalem. I leave the world, tell me, what wilt thou do after me? I will not eat and will not drink, she answered him, until I see thee again. A tie bast thou spoken, Anhar, and thy word bas, come forth in deception. If a day comes and a day goes, then eatest and drinkest and forgettest me out of thy mind. I, a scale, thee rather, by great tafe and by the eve of the day whose name is dear. If I leave the world, tell me, what wilt thou do after me? Will not wash and I will not comb me, says she to him, until I see thee gain. Again hast thou spoken a Leo, and thy word bas come forth in deception. If a month comes and month goes, thou washest and combest thee, and forgettest me, aunt of thy mind. Again did I ask Line, Anlar, by the first bed in which we both lie, if I leave my body, tell me, what wilt thou do after me? I will put on no new garments. She answers him, until I see thee again. Again hast thou spoken, exiled 9, and Hai the living, or light R in the celeste, or liturges the in, room Hai WB mentioner. He is Tele beloved, one of the tones Suna, El or alternately of salvation. Nan is elsewhere. And Ziwa, that is Hadian. Inki is regarded as the great Wala, Parma, fashioner. Sarah is a Klelsali S. Tim. Living Vald Afk 0, R 818, 12 Fatuer God sta anazitent is OMP. The mid possibly remind us of this Xanamin Amica. A Anbar is low hero called Hedrion Light, and Terumumens Lilig on Shetherav Way. Q-action with Li Laxus or Uela, the oat glement of Eli. E held in power, Mentionil Lai epiplanes, the Opi admit of the Ellas in the heriological falls to Baya Komakoyo with Famhain Kolima be my DJ, 2005. Of Win, concerning the book of Elsa Elio 100 Suldeds Shorty, 1912. The sets for wood and herbip. Ad Shamek is irradiantly a domlet. Spiritual actor, 65. Fis, Anhar, and thy word has come forth in deception. If a year comes and a year goes, thou puttest new garments on thee and forgettest me aunt of thy mind. Why dost thou not tell me all, Yali? Says she to him, and bowserely thou braises the whole of my body, then dost depart. When wilt thou return, that my eyes may tell upon thin? If a woman in Lebone descends into Sheol, and a hell is hung up for her in the graveyard, if they paint a picture in Sheol, and she then goes forth, and they give a feast in the Veyard, if a bride parades round in Shreddle, and they celebrate maining in the raveyard, if the wedding, companions borrow in Schwal, and the paying to back takes place in the graveyard, then answered she him, my lord, how shall it be that a woman in labor? And so on, repeating the above. If thou knowest, he makes answer unto her, that this does never happen, why dost thou press me with asking, when ost thou return? I go once and return not. Happy the day when thou dost still see tuck. If Lev were a going away and retning, then would no widow be found in this world. If there were a going away and returning, then would no fatherless be found in the world. If there were a going to away and returning, then no Nazarimas would be found in the world. Thereon Anhar opened her mouth and spake to Yavin and Jernalin. I will buy thee for dear gold a bleak grave, and have a boxing of wood joinered together for thee in the graveyard. But Yabia opened his mouth and spake to Anhar in Jerusalem. Why wilt thou buy a brick grave for dear gold, and have a boxing of wood joinered for me in the graveyard? Ari, sure that I am. That is, it was the popular custom apparently, which, however, the Mandaeans not all, when a woman win labor, ring a ball wend u induin, ep. Egypt istina, and a picture yo pintaral, at with a simber park parpas perial. D. The birth, beer. Te, a given. I was ALW the case, who bride and groomy WW poor for Augs friends to borrow Mumi or Gubail for the expenses of L wedding, Fedentis, T. Preface. Oh, translate this as vault, but besses to moto misei moning, and but soon face Al his own note. Blaurula admita, then the word imply. Both referemies seem to refer to Egyptian motives in burial custo. For veterinarily interesting duction to be made icom is antin of the following my an ion with a string PLM appended there. P68 N4. Returning that thou dost say, no dust shall fall on him. Instead of buying a brick grave for dear gold, go rather and share unt for me bread. Instead of getting a boxing joiner together, go rather and read for nigh masses for the departed. Therum Anbar opened her mouth and spake to Valia in Jerusalem. Thou dost go henko and forget me, and one slull be ent off in the sinner's dwelling. Ro Yahya answered her, if I forget thee, may the light dwelling forget me. If I forget thee, may my eyes not fall on Abathor. If I ascend to life's house, thy wailing will arise in the graveyard. Praised be life, and life is victorious. John's birth, upbringing, and first appearance, 82. Yahya proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the night's evenings. Yahya proclaims in the nights and speaks, the heavenly wheels and chariots quaked, earth and heaven weep, and the tears of the clouds flow down. My father, says Yahya, was 90 and my mother 80 old. Out of the basin of Jonian they took me. They bore me up and lad me in the womel of Enishibai. 9 months, said Lay, thou shalt stay in her womb, as do all other children. No wise woman, said he, brought me into the world in Jadway, and they have not out my cord in Jerusalem. They made for me no picture at lies, and for me hang no hell of deceit. I was born from Enishbai in the region of Jerusalem. The region of Jerusalem quakes, and the wall of the priests rocks. Eleazar, the great house, stands there, and his body trembles. The Jews gather together, come unto old father Zacharias, and they speak to him. O old father Zachariah, thon arb and have a son. Tell us now, what name shall we give him? Shall we give? That is the dwelling of the 7 rulers, and therefore this Morid. So, the heavenly Sekag, this is perhaps to guard against docetism. Fresobiz, equal to aid with 1. Sun above, 31. P, 45 per minute dollar. Him for name Yugif of wisdom, that he may teach the book in Jerusalem, or stall we give him for name Zatan the pillar, so that the Jews may swear by him and commit no dacoit. When Enishai heard this, she cried out, and she said, of all these names which you main, will I not give him one, but the name Yabi Johanna will I give Beer, the name which life's self is given unto him. When the Jews heard this, they were filled with wicked anger against her, and said, what weapon shall we make ready for? A certain one and his mother, that he be alain by our hand. When Enosh, the treasurer, heard this, he took the child, and brought Parwan, the white mountain, to Mount Parwan, on which sucklings and little ones on holy drink are reared up. There I remained until I was 22 years old. I learned there the whole of my wisdom, and made fully my own the Zatan Esti, a Eucene found also in section 35. P67 plus Yestomantimes in the Talmud referred to simply as a certain one that Enoch, a frequently occurring gemendera by Mandaan, D, which the pening has not yet food. Ta conta, it mutilated. Obra uma lisarili reaches wezi, and may very well unstand for the notion of tasme. It might even convey the iden, and lose. GK, pleramen, but this is hazardous the dialty, with tres is at the sus also to elem tekas latrem toi trisen hate of litu, ape. 59. Foes seem to equate with angel bus again tolshan foreterm for in a while and heavenly or spiral beg, mete or name, and therefore the fee signifies the bevenly or spittle rock. See Els Ilsertation, Ire und Mutaku, in Wonestalische Studien Todoxke Sebsixtes Geburtstag, 12 Mars, 1 Geword, G, 1, pp. 77 zu 686. Sigh with the save myrest of killing and the removal of the child, the sex of the Emosants, and the Tina to Egypt massives of T.W. Palletchild, the little skiware lonal friendly in Mohatan for the initiates of the unity. The W.W. drink the web of the old. Doubt the buck to the Mandi Parwan is mentioned only this passage I may, however, be a clent for an occasionally mentioned 18 made of Londonly the Pars Tarman, or is it M. Camel? The Munchers Bees and 29 seem to belong in some system UT my pifology. At Gematru na the cabitats after Warian, called hashtag C 838 val of the name of Christ is lay schedule at the mystic, though with esitata tens, 180, 100 RPMs per UN sum or wider plauses of actantly on desesperant digits. Utal caris les compreyen. It is Fanto B and 1111 38 VOR in Elul P. That apology, whole of my discourse. They clothed me with vestures of glory, and voiled me with cloud veils. They wound round me a girdle of illiving water, a girdle which shone beyond measure and glistened. They set me within a cloud of splendor, and in the 7th hour of a Sunday, they brought me to the Jerusalem region. Then cried a voice in Judea, a crying penalamed in Jerusalem. They call out, what woman had a son, who then was stolen? What woman has made for him a vow and been heedless about it? What woman had a son who was stolen? Let her come and see after her son. Who told Batai, who instructed Batai, who told Batai to go and say to Enishbai, a youth has come to Judea, a prophet come to Jerusalem. A youth has come to Judea, his guardian angel stands by him. His month is like thee, and his lips like all his father, old father Zacharias. His eyes are like thee, and his brows like his father, old father Zachariah. His nose and his hands like his father, old father Zachariah. Like tea. When Enshai heard this, she harried out veil. Less, when old father Zacharias saw her thus, he wrote her a bill of divorcement. The sun down, murmured from heaven, and the moon from its place mid the stars. The sun opened his month and spake to old father Zacharias in Jerusalem. Old father Zacharias, then great dotard, who has grown old and lost his wits like an Arab whom Bizkismet har forsaken. A youth has come to Judea, a prophet come to Jerusalem. A youth has come to Jude's. Why dost thou send Benishbai sway? When the youth saw her alone, he set himself free, and all down Dom the cloud. He set himself free, and fell down from the cloud, and kissed the mouth of Enisheba. When Enoshi, the treasure, saw him do this, he spake unto Yahya in Jerusalem. Stands it for them, Ridiam, in thy book? Is it dealured unto thee? This is a reference to the heavenly eland surround, 5 grams. Enoch dwells in a cloud, and from Iowater fashions the body in which be appears upon earth or elsewhere in man form. This spiritual girdle is symbolized by Thu spared coral of 10 shreds, EP, the Fashikan Sequite, composed of 72 steels and 1 3 times roll the banli, and ale the Brahmaniac sacred thriel, presumably before his birth and perhaps duty-unting him to God, a Nazir. This phrase is most probably a late interpolation. On thy page, to kiss her alone. On the mouth. Thereon answered Yahya and Sunku Ubo Anosh, the treasure, in Jerusalem, 9 months I al in her womb, so long as all other children. Abide there, without any reluctance on her part. Therefore is it woe charge mince me now to kiss her alone, on the mouth. Nay, hail and salad to the man who repays father and mother in fall. A man who recompenses inther and mother, has not his like in the world. When Yahya said this, Anosh, the treasure, knew that Yabis is wise. Thereon Anosh, the treasure, spake to the son in Jerusalem, take for me care of the youth, the man, who is sent by the king. Take for me care of the Yonel, until we ask for him. Then Arash, thy treasure, spake to the moon in Jerusalem. Take to me care of the youth, the man, who is sent by the king. Took for me care of the youth, until we ask for him. Life is exalted and is victorious is the man who has come hither. John's answer to Jesus concerning the angel of death, section 88. Yahya proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the night's evenings. Yahya proclaims and speaks, stand I not alone? Bints of my voice the heavenly, wheels Kunak and the chariot capsize. The tempest became silent and settled down in the world's deserts. Sun and moon wail, and earth and heaven mourn. Messiah opened his month and spake to Yebi in Jerusalem. Up, Patsophia P 115, MEND 3 P97, where Jones is made to say to loose airtime. Also, Mary, last revived form with is in Harbo, the great mother. Coding to other, and low to receive likeness, weak, the vind light, andig to fight, and on thy ache darkness bath arisen. And moreover, of they did come forth the meal body in wine essa, which are purified and unend. 120 millions B, plus 3 ARs. My mother, Sionling to better, T in win. A Mary speaking 138 millions, 10 borough, truth in together. Mary thy mother, and Elizabeth, Eller of Jolo, whom line, grace then is to power of Sabin winch one forib out of me, winch boo, again, trash the band, the Pows and Elsbeth, which is John, who did come, and ice proclamation convertime the way, of Erith winch art, we hath male proclamation before the, I ask thee, Yalia, by great life, and by Sunday, whose name is dear, asted 3 Valia, by the way, whereby men of Rieti put to the test go without benolrance. Tell me, to what lat the shape of Sanriol's knife like? Tell me, if the soul leaves the body, with what is it slothed, and to what is it like for she vain body? Surely the soul is not possibly like the blood, that it ahod become bested in the body and come to a stop in 17. Surely the soul is not possibly like the wind, that it should care to the mountains, be lost there and come to a stop? Surely The soul is not possibly like the dew, that it should fall on the fruit and be lost. When Messiah said this, Yahya cries aloud, tears come to him without ceasing, and he speaks, God forbid that the high king of light should look for a lot in deceivers. The soul is not like the blood, that it should become heated in the body and come to a stop. The soul is not like the dew, that it should fall on the fruit and be lost. The soul is not like the wind, that it should fare to the mountains and come to a stop. Finally develops alas the soul been brought into the vain body. If the soul has kept herself perfect, she ascends in a garment of glory, when he, dollar, Soriel's knife consists of 3 flames. Drives her the soul to Baston, so as to bear her away, he late loose the 3 flames against her. One he lets loose against B in the evening, the other at cockle crows, the third lets he loose gainst bear at the coming forth of the rays. If the CRE begins to be fierce, the soul slips out of the feet and the knees. Out of the feet and the knees slips she, and draws nigh to the hips. Thew leaves she the hips, reaches the heart, and socks to keep there her ground. Then falls she into the breast, and it squeezes. The eyes, the face, and the lips of the man twitch, and the tongue twists hither and thither. Then Soriel sits on the eyebrows, besight, and speaks to her, Goliath's soul, why dost thou still watch over the body? Then says she to him, Thou wilt hate me, Soriel, on't at the body. First show me my restare, and slotho me therewith, then hale me out, and hence bring me. First bring me the angel of death, as with the Jews, CP, the Illa, sword or soimitas of Mizophite dragon in Origen's reply to Celsus. CP, thick flaming sword of the Hebrew fuera of the paradise myth. Thy works and thy wage makes he answer to her. Then will I show thee thy vesture and clothe thee. I mew not. Sariel says thee in him, that my time is came, and they then send quickly for me, far doing good works, so dat drog magis being me, my vestire, and clothic me therewith. Nautilus he made answer unto her, Has no one yet died before thee, and have they not yet carried forth anyone to the graveyard? Thereon she says to him, Through the power of Lim who has died before me, and through the power of him whom they have carried forth to the Graxiel, the women who wept van hither and thither, and the men who wailed can hither and thither, as long as the body lay there before them. When the Sony leaves the body, fu go forth to the graveyard. The women who wept ran hither and Shuttler, the men who wailed ran hither and thither, and they man hither and thither Irving, until they lowered it into the pit. When they bad fewed the vain body, and covered it over, say, with curth, then the women cows from their denth wail. They filled up the pit, and the men went away. In haste left they the body in grave, and went away. They took hold of cup, and ate bread, and forgot the vain body. Now, in ton wilt, Sanriel, let me stay here still 2 days. Then will one deal a whole of my goods, and show on't among my sons, and will take my vesture with me, the robe that ascends to light's region. Nathalis Soriel returned answer unto her, Is there a child that has left the womb of its mother, and that they shall have brought back again into its mother, that I should leave thee in the wicked one's dwelling, so that thou mayest see after a sharing among thy sons? I will lead thee thence and put the robe of darkness upon Thiel, for that thou hast not let thyself be warm in this world, and hast not loved thy way to light region. Therefore shalt thou be put in ward in the house of the wicked, till heaven and earth pass away. And praised be life. Here something seems to have fallen on't the following recital of Ali Sol de Burial, which has Bila place. Unplaced, it may possibly mean 2 female and 2 male professional nurses. See the 7 Bailers. Ill the story of the breach with Judaism. Mibiel is expelled from Jewry. 34. In the name of great life, may hallowed light be glorified. Mirkset M1, of the kings of Babel, a daughter of Jerusalem's mighty rulers. They have given me birth. The priests brought me up. In the fold of their robe, they carried me up into the dark house, into the temple. Adonai laid a charge on my hands and on my 2 arms. One must scour and cleanse the house that LA, without firminess. There is naught therein for supporting the poor, nanate to revive the tormented souls. My father went to the house of the people. My mother went to the temple. My father went out and said to me, and my mother went out and charged me, Miriai, close thy inner doors and bolt the bar. Send that thou guest not forth into the main streets, and that the sons of my Lord fall not upon thee. But one, Miriai, listened not to what my mother did tell me, and hearkened not with the ear to what my father did charge me. I opened the inner doors, and the outer let one stand open. Out went I into the main streets, and the sons of my Lord fell upon me. To the house of the people would I not go, but my way bore me unto the temple fac of the Mandaeans. I went, and I found my brothers and sisters, how they stand in Erie on proclamations. My brothers carry on proclamations, and my sisters throw out explanations. With the voice of their proclamations and with the voice of their explanations, I became drowsy and laid me down on the spot. My brothers went forth and did not wake me, and my sisters withdrew and roused me not. But then, my sister, in truth, dost rouse me from sleep, and dost say, Arise, arise, Mirai, before the day breaks and the cock lets crow his morn. Null, before the sun shines and his glory rises over the Abai, AMA, for Jerusalem. Presumably Adonal Emlod is below, the king of light, and later on her lord is Onwis of life. Up, the prophesyings and interpretation of Excli Christendom, and the glollily of the Carliest Pauline communities. Bonentenst presumably, Alevizi, 08. Worlds, before the priests and the priests, sons go forth and sit Eli dawn in the shade of the burns Jerusalem, before thy father comes and brings upset upon thee such as thou never bas bad. I, Miriel, keep secret my prayers, and utterly secret keep my discourses. Early, day beran to dawn. Early, the cork lelaro his call, earsing sun shone, and iris salary rose over the worlds. The priests and priests' sons went out and sat them down in the shade of the ruins, Jerusalem. Then came my bodily father, and brought on me met whose I never lave had. He sail, where has come train, thondeha, head trough, wham. Loxenbeva cannot keep inge. Where but thou cons from we unto thee, thon bitchin hout, who seven mindest not doors and lockings? Where hast thou come from? We, woe, unto Thiel, thou bit of coarse staff that has been patched on my robe. I am a debauched trough, I will burst thy boltings, and Lars, am a life in beat, I will draw back the pins and the lockings. If I am a bit of coarse stuff that has been patched on thy mobe, then out of thy robe out and rip me. Thereon he cried, Come, look on Miriai. Weo has left Jerry and gone to make love with her lord. Come leak on Miriui, who Finn's left off colored miment and gone to make lave Will Lee lord. She forsook gold and silver and went to make love with her low. She foscocked the phylacteries and went to make love with the man with the head hand. Then Miriai males answer unto hum, Far lies it from me to love him whom I have hated. Friss it from me to hate him, whom I inveigh loved. Nay, far from me lies it to hate my lord, the life's gnosis, who is for me in the world a support. A support is, be in the world for me, and a helper in the light's region. Dost in the mouth of the Jews, ashes in the mouth of all of the prikatamax the dung, that is unte feet of the horses. On me, on the high ones and Jerusalem's mighty rulers. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who los come lither. Totif, Abid Fallen. CP, the pure bring B. PP 30 and 000. A variant of the above from the Oxford Ms. L. 8. JB. PP 122 a doce. In the name of great life, may hallowed light be glorified. A T. The door of the house of the people her mother came upon Miai. Her mother came upon Mirgai and put question to her, Whence comest thou, my daughter Miriel, whose face gathers Moses? Roses gallows thy face, and of sleep fill thy eyes full. Full of sleep are thy eyes, and anon the beforehead lies slumber. Thereon she made answer, 16 is 2, lay day to day that my brothers sat down in the house of any father. In my father's house sat down my brothers, and let wonderful proclamation be heard. Because of the voice and the ringing of the proclamation of the treasures, my brothers, there comes no sleepy over my eyes. Sleep comes not over my eyes, nor slumber upon my forehead. Hast thou not heard, Miriel, my daughter, what the Jews are saying about thee? The Jews are saying, Thy daughter Bas fallen in love with a man. She has gotten hate against Jewry and love for Nazareanity. Hate lins she gotten against the house of the people and lave for the door of the temple. C of the MMM. Hate has she gotten against the phylacteries and love for the danting wreaths. Work does she on Sabbath. On Sinani she keeps her mod still. Miriai has est aside straightway the law that the seven have laid upon. As Miriel stands there, she put dust on her feet and speaks, dust in the mouth of the Jews and ashes in the mouth of all of the priests. May the dung that lies miler the horses come on the elders who are in Jerusalem. I cannot hate him, whose love I have won, nor love him, gainst whom I have gotten hate. Yea, I have won the love of my Lord, he life's gnosis, and hope and in him a helper will for me arise, a helper and a support from the region of darkness Autolites region. Thou hast won the victory, gnosis of life, and helped all thy friends to victory, and life is violations. The exiled community settle on the Butamates, 395. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. Minyai am, a vine, a tree, who stands at the mouth of En Freights, Frashel. The tree's leaves air precious stones, the breeze front pearls. The vine, trustfulling his glory, its chance missions among the trees, its scent it diffuses, and it aprons over all the wassids. The birds of the Ere scented it, our flock settled down one. A flash on it down. Bill, and they would build their nose lev, they flower sant in it, and settle not down in it firmly, or its foliage they eat. From its inner part they drink wine. They eat what is not to be ensery, and dunk what was not wine. While the birds sat on the vine, winds and tempests broke foos. They took the gold binlets awake. They see newt gaim at the type on all sides. They semilered the leaves of the vine tree, and seared the birds out of their place. Many a bird there was who flew not away, but held on last with claws and with wings, till dot winds and the tempests were over. Stand were hurried away. Many again hied away unto Ose, who did not hold fast, but were lashed from the trendiest off. How fair is the tree of life, unfail the birds who dwell on it. The winds and the tempests passed, and rest came over the world. As the land sit there and chip and would be a bellowing their ties as the birds sit on the vine, an eagle wheeled and new hither, a white angle. Bird came, looked down and caught sight of the lords. Round wheeled he, set down on them with biz wings, and Caney and Sal in consents, Will enjoined the birds, and said to him, Iti thy lofe, eagle on this tree wore we hinds without samuels, but the Nike loose egritos than the winds, and on the tree came raging tempests. They shook them off from lac tree, so that they loved their wings from them nearly, many none. Bel lat whom the winds and tempests could not tear away, but many a one flew all at top speed. We speak to thee therefore. The whole description is intentionally symbolic or allegorical, the white inesli gnosis of life. O eagle, we ask thee respecting the birds, because thou art sharp of sight and dost see all in this world, what have the winds and the tempests done with those birds, our brothers? What spreet thou out? Over them? Then made he answer unto them, You had better not to have known, my brothers, what has become of those birds. Slingshots drove them far from me. Their wings broke, torn off were they. Broken off, they went hence and relied on the bird catchers. The hurrier and hawk wheeled round them, torn pieces out of their flesh, and fed on those who were fat. Woe to those who fell prey to the water, if there was no portion for them at the crossing. Well for you, ye birds, who hold fast to this vine, her, you became a companionship of Mirai, the vine, who stands at the month of Euphrates. See and satisfy yourselves, yo birds, that I have come to you. I have come to my brothers to be a support for them in this world. I have come to heal Mirai, come to bring water to the good beloved planta, to the vines who stand at the mouth of Euphrates. In a white pail I draw water and bring it to my plants. One bear and I hold fit on the arms of glory, which are my own. I bear and I hold it and give them to drink. Well, for him who has drunk of my water, he drinks, finds healing and confirmation, and grows to double bis stature. The vines who drank water brought forth good fernit. Their teeves turned on high and made a brave show. The brancha, which dot no water, brought forth bitter herbs and wormwood. Woe to those who have not gone forward, open the way. Woe to those who have not passed on by the way. Stone they hated, life's treasure house. Mirai, the dear truth. My bother, hold fast, be a companionship Almarisi. I will look round in the world, let life's call sound forth, and rouse the sleeping and wake them. The eagle flew off from the tree. He wheeled round and instructed his friends. Ellie speaks to them. Give ear to me, my... Primably, the sev prilly the end. Sent wit for pariki, the m color per excellence. The water is, of course, the living whales or water ute life. Detrestri, sight, az, treasure or treasury of light. Fomini personification. El ple, where the mother of all the light king, she is par el. Jers, stay fast and endure perseration. Be a companionship to Miraiwo to the Jews, who were a persecution from Mirvaiwu to Elixar, the Grest House, blue pillar that props like temple one to Zaitan, Shipile, who has witnessed less against Mirial. The June persecute the Mandaeans, 886 Conti. Allah the Jews gathered together, the touchers, the great and the little they came together, and spake of Mirai. She unaway from the priests, fell in love with a man, and they twink hold of each other's hands. Hold of each other's hands they took, went forth and settled at the month of Euphrates. We will SL then and make Miriel scorned in Jerusalem. A stake will we net nigh for the man who has ruined Miriaital, led her away. There shall be no day in the world when a stranger enters Jernim. They split open their fellings and catch the doves in Jerusalem. They beg them to return, 85% Conti. At the Jews gathered together and followed, after Mirai. They went, and Fumudafilon was set up for Mirgai on the bank of Ingrates. A white standard was for her untereld, and a book stood upright on her lap. She reads in the books of truth, and comes all worlds from their sleep. She holds in her hand the shut of Liro's water. The girdle is bound round the loin Mirai, in humbleness praise and prolums, with one misvez the sheaves gather out of the sow. The birds from the mouth of Enplavates they come to hear Miriage's voice, and no more long to lie down asleep. They breathe in the sweet scent, axle her, and forget the world. G. Megliotu as unexplained. N. The land. Ep. Pose on 16 March. Fagater of the Tad Silon $18. Chemis estatal Jesus, this stoned aged. On HOD 100B 40.70, 1700, it was the Iden for thinly at the Aming Gidan altar, or Berdembu, be exposed on a stallo or pool. Go the 4. Leif is in end the strange, to the world, per Elonis war hitterly persecubed. The falling langdorings of the marrying imprisonment of the doves refer to T, type of the found, CP, LY of Tile Aries in the Symptomen, and Alan the Jom Jahi, date, word, play. S of all minds see the new hearers of the oath. 68. When the Jews saw this, they stood up before her. They fell shamed, doubled their fists, smote on the forecourt of their breast, and lamented. The mother of Miriai spake, and tears streamed into her bosom. Look on me, Miriai, my daughter, says she unto her. Look on me, who on thy mother. My daughter art thou, and the daughter of all of the priests. Thy head is the great chief of the temple. Rememberest thou not, Miriai, that the Torah lay on thy lap? Thou didst open it, read therein, and knewest what stands in it. The enter keys lay in thy hands, and the inner thou didst put in chains. All the priests and priests' sons came and kissed thy band. For whom thou wouldst, thou didst open the door. Whom thou wouldst not must turn and go back to his scent. 1,000 stand there, and 2,000 sit there. They submit themselves to thee as a anunch, made slave, and they give ear to thy word in Jerusalem. Why didst thou forget thy brothers, and thy heart abandon the priests? Lo, the brides weep in Judea, the women and men in Jerusalem. Their beloved gold have they cast from them, and they give themselves up to wailing and mourning for Tho. They say, we will make away with our goods until Mael returns. Gold forge we no longer, and cast away fair raiments of silk and bracelets. 2. They stand on the roofs and look out that they may see thee again in Jerusalem. For thee they make vows, if thou comest to me, and we go hence, my daughter. Arise, come back to thy dwelling. Place the sills, Jerusalem. Come, light up thy lamps, which have been put out from the day when thou withdrewest thyself. Have no longing after this man, who has prisoned thee and taken thee of. Leave. Prismambly kept hidden, or made conditions concerning their revelation. Compare with the above eloquent invitation to return the similar motive in the Talmud Jean stories. 1. When Sig Jamal directed the destruction of the Habis. To Joshua hen Persol and lost in week to Alexandras. When security returned, B. Simeon Henshoch sent him letter to its etit. From me, Jerusalem the holy city, to thee. Alexandria in Egypt, Ray Sictor. My spons Lares in he, Amidwell dosalai Senkedrum, 10th, St. 17. 2. The inhabitaulo of Geralded to Apollas Jesus ben Tabi as Nasi, prince or presicle of the Sanhedrin, Jerusalem. He led Mud went away to Alexia. The inhabitants of Decipiat wrote, Ram Jamalexa the Great to Alexandria the Litale. How long lives my Bisogu Obdi? Wub, I am sting grieving in Pal, Chaiga DJ, LP, 117 hashtag, 149 FF. For session of the tables, paisibly in any way comment will the about piece. 13. Kes my can. The Portu, the pun, who is not of this dwelling, place, alone by himself in the work. Let him not say, I have gone and carried off Mirren from her place. Cow, 10 of the children, so that they may in. Lay the tom you thy lap, and let me hear thy voice as it used to la, from the moment and the day when thou didst detach the dough. Has it been covered up? When Miriabi said this from her mother, she laughed and rejoiced in her mind. Idly could not be the Jews, says she to her, the infamous, worthless priesta. It surely would not be the Jews who stand there and bow down to a brick. Gruva they shall be buried in the darkness. Go, go, says she unto them, ye fools, reabortious. So who were know of the world? I am no woman who is stripped for wantoning, and it is not that I have fallen in love with a mo stepped any I not for returning to you and for again seeing you. Doming of blasphemy. Go, go hence from me, ye he who have witnessed falsehood and lying against me ye wit. Clady, in Ekat leg flat Amanda was originally not Jewish. Habcock the priests, alas of the dough. CP, love. V, 21. Of the entel your dough, nigh, Rome seal, ye shall offer up a ele for a leave affering. Langtine L4, referring the AB0824 Talon mange, where these beving love is unined a jedly besot pabrik. Bat and worshipped it gain profers to renter the WO would hear as volt simply. The Talmud puzzle list never boon solve, but the passage of the Shuv Ibphi eons when, and Stromely are an Egyptian PL Opwow Jeepney, Wise Pap 171, 172, Heba ang ilan tradit of the Sio Seth Solecida, Uneg towo taps of Mand, me of Buick and the Fat, and on each engraved slim discoveries. This passage in Fetu Mawata's Ait Work Sale, a chancery of war suis Englizations, Ivanlil Sefer the Rebbe Emethinyach a Thrin, Great Hermes 1. Q minus 147, the these will be 14 fratis I would want to. Taimia charge and Judy of leaving Ausgi litu bevit is reflay the OR term Buick. Bat, or tricking coding, to manage tradictin the meat and at lore of the priests of the period of these therms, befav the food was present in the rec pimic, the pythonales, wheat otomally tombs. Tunt's son is in the addition, is bear out by the following text. They shall be mined in the dre, my scented gassel spares, apperingly in Mary. The Klaijinsi itit tekexial for the axipibistic alamat. Wow, Will, for the most interesting ekabuin the NTEP. Fad's future analah of it appeared mubame. Also, abortion of when you built this is presumably ironical, who thonglin that ye were ent of the nested wantonness and thieving, and held me up as ye are yourselves. Blessed be the man who freed me from my fetters, and planted my fest here. No wantonnese have I committed with him, had attempted no theft in the world. Instead of the witness ye have witnessed against me, there came to me prayer and praise, giving. As the priests stand there and speak with Miriel at the month of Euphrates, there came a pure eagle, bird, whose wings are the fullness of worlds. He flew down on the Jews, dashed at them with his wings, bound them, and sank them down into the water's bottom, deeper down than the foul-smelling mud. He sunk them deeper down than the blazing water that is inside the dark water. He sank their ships down to the blazing water's bottom. He destroyed the temple and laid fire to Jerusalem. He brought downfall upon them, and in Jerusalem slew the disciples. He descended unto her, Miriai, folded before her his wings, settled down by her, narrated and proclaimed to her, and they held out the loved hand of truth to each other. He embraced her in potent embracing, forced her down and set her on the lion. Miriai, he speaks to her, with favor look upon me, remember me in the life's presence. I am thy good messenger, the man who gives ear to thy discourse. I beseech thee for the high truth, the truth which the Jordans have chosen. O good treasure, she makes answer to him, Trees whom life bast sent. Thy glory and thy light has risen upon us, and thy humor is approved in light's region. Everyone who gives me to by voice will be in the pure region included. In life's trenchery will he be included, and thy rays will rise over him twofold. For everyone who gives not dur to thy voice, waking in sleep will be wiped out. To the shares and all of the priests, the sons of the harlot, I and Thon will circle aloft and violorious thount to light's region. Ah, let him belong to the Jews. May life be our pledge, and life is victorious. That is, prestably, till the whole of the worlds in their SP, the MMM, evidently believed that the destruction of Jerusalem was a retrobation. Foe, the PES section of their Corony. Third, some typical extracts. Under the first two headings, readers have been made acquainted with all those pieces from the Man. John book that can be held to have in any sense a history intention. To these are now added a few extracts of such specimens of the rest of the contents as do not require a commentary. We will begin with the Fisher of Souls tractate from the John book. It seems to me to throw great light on the symbolic phrase of the Gospels, indeed to give it a background, and not to be explained in reverse order as the Mandaean expansion of an isolated Christian expression. The Fibber of Souls saga, 136 to 39, in the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A fisher am I, a fisher who elect is among shares. A fisher am I who among the fishers is chosen, the head of all catchers of fish. I know the shallows of the waters, the inner and the... I fathom. I come to the net grounds, to the shallows in all fishing spots, and search the mesh in the dark all over. My boat is not eat off from the others, and I shall know lay stopped in the night. I see the fish in, on, the dike. I pressed forward on the was with a... that was not of iron. 1 covered, 9, the... which was for as an obstruction. Aside did I push the swimmers. This section is the most difficult of all to translate owing to the abdunentuthus fistipiterma, in spite of marvellous philological, alti and wide flying inquiries. L has been unable to doubt a sub of W. S. Be faithful, who hinder light's way. Shula the fish 8, on my head set up a, in whose the fisher trideni which I have in my hand, is instead a morgna select, staff of pure water, at whose sight tremble the fishers. I sit in a boat of glory, and come into this world, Tibble, of the meeting. I come to the water's surface, thither to the surface of the water I drew, and I drew to the crossing surface. I come in slow, steady course. The water by any bone is not ruled, and no sound of my boat is heard. Before me stands Hibel, Abel. At my side, Shittel, Seth, of sweet name, is to be seen. Close by me, close in front of me, Anish, Anoel, sits and proclaims. They say, O Father, good fisher, hallow, O fisher of lovable name. Close by me, close near my boat, I hear the uproar of the fishers, the lishers who eat fish, and their stench rushes on ain. The uproar of the fishers, and the uproar of their mongers who revile and curse one another. Everyone accuses the other. The buyer says to the fisher, Take back thy fish. They are stinking already, and no one wants to buy them off of me. Thou makest the catch far out at sea, so that loss falls on the buyer. Thereon spunks the fisher and makes the man his customer. Here a curse on thee, a curse on thy buyers, a curse on thy bell, a cause on thy boat for not filling up. Thou hast brought no salt and sprinkled it over thy fish which then boughtest, so that the fish of thy boat will not be stinking, and thou canst sell for hard cash. Next, hast thou no meal and no dates brought, no salt, hast Thon brought. If then Thon comest with empty hands, one who is of fair favor has no dealing with thee. Go, go, thou godless, follow. Buy not from us to do business with thy fraudulent scales. Thon boldest them down to buy at false weight, then, in selling, keepest them up with thy elbow, and gettest 10 for 5. Now does thy buying flee away, and thy buyer, and is as though it never had been. Thou dost complain of the of men, and dost cherish no noble thought. Last the high sex glosses this as meaning that they are not river fish. Barthea seems to me mumio inseri, as my Renderleague suggests, used apparently by the fish seller for advertising his water. When the Kio fisher, the island of the race of the living, the highest of all catchers of Heb, heard this, he said to him, Antal, bring me any lund me the Simbra, shall one may make a call some forth into the mush, that I may warn the fish of the depths, and scare away the foul-smelling birds. That Perini, after my fish, I will catch the great Sedina, and tear off his wings on the spot. I will take from bin and will blow into my scoobra. A true scoob is it, so that the water may not mix with pitch. When the fishers houred the call, their heart fell down from its stay. One calls to the other and speaks to him, Go into thy inner ground, for there is the call of the fisher who eats no fish. His voice is not like that of a fisher, his agambra not like our subra. His voice is not like our voice, his discourse not like to this world. But the fishers stand there, they seek not shelter in their inner ground. As the sharers stand there and are thinking it over, the fisher came swiftly upon them. He opened the cast net. Divided he cast them bound into the... He tied them up with knots. They speak to him, Free us from our bonds, so that thy fish may not leap up to our boat. We catch not those who name thy name. When the fishers thus spake to me, I smote them with a club made AF iron. I hound their traders on the shore, which lends not 7. I roped them with ropes of bast, and broke up their ships. I burnt up the whole of their netting, and the which holda the nets together. I threw chains round them, and I wrung them up aft on my ship's stern. I made them take an oath, took from them their mystery, in order that lies may not catch the good fish, that they may not steal them from me. Stick them on a cane, hang them up, cut them in pieces, and throw them into baskets, with laurel and aloe. Flavors are laid low and cannot rise up. They... The nets. And they no longer stab the share trident into the Jordan. They do not ease of Jamil stand not in Sivivor lands. Evidently a wind, instement of sound. Presumably a water bead. 8. To dry in the sun. 74. And make not their catch in the shallows. They cast not the cast, net therein, and take not. And aloe. I spake to those who eat of the fish whose name is eel. They eat the eel and the which stands upright on its 4 feet. They eat I bound them in the marshes of deception, and they were caught and were tied up. Water from the Uni. They drink not and know not the way to the Kshash river. I bound them fast in their shigs and threw out my ropes to the good ones. To them I speak, draw your hoat up here, so that it rans not into the dike. As the chief of the fish catchers thus spake, the fishers made answer unto him and said, Blessed be Thon, O fisher, and blessed be thy boat and thy bark. How fair is thy cast net, how fair the yarn that is in it. Fair is thy cord and thy lacing, Thon, who art not like the fishers of this world. On thy meshes are no shell, lish, and thy trident catches no fish. Whence hast thou come hither? Tell us. We will be thy hired servants. We will bake and stir about broth and bring it before thee. Eat, and the crumbs which fall from thy hand, these will we eat, and therewith be filled. But I made answer unto them, O ye flayers, who lap up your filth, no flayer am I who fishes for fish, and I was not formed for an eater of filth. A fisher am I of souls, who bear witness to life. A poor fisher am I, who calls to the souls, collects them together, and gives them instruction. He calls to them, and bids them come and gather together unto him. He says unto them, If ye come, ye shall be saved from the foul, smelling bird's eye. Will save my friends, bring them on high, and in my ship make them stand upright. I will clothe them with vestures of glory, and with precious light will enwrap them. I will put a crown of ether upon them, and what else for them the greatness erects on their head. Then sit they on thrones, and in precious light do they glisten. I hear the thither, and raise them aloft, but ye seven shall stay here behind. The portion of filth and of filthy. K is the infernal viver, which ye sonals have to cross after Doash. Its waters are figured as dragons, and his waves as Scorpius. 51. Ulal is also S river. It is in any way connected with the Ulzus from Waqs, the kings of Persia, are fabled to have drunk. The sense is hard to land. It is probably an infernal stream. At any rate, one from which the evil fishers drank. Dellings shall be your portion. On the day when the light ascends, the darkness will return to I region. I and my disciples will ascend and behold the light's region. Life is exalted, Nail is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The light, ship of the fisher. 7. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A fisher am I of great light. A fisher am I of the mighty. A fisher am I of great light, an envoy whom life has sent. It Fife spake unto me, Go, catch fish who do not eat filth, fish who do not eat water, fonel and reek not of foul smelling fennel. They do not come nigh to devour bad dates and get caught in the nets of the marsh. Life knotted for me noose, and built for me a ship that fades not, a ship whose wings are of glory, that sails along as in flight, and from it the wings will not be torn of. 'Tis a well-furnished ship, and sails on in the heart of the heaven. Its rapes are ropes of glory, and a modder of truth is there to it. Sunday takes hold of the pole, life's sun sees the rudder, they draw thither to the Shekinahs, and dispense light among the treasures. Thrones in them, AC. The Shekinahs they set up, and long drawn out come the Jordans upon them. On the bow are set lanes, that in the wildest of tempests are ant put out. All sloop that sight man, make obeisance submissively to me. Submissively they make me obeisance, and come to show their devotion unto me. In the bows stands the fisher, and delivers wondrous discourses. There are lamps there, whose weeks shift not hither and thither, and A is not by him. He wears no rena of deception, and with white robes is he clad. He calls to the fish of the sea, and speaks to them. Give heel to yourselves in the world. Beware of the foul-smelling birds who are above you. If you give heed to yourselves, my brothers, I will for you. 76. He a succoner, succor and a support out of the regions of darkness unto Lot's region. Life is exalted, and is victorious. And victorious is the man who has come hither. The good fisher reacts the overtures of the evil ones and overwhelms then. 88. In the name of great life may hallowed light he glorified. Thur fisher clad him with vestures of glory, and an axe hang from his shoulder. And commotion of mischief, and a bell is not on the handle. When the fishers caught sight of the fisher, they came and gathered around him. Thou art, say they unto him, a fisher, thou who hast caught no fish of the marsh. Thou hast not seen thee in which the fish gather. We will make Thon familiar with the fishers. Be our great partner and take a share as we do. Grant us a share in thy ship, and take thou a share in our ship. A bargain. Take from us as partner, and grant Na a share in thy ship. Grant us a share, and we will give Fling a share in what we possess. Join thy ship with ours, and clothe thee in black as we do, so that if thou holdest thy lantern on high, thou mayst find something, that the fish may not see thy glory in thy ship, may take in fish. If thou dost give ear to us, thou shalt catch fish, throw them into thy ship, and do business. If thou givest no ear to our discourse, thou shalt eat salt, but if thou doest our works, thou shalt eat oil and honey. Thou stirrest a broth, thou illest a bowl, and sharest it with all of the fishers. We appoint thee as lead over all of us. The fishers gather together beside thee. The first follow behind thee, they will be thy slaves. And Idiu takes 3 share of what falls to our share. Our father shall be thy servant, and we will call ourselves thy bondsmen. Our mother shall sit on thy conch. Uncertain, Pive and Estes of Baghdad intornosel. That now, A de Bell is attached to the rudder her, Batlier it seems to have some with the T. And nets, she slimmel to this mid-servant, and knit for the vatans of all kinds. Show shall space out the dots of Adur, and put the lead sinkers into the meshes, which are then more heavy than all of the world. She shall divide the water by menus of the yarns, and when the fish run into them, they shall be stopped. Then they know not the way that they weak, and have no wat to turn back to their way. Like walls that collapse, they, the netta, come and fall on the good. Let the fish rise, nor turn their face to the boulders. Them sink deep under the mud, and shut them into. They collect them into heaps, and shake them out. There is their A, into which the, of the, They do not. They make of the fish dash and are stopped. On the wattlework is set up between two machines. Nets are laid down and which are filled with bad dates as bait, which cause them to null death. Woe to the fish who is blinded by them, whose eye sees not the light. Wise are the fish who know them. They pass by all of the baits. The others repair thither, and the netta will be for them there a lodging. 1 of 1,000 sees it, and of 2,002 see it. It's closed, and a bell is hung on its side. Door, a bell in mischief, and catches the whole of the world. Water mingled with fennel of death. Woe to the fish who fall into them. That is forged there, is the pegs. When the fisher heard this, he stamped on the bows of the ship. The fisher stamped on the ships of the fishers lie in the shallows, close crowded together, tied up together like bundles of wheat, and cannot rise up. The reeds swish, and the fish of the sea lie over the fishers. They snarl in the march, and the water rings them round in its arrow. Then, shrilling, he spake with his voice. He discoursed with Iris voice and climb, and spake to the catchers of fish. Off from me! I'll jest so as to seek the spamming places, or in order to hide themselves. The Eurus gap which have to bolt wing timonetinity of cessation roll her hove timigible, the coming plan are presently an allegory of the attack of false Aurelius, and can lixedly be shoot to be purrs of the speech of the fishers. Freely the waves MD by the foundering slips Ranelli the I am no fisher, they are not caught. Fish do not eat of deception, they, the, that shall fall on the ye foul, smelling fishers, ye fishers who mix poison. Begone, begone, catch fish, who leet. Your own filth, down with you to your, and go to the end of the crossing. Who catches fulsh, and my fish are tested. By the hook with bad dates, a mess which they fall not into the nets that are colored, and turn not to the lamps of the lie. They sink not down through the mud of the water, and go not after the nets, divide not the water good. If the fishers cast o'er them the east net, they tear asunder the net and set themselves 5. There will be no day in this world on which the fishers catch my fish. There will be no day in this world on which the dove loves the ravens. Accursed ye foul, smelling birds, and accursed your nest, so that it may not be filled. Woe to your father Surma, whose lead is in the reeds. Woe to thee, hungry Safna, whose wings do not dry in this world. Woe to thee, foul-smelling Sadya, thon who cowst the fish and sighest for them. He shrieks and cries billowy when he strikes for the fish and misses them. Woe to thee, Arbana, thon who haulest the fish out of the deeps. Well for him who frees himself from the talons of those who catch fish. Well for him who frees himself from the men who are watchers of this world. Begone, begone with you, ye planets, be of your own houses a portion. Water does not mix with pitch, and the light is not reckoned as darkness. The perfect one's partner cannot be called your partner. The good sing, cannot belong to the wicked, PL, nor the bad to the good. Your ship cannot be tied up with mine, nor your ring be laid on my ring. There is the head of all of you. Count yourselves unto his realm, father, stay stuck in the black water. Your mother, who nets and heavy double machines, have I beaten with the staff of living, water, and smashed a hole in her head. I lead on my friends, raise them on high in my ship, and guide them past all the tax gatherers. I guide them through the passage of outrage. The Madanu color is white. This your crass. In the M texts, 146:12, this is given as Sidme. L thinks it is a waterfowl of some kind. Prosumality, because it is always diving after its prey. Say, the 779. The region where the fishes are taken, I make them escape the aiders. But ye will come to an end in your dwellings, and my friends of the truth will find a place in Leifslikma. Photo the height will I bear them on thrones, surrounded with standards of glory. The 7 are vanquished, and the stranger, man stay victorious. The man of piety pub to the test was victorious, and helped the whole of his race unto victory. Life is ignited, and is victorious. And victorious is the man who has come lither. The final submission of the evil fishers, 30. To the name of great Leif may hallowed light be glorified. 'Tis the voice of the pure fisher, who calls and instructs the fish of the sea in the shallows. He speaks to them. Raise your up on the surface of the water, stand upright, then will your force he double as great. Guard yourselves from the fishers who catch the fish in heat on the Jordan. Shilmai and Needhai erse them, and they depart and settle themselves down behind me a mile off. The fish curse their casting net, their place in... When the fisher thus spake, warning all of the fish. When the fisher his voice heard, they came up and gathered around him. They put themselves forward to ask of Liam questions, and knew not whemy he came. Where wast then, fisher? They ask him. That we heard not thy voice in the marsh, thy ship is not like our ship, and thy ship is not tarred over with pitch, and thou art not like the fishers of the world. The fishers see him, become scarlet for shame, and remain standing in their places. They say to him, "Whence comes it?" So, to frighten the fish into tight Nata the Jordan watchers, that thou dost fish without finding. Thy ship is not like our ship, it shines by night like the sun. Thy ship is perfected in aether, and wondrous standards are unfurled above it. Our ship sails along in the water, but thy ship between the waters. Our reeds' rods grumble at one another and break into pieces. Among them is the fish, tatent of wrath, on which end are not thy, O fisher, is such that, when the fish see it, they take themselves off. We have not yet seen any fishers which are like unto thee. The wind wafts thy ship on, the mast for the fisher, and a rudder that on thy castiel is no cord, and round it there are no gleams in the water shallows, they bathe not laid. In it, which are a cunning derico against the flaw of thee, thou keepest by yarn and hast no elapper and no batchet. Thy yarn, equal to net, fishes not in the water, and is not colored for entaying fish. When the fishers thus snake, the fisher made answer unto them, Have done, yo fishers and fishers' sons, off, get you gone from me. Off, go up to your village, the ruins, Jerusalem. Ask about me of your father, who knows me. Ask of your mother, who is my male servant. Say to him, There is a fisher in the boat, in which are four. There is a rudder, and it stands in redemptions. There, and a mast they lay waste the land of Jerusalem. When they heard this from the fisher who has come hither, and understood, they spake to him, Have compassion, forbearance, and mercy on us, and forgive us our sins and transgressions. We are thy slaves. Show thyself indulgent towards 18. We will look after thy fish, that none of them fails. We will be the servants of thy disciples, who name thy name in truth. We will continue to look after all who name thy name. Life is exalted, and is victorious is the man who is came filler. Other pieces set forth such figures as those of the rate of some kind, presumably, detailing probably the remaining two of the four objects referred to, heavenly plough awed of the sowers. But perhaps the most interesting is the saga of the Good Shepherd. Here again, it is difficult to believe that it was derived from Christian sources. It seems to be as independent us, the fisher of souls figure. The discourse runs as follows. The Good Shepherd, 11. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A shepherd I who loves his sheep and lambs. One watch over, bound my neck I carry. The sheep from the hamlet stray not. I carry them not to the seashore, that they see not the wheel of the water, may not be afraid of the water, and if they are thirsty, may not drink of the water. I hear them away from the A, and water them with the eng of my hand, until may have drunken their fill. I bring them unto the good fold, and they feed by my side. From the month of Euphrates, from the mouth of Euphrates the radiant, things of marvelous goodness I fought them. I brought them myrtle, white sesame brought them bright standards. Now I cleansed them, and washed them, and made them to smell the sweet odor of life. I put round them a girdle, at sight of which the wolves mowl. No wool leaps into our fold, and of the feline need they be alarmed. Of the tempest blade need not he frightened, and no thief can break in upon us. A thief breaks not into their fold, and of a knife they need not be anshen. When my sheep were quietly hid down, and my head lay there on the threshold, a writ was rent in the height, and thunderdill thander belund me. The clouds seized hold one of another. The viller weight of Leodeste Sud destination as POS, so the inn set water, the ling water or motes of life, equating with the heavenly Ji Ali, imbolic objects in the Sulf 8. Ili Kusife of exteril of the angel of Destal, and unchained were the raging tempests. Rain poured down in sheets, and hail that smites elephants low, hail that shatters the mountains. And the tempests unchained themselves an hour. Seas burst forth, they flooded the whole of the world. There, under the water, no one escaped. Once he sank from the height as into gulf. The water swept off everyone who had no wings or no feet. He speeds on, and knows not he speeds. Le goes, Anil knows not he goes. Thereupon I sprang up, and I entered the fold to bear my sheep forth from their place. I saw my eyes full. I saw the sea. I saw the fierce, raging tempest. I saw the storm clouds that send forth no friendly greeting the one to the other. 10. Lion's End, times 10,000 dragons are in each single cloud. I weep for my sheep, and my sheep weep for them. Selves, the little lambs are lamenting, who cannot come out of the fold's door. When then I entered the house, I mounted up to the highest place in it, and I call to my sheeps, to the sheep in my cure do I call. I pipe to them, I get them to hear, so that they come unto me. To them I pipe on my pipe, and beat on my tabor, leading them to the water. I call to them, my little sheep, come, rise up at my call. Come, rise at my call, then will you escape the cloud. Dragons, come, come unto me. I am a shepherd whose boat is soon coming. My boat of glory is coming, and I come with it, and bring my sheep and lamba in aboard it. Everyone who gives ear to my call and heed gives unto my voice, and who turns his gaze unto me, of him take I hold with my hands, and bring lamb unto me in board my boat. But every lamb, male and female, that suffered himself to be cant, the water, whirl carried away, thin greedy. Water did swallow. Whoever gave no ear to my call sank under. To the highest part of the vessel I went, the lows stand up with the bow post. I say, how woeful am I for my sheep who, this may mean as a certain period, or appointed time. Faithful are figured as hinda, as well as sheep, an untranslatable idioma. Tsi, of this world. Tlat is, the living water. This is congenturai, became of the mid-Havinak under, the water. Whirl sunk them away from my receb, the swirling whirl of the water. How, eaved S&M for the M&Ms, whose dees on their sides boss danced them down into the deep. How grieved am I for the lambkins whose bellies have not yet been led full of milk. Of 1,000, ain removed. Of a wide generation, I found again 2. Happy is he who stood apophel in the water, and in whose to water has entered. Happy the great rams who have stumped with Ugir fent. Bepi is he who les escaped from the 7 and 12, the sheep stealers. Happy is he who has not couched down, has not lain down, has not loved to sleep deeply. Happy is he who in this defective sea of Bizalam has stayed whole. Happy are they who array themselves from the snaces of Ruha, the mother world spirit, from the lith and the shame and the bondage that have no end. My chosen, whoever shall live at the end of this age of Nirig Mars, for him let his own conscience be a support. He will come and mount up to the radiant dwelling, to the region whose sun never sets, and whose light lamps never darken. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The loving shepherds of the good shepherd. 12. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A treasure calls from without hither, and speaks, come, be for me a loving shepherd, and watch me 1,000 ost of 10,000. So then will I be a loving shepherd for thee, and watch thee 1,000 out of 10,000. But how fall is the world of vileness, and sown full of thorns and of thistles? Cain, be for me a loving shepherd, and watch me 1,000. Lidzbarski. In this refers to the Muslim period where we full the parallel fensonge of Birhat, which I also but busbut, is lustly a karaga lokas of Baal Zebul, and thus the relates all the more general. Bils, 2, aunt of 10,000. I will bring thee then sandals of glory, with them canst thou tread down the thorns and the locks earth and heaven decay. But the sandals of glory deezy not. Sun and moon decay, but the sandals of glory decay not. The stair and heaven's zodiacal circle decay, but the sandals of glory decay not. The 4 winds of the world. House Denny, but the sandals of glory. Donne M.N. Fruits and grapes and trees decay, bit. The sandals of glory decay not. All that is made and engendered decays, but the sandals of glory decay not. So then be for me, loving shepherd, and watch me 1,000 out of 10,000. I will then be a loving shepherd for thee, and watch thee 1,000 out of 10,000. But if a lion comes and carries off one, how am I to retrieve him? If a thief come and steals one's sway, bow am I to retrieve him. If one falls into the fire and is burnt, how am I to retrieve him? If one falls into the water and drowns, how am I to retrieve him? If one stays behind in the pen, how am I to retrieve him? Natheless, come therefore he for me a loving shepherd, and watch me 1,000 out of 10,000. If a lion comas, and eries off one, let him go his way, and fall a prey to the lion. Let him go his way, and fall a prey to the lion, in that he bows himself down to the sun. If a wolf comes and eries off one, let him go his way, and fall a prey to the wolf, in that he bows himself down to the moon. If a thief comes and steals away one, then let Bim go his way, and fall a prey to the thief. Let him go his way, and fall a prey to the thief, in that he bows himself down before Nirig Mars. If one falls into the fire, and is burnt, let him go his way, and fall a prey to the fire. Let him go his way, and fall a prey to the fire, in that he bows himself down to the fire. If one falls into the mud, and stays stuck there, then let him go his way, and fall prey to the mud. Let him go his way, and fall a prey lo the mud, in that he bows himself down to Messiah. If one falls into the water and drowns, then let him go his way, and fall a prey to the ease. Let him go his way, and fall a prey to the sea, in that he bows himself down to the sens. If one stays behind in the pen, let him go his way, and fall a prey to the pen. Demon, let him go. Spirit or Jun, 7. 1. His way, and fall a prey to the Pandomen, in that he bows himself down to the lots. Came, be for me, a loving shepherd, and add 1,000 AUs of 10,000. So will I then be for Theen loving shepherd, and watch these 1,000 out of 10,000. I will watch 1,000 out of 1,000, yea of 10,000 those who adore him. But some of them wander from me. I went up into high mountains and went down into deep valleys. I went and found him where he interrupt nothing. Of each single sheep I took hold with my right hand, and on the sail did I lay him. 1,000 amini, 10,000 bave thee, 8. Wait. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The next piece I have selected treats of the source of all glory and enlightenment, called the treasury of life, that in which all spiritual powers and blessings are stored. The origin of the motive is without doubt the Iranian concept of the Hireno, the divine, and eingly glory. In the Mandaean tradition, it has become highly developed and is frequently personified as a female greatness. Thus, in the Oxford Ms. F. it is spoken of as the mother of all the kings of the light, from whom all worlds have come forth, who separated herself from the fervency of the hidden mysteries. Many roles are assigned to this light of life in the complexities of the celestial odd cosmic dramas, and in the human stage it shines forth as the glory with which the perfected are vestured, and a will-man degraded form of cult is mentional, humming Bath the translator. It is rated to then who how fam before be, here in mockery called Holy Spirit. The show is obscure, especially the pen demon reference. Genevieve Semio, however, seems to be that those who fall away from us man share not to be sestronel by force, but let Gersi, he, Lido. The concluding paragraph runs on Whitmas brush in the orto, being acted to the same spellin, but the subject is clearly pod the ale spirit is different. The good shepherd, now S. Forts, and does at love, is to Perials. Crowned. I have chosen the simplest of the narratives or discourses on the topic. In the still more complex system of the phase of development represented by the Pistis Sophia collection, there is no mention of the treasury of life. But the treasury of light is one of its most important conceptions. The Mandaean tradition conserves the echoes of an earlier phase, for it is, indubitably less overworked. The treasury of life, 57. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. The treasury am I, life's treasury, sumathhaye, the treasury am I, the mighty one's treasury, the treasury am I, life's treasury. A crown was I for the mighty from everlasting. The treasury am I, life's treasury. Ever did I give light to the treasures and to the Shekinahs, and was for adornment to Jordan. For adornment became I to Jordan, who was from everlasting, through whom the treasures give light, great life, made me limpid and lucent, and made me into a vesture. Eli made me into his vesture, which day in and day out sings measureless praise of the treasury am I, life's treasury. To the king of the splendor became I a crown. The treasures shine through my glory and praise my form beyond measure. The treasury am I, life's treasury -1, who as adornment settled down on the king of the splendor, so that he shone to his mind, that he became bright and shining, and his form glittered more than the light, worlds, as I lit. I gave light and enlightenment unto the treasures, and to the Shekinah Zikal and the Uber, the king laid me as yester round Nagab the radiant. Nab the radiant then took me, hrop me, and laid me sa vesture o'er Jordan. As vesture der Jordan he laid me, through whom the treasures shine beyond measure. The treasury am one, Tafe's treasury. The wicked are blind. Tap, N is called the Watelier, who has his station in Ovary region, IA, the great watcher. And see not. I call them unto the light, yet they busy themselves with the darkness. O wicked, I unto them cry, ye who sink down in the darkness, arise and fall not into the deep. I cry unto them, yet the wicked hear not and sink into the great sea of the ending. Therefore was Jordan made a bridge for the treasures, a hedge for the treasures Toscana he, while he cut off the wicked and burled them into the great sea of the ending. The treasury, AMT, life's treasury. A crown I became for life's gnosis. He bestowed on me the rulership over the treasures and the becinalis which are there, Sonder. The treasury am I, life's trinari. Of the light, worlds was I the enlightener. Day in and day out they sing praise to great life, and through me they mount, upward and behold, lie light's region. The treasury am I, life's treasury. Avester for the light worlds became L. The treasury am I, life's treasury. A king for the Nazarenes became I. I became a king for the Nazimans, who through my name find praise and assurance. Praise and assurance they find through my name, and on my name they mount up and behold the light's region. For the men of parity put to the text. For them their eye became full of light. Full of light was their eye, and in their heart life's gnosis took sate. Whoever of toe, life's treasury, makes his investment, loves not gold and silver, loves not gold and possessions, loves not food of the body, and envy with him has no place. Envy found with him no place, and he did not forget his night. Prayer. He forgot not the discourse and writings, and forsook not his Lord's word. Le faranoli, not the prayer of his father, life's gnosis, wherefore into the great bind sea he fails not. He forgot not Sunday, nor did he neglect the day's evening. He forgot not the way of great life, the way of wages and alms. He will be rant away in the night prayer. He will be wrapped away in shining vestures which have come from grass life. Treasuries for him fill up what falls short, and what is empty they load for him fall. If he hears a pure insil, he is coursed with the men of petty G&T to the test who separate themselves from the world in the name of Yawar. Life's one Y is the helper, or Savanar, the Sheltonal or Celestine abode of Yawar. The chosen is the home of the blessed, Opus B, 180 plus 88. Treasury rested upon them. To their form it gave light, and for them a way to great life's house has been established. One Bouvet called with clear voice and directed hereto Ilio disciples, the vine who bears fruit doth ascend, who bears none will here be cut off. Whosoever lets himself be enlightened rough, me and instructed, ascends and beholds the light's region. Whoever does not let himself be enlightened through me and instructed, is cut off and falls into the great end sea. Life is exalted and is victorious. And victorious is the man who has come hither. That the Mandaean religion preserves echoes of a wealth of ancient mythical elements found in Iranian, Babylonian, and Semitic traditions is evident on all hands. A process of syncretism had presumably gone on for generations before an impulse from within caused the blending to assume a distinctively Mandaean form. And when this emerged, the preservation of the memory of the process had no interest for the faith and fell back into the depths of the subconscious. At any rate, the writers or recorders of the tractates throughout seem honestly persuaded of the complete independence of their tradition from every other form of religion. They are forever proclaiming the blessings of loyalty to what they claim to be the original, the one and only, revelation of truth, vouchsafed to the world throughout the ages, and declaring that continued spiritual contact with instructors from on high who mediated this divine wisdom was still possible. They certainly do not give one the idea of being intellectualists consciously at work on a syncretic synthesis of prior material. On the contrary, they seem to live and move in a milieu of prophetical outpourings, and to have been extremely sensitive to psychical impressions, inspirational courses and intuitive interpretations of prophetical utterances seem to have been their delight. The following piece may enable the reader to sense somewhat of the peculiar atmosphere of mystical expectancy in which they sought instruction. The topic is one of the chief points of their questioning the conflict that arose between the light and the darkness in the beginnings and how victory is to be achieved. They were not, of course, absolute dualists, for always and everywhere victory lies, with life everlasting, who transcends not only the darkness but also the light. In the beginning, 18, in the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. To you I say and declare, be chosen and perfect, ye who dwell in the world, become not of the darkness a portion, but lift up your eyes to light's region. From the evil unto the good, separate yourselves out. From the sinful evil of the region of darkness, separate yourselves out. Love and instruct. One Collier, that your sin and your guilt be forgiven yon. See and hear and het you instructed, that ye may second to Tot's region victorious. The good sit there and are in search, and all who are understanding let themselves be instructed. The good speak, take counsel together and say, who will come, who tell me, who will set forth for me, who give me instruction, who will come, who will tell me whether there was one king or two in the beginning. The good speak and let themselves be instructed. 2 kings were there, to natures were fashioned, a king of this world and a king from outside of the worlds. The king of through age girt on a sword and put on a crown of darkness. A crown of darkness he put on his head and took a sword in his right hand. A sword be tool in his right band he stands there and slaughters his sons, and his sons slaughter each other. The king from Oedi of the worlds set a crown of light on his head. A crown of light be set on his head, and looked truth in his right band. Truth in his right hand he took, and stands there and instructs his sons. He stands there and instructs his sons, and his sons instruct one another. Who will come, who tell me what was before this? When the heaven was not yet outspread and stars were not yet in it figured. When the earth was not yet condensed, and into the water no condensation had fallen. When sun and moon came not as yet into this world. How was the soul then? When the soul still sat in the bowl, Ale felt neither hunger nor thirst. When the soul still sat in the bowl, she had no pains and no faults. When the soul still sat in the bowl, she felt no cold and no heat. When she still eat in the bowl, the locks on her forehead were uncurled, and an ether crown sat on her head. Her eyes were light, rays, and they gazed on the region of the house of great Leifel. Her mouth was of Pacel's perfection, and sang the praise of the king of light's region. From the day when the wicked began to think, evil pictured itself forth in him. He fell into great wrath and ventured a fight with the light. The envoy was sent to tread down the power of the rebels. They brought living water, and into the muddy water they poured it. They brought light, giving light, and into the gloomful darkness they cast it. They brought the delightsome wind, and into the frantic wind eased it. They brought the living tire, and into the consuming fire cast it. They brought the soul, che puro mind, and into the vain body cast it. Out of fire unal of water was the one heaven spread out. Out of fire and of water have they made dense the earth on the anvil. Out of fire and of water fruits, grapes and trees did arise. Out of fire and of water was imaged the corporeal atom. They fashioned the envoy, and to be head of the generations. Camp L leaves this technical term untranslated, het in note 4 to P4 sons, that it frequently meses, a wine-anger wine bowl would therefore venture to contest it with the wide spuad no of the boar mixing bowl of souls as handed on for instain, high Plato in the times, presumably from Hitler Asian Suro, one of the istases of the Gorput Hermes 18 called the cup or the bowl, or alternatively the monad. It was not only the sari of souls, has also the mind into which they had to be doused for spiritual baptism or regeneration. Presumably the rays of glory, signifying a state of contemplation, the supedal powers. I can find no explanation of this regionally recurring fine. It indubitably goes back to some anciens myth. They sent him, with heavenly voice he called hence into the worlds, disquiet. At the call of the envoy, Adam, who lay there, awoke. Adam, who lay there, awoke and went forth to meet the envoy. Come in peace, O Uroi, life's messenger, who bast come from the house of Te Father. How armly is planted with all dear, beautiful life in his region. But how meanly, for me, his and T is stool bow set up, and my dark foreign sila on it lamouting. Thereon the envoy made answer and spake to the corporeal Adam. Thy throne has been set up in beauty. O Adam, thy form sits here lamenting. All were mindful of thee for thy good and fashioned, and sent me to thee. I am come, and will give tlus insetin, Adam, and go thee from the world. Give bar and hearken, and get thee instructed, and mount to light's region victorians. Adam gave ear, and bad faith. Hail to him who gives ear after thee, and bas faith. Adam received the truth. Hail to him who receives the truth after lice. Adam looked up full of hope, and ascended, Unil to Bam who ascends after thee. Give ear and hearken, and let yourselves be instructed, ye perfect, and ascend to light's region victorious. And praised Hitei. That the moral instruction given to the Mandaeans is excellent may be seen in almost any piece, but there are distinctive collections of ethical exhortation, of which the following is an example. Exhortations 47. From the light region have one, life's gnosis, come forth from thee, the glorious dwelling. With vestures of glory have I been clad, and a crown of victory, on my bead bus basin cell. I came and found the Nazareans, how they stand on the shore of the Jordan. I set up my throne and sat down, as a father who sicks its midat his sons. Amber of the Gnostic systems of the early Christian period. The bray of the first tout is said to lie like a log till the light spark is breathed. See the Hanvanly powers primably ADM. The good sits there and teaches his sons all truth, in which is no error. My sons, SEO, that you commit no adultery. See that you no theft commit. They who commit adultery and who steal mount not up to life's house. They mount not up to life's house and do not behold light's region. My sons, see that you practice no magal and afflict not the soul in the body. The magicians and falsificators are buried into seething pots, and fire is their judge. My sons, see that yo remove not the boundaries, that the boundary stone you displace not. The eye of those who remove boundaries looks not on the light. My sons, see that you do not abandon the slave to the hands of his master, and the slave girl to the hands of her mistress. Abandon not the weak to the strong. He who acts otherwise will be fettered in a distant region, in the tax-gatherer's house. His eyes behold only the darkness, and his foot finds no firm ground. My sons, see that you take not to wife a slave girl who has not been made free, and thereby bring your sons into the house of a master. For if the slave one day sins, then on the day when his master passes judgment upon him, will the sins which the slave commits fall on the head of his father. My sons, see that you are not hinters, and that your eyes make no suggestions, say. To women, for the hinters and wink-givers will be assigned to the guard stations. To the guard stations will they be assigned, and be judged with stera justice. My sons, see that you eat not up interest and interest on interest, else in the dark mountain will you receive judgment. My sons, sue that you pay no homage to the idols, the satans and demons, to the worship of idols, and to the lasts of this world, for on the godlings and satans will a stern judgment fall, and they who pray to them will not ascend to life's house and not look on light's region. Give hold to what I have charged you, and let no evidence be given of crime, and of lying on evidence of crime and of lying you will be hailed to account for the judge. You will be hailed to the region of the lower world. Rulers, account for the judge who judges all worlds. He judges each one according to his works and his merit. My psalms, all that is hateful to you, do not to your neighbors, for in the world into which you have come is a heavy justice and judgment. Heavy justice and judgment is therein, and every day will minds made secure in it be chosen. For everyone who to Latin mounts upward, but he who is empty is judged here. Woe to the empty, who stands empty there in the house of the collectors of taxes. When he had it in his hand, he gave molting. There will he anarch in his pocket, and he will find nothing. The wicked and liars will be hurled into the darkness. They will into the blazing fire cast. Into the blazing fire will they cast him, into whose ears the call has been made, but he would not give car. I showed it him unto his eye, but he would not see. I showed it him, but he would not see with his eye. Life is victorious, and victorians is the man who has come. Bither, the Mandaeans possess a rich collection of liturgical songs and hymns which Lidzbarski has translated, for the first time in his excellent edition of them. Mandaeans Liturgien, Berlin, 1920. From these 286 hymns, we choose one of the most typical as a specimen, and as perhaps of more than ordinary interest to the general reader who may have puzzled over the unqualified beatitude, Blessed are the poor. It is taken from the Oxford Collection BK, LVI, and may be entitled, The Song of the Poor's Exaltation. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A poor man am I, who comes out of the celestial fruits, a stranger to the world, who comes out of the distance, or one of the poor am el, compare the aeonim or pont of early Christianity, the poor spiritually, are those who have voluntarily rend this world's goods. A poor man sui, to whom great life gave car, a stranger to this world, whom the light treasures made. World, strange, they brought me out of the abode of the good ones. Ali ni, in the wicked ones' dwelling, they made me to dwell. Ami, they made me to dwell in the wicked ones' dwelling. Winch is filled full of nothing but evil. It is filled full of nothing but evil. Filled full of the fire which consumes. I would not and will not dwell in the dwelling of notness. With my power and with my enlightening, I dwelt in the dwelling of notness. With my enlightening and my praise, giving, I kept myself stranger to this world. I stood among them, as a child who has not a father, as a child who has not a father, as a fruit who has not a tender. I hear the voice of the seven, who whisper in secret and say, When ye is this stranger man, whose discourse is not like to our discourse. One listened not to their discourse. Then were they full of wicked anger against me. Life, who gave ear to my call. A messenger sent forth to meet me. He sent me a gentle treasure, an armored wool, armored man. With his paravolet he makes proclamation, as the treasures make in the house of perfection. He speaks. Poor one, from anguish and fear be thou free. Say not I stand here alone, for thy sake, O poor. This firmament was outspread. Was this maiment spread out, and stars were pictured upon it. For thy make, O poor. This firm land came into existence. Came into existence this firm land. The condensing took fours, fell into the water. For thy sake came the sum. For thy sake the moon was revealed. For thy sake, O poor, came the seven. And the 12 are hither descended. Tuon, poor one. On thy right rests glory. On this to rest light. Lapse bold steadiest in thy security, until thy measure has been completed. When thy measure has been completed, I will myself come to thee. I will bring thee vesties of glory, so that the worlds will long for them, desireful. I will bring then Imre, excellent headdress, abundant in infinite light. I will set thee free from the wicked. From the sinners will I deliver thee. I will make thee dwell in thy Shekimib. Free Thos into the region unsullied. I hear the voice of the seven, who whisper in secret and speak. Blessed to lie who is to the poor one, a father. Who is unto the fruit a tender, hid to him whom great light knows. Woe to him whom great life knows not. Elail to him whom great life knew. Who has kept himself stranger to this world, the ward of the defect, in which the planets are scented. They sit on thrones of rebellion, and drill their works with the scourge. For old and for silver are they laculé, and strife they cast into the world. Disques are they, and therein cast strife. Therefore will they go hence and seethe in the fire. The wicked shall seethe, and their pomp shall vanish, and can to an end. But I, with my offspring unil kindred, shall ascend, and we the Lesbes region, the region whose sun never sets, and whose lamps never darken that region, the state of the blessed, whereto your souls are called and invited. And so are our good brothers' souls. Emil, the souls of our faithful sisters. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. 111. The Slavonic Josephus account of the Baptist and Jesus is the Antiquities of the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus. There are 3 passages of outstanding importance for Christian readers, seeing that they are the only external witnesses to Christianity from the 1st century. As such, they have been submitted to the closest cross to examination and scrutiny. The general result of the inquiry into the authenticity of their testimony has established for most scholars the judgment that we have here to deal not with a homogeneous body of evidence, but with 3 different witnesses, one of which is distinctly good, another as distinctly bad, and a third very probably good. The passage on John the Baptist is now universally accepted as affording no grounds for reasonable skepticism, and is therefore providing a most valuable external proof that John was a historical character. The account of Jesus, on the other hand, has been called into most serious question by the vast majority of liberal scholars, and by very many conservatives on numerous grounds, and chiefly because the writer unequivocally affirms that Jesus was the Messiah, a statement which no Jew could have made. The third is a reference to James, the brother of Jesus called, or said to be Messiah, a hesitation which may fairly be ascribed to Josephus 97 himself. Many then who reject the Jesus passage as indubitably spurious, except the James reference a free from reasonable suspicion, and thus obtain a brief but valuable external first-century evidence for earliest Christianity. Josephus composed his Antiquities in Greek and completed them in 939-4 AD. They are a general survey of the traditions and history of his people up to the special period of which he had already treated in detail in his first and most famous work, the Jewish War. In describing there the events which led up to the outbreak of the revolt, he treats of all the other religious and political movements in Palestine, even the most insignificant, contemporary with the beginnings of Christianity. And yet he says not a single word about the Baptist or Jesus. This is a very striking and puzzling omission. Where precisely we should expect to find such mention, and where far greater opportunities occur for bringing it in than in the Antiquities, we are confronted with the silence of Josephus. The war was first of all composed in Aramate and circulated among the Jews of Palestine and Babylonia, doubtless to convince them of the futility of resisting the might of the Roman arms. Of this original edition, however, no trace has so far been discovered. The work known to us is in Greek. It is not a translation so much as a composition very carefully prepared on the models of Greek history, and in this Josephus sought the help of Greek stylists. It reads indeed like an original composition. Whatever the Aramaic contained, the work, as it now stands, has been clearly adapted to suit the mentality of the wider public of the Greco-Roman world and the literary circles of the day to whom it was presented. This Greek edition was composed between 75 and 79 AD. It is, of course, not impossible to suppose that in the Aramaic there may have been reference to the John and Jesus movements. But why then should Josephins have called them on, when there is an indubitable passage concerning John and a highly probable reference to Jesus in the Antiquities? To conjecture a satisfactory answer to this dilemma is exceedingly difficult. It remains an unsolved cruise. For load there been any stitch passages in the Aramaic edition of the war, surely Christian apologists would have seized upon them and insisted that they should be restored to the Greek text, unless by chance they contained matter they would not like to see in wider circulation. That clear light will ever be thrown on this silence of Josephus' problem is hardly to be expected. Nevertheless, the subject may be said to have recently entered on a new phase. Certain hitherto unknown material has been brought forward, which has forced the problem once more into the arena of controversy, and it may very well be that in the future this new material will have always, directly or indirectly, to be taken into consideration whenever the familiar Josephine new passages are reviewed or rediscussed. There is extant in a number of MSS a Slavony, or Old Russian translation of the war. In this version, there are no less than 8 pieces referring to John the Baptist, 3, Jesus, 4, and the first Christians, 1. These remarkable passages, of which the Greek text shows no trace, have been excerpted and the Slavonic text of them critically established by the collation of 4 MSS. In the first place, it is agreed on all hands by the German scholars who have investigated them that these pieces were not originally composed in Slavonic and interpolated into the translation. Not only is the style foreign to correct Slavonic idiom, but the peculiar nature of the contents is so alien to Slavonic mentality that to suppose so late a writer as a Slavony translator who could at the very earliest be assigned only to the 10th century, is out of the question. They are indubitably translations, and moreover clearly rendered from Greek. This is shown not only by the construction of the sentences in general, but also by the clumsiness and uncertainty of the translator in his rendering of particles and conjunctions. Moreover, the Greek original for the veil or curtain of the temple, katapetasma, is retained. These 8 pieces were excerpted from the rest of the text and first made accessible for the general world of scholarship in German translation by reverence in 1906. The consensus of learned opinion in Germany and elsewhere, apparently no notice whatever has been taken of the find from the start, has been entirely unfavorable to their authenticity. That is to say, no one has so far ventured to claim them for Josephus himself. They were immediately and almost unanimously dismissed as transparent Christian forgeries, and that too of a late date and of no sort of historic value of any kind. Here and there, however, were signs of some hesitation in endorsing so wholesale and precise a verdict. For a few, the matter seemed not so simple as it appeared at first sight. The first caveat was entered, and the subject brought into a new perspective by R. Seeberg in a somewhat popular but Diosynese vom Christentum im Slavischen de Bello Judaica de Josephus, Texte und Untersuchungen, NP 14. Kyrie, highly suggestive treatment, which he boldly entitled A New Source for the Earliest History of Christianity. Though Seeberg's reputation as a specialist on questions of origins forbade the rejection of his view as that of an irresponsible eccentric, no attention was paid to it, perhaps because he had not attempted to work out his theory in detail. This task, however, was speedily undertaken by Johannes Frey of the University of Dorpat, who had just published a very valuable and thorough-going study of the history of the Passion. In 1908, Frey produced a substantial volume in which he treated the material to an acute analysis and with minute elaboration, and in other respects showed a remarkable grasp of all the puzzling complexities of a whole series of problems, which an intensive scrutiny of the passages brought out. In the first place, Frey called attention to the fact that the general characteristics of these pieces were very different from those of all other ancient Christian forgeries known to us. His main contention throughout this very thorough inquiry is that the author, whoever he may have been precisely, must be held in general to be a Jew and not a Christian. There is no evidence of direct dependence on Carly canonical Christian literature, no sign that he had any acquaintance with the precision of written tradition. Insofar as there is agreement with the Gospels or Acts, it is only in respect to the barest generalities. There is nothing even to show acquaintance with the precise inner oral traditions of the Christians themselves. It is all set forth from an external standpoint. Never the Ela, Neus Kelle zur Geschichte des Christentums, in the Periodian Reformation 19 10 and 90.
Kultur wünscht Josephus Bericht über die urchristliche Geschichte Nebat, Selman, Paralysen, Dr.
Lest the writer is not simply fabricating freely out of his imagination, he has traditional material of some sort to go on. He is trying to set forth what he has heard and gathered, and what at times puzzles considerably. He reports opinion, what people say, some this, others that. He would also play the part of the impartial historian, considering probabilities and even possibilities. He is not a hostile critic by any means. On the contrary, he is in general sympathetic. Indeed, he regards both John and Jesus as outstanding personalities, even astonishingly so, and his sympathies are enlisted for them because he thinks they have both been most unjustly done to death. His attitude is thus in general that of a friendly Jewish outsider, a very difficult part for a convinced Christian to play without betraying himself in some fashion as a believer in the full Christian claims. However, nowhere asserts that Jesus was the Messiah. Frey's main contention, then, following Seeberg, is that the writer worked on Jewish general popular oral sources, in other words. He had at his disposal traditions proximate to the occurrences, and therefore worthy of attention as giving a picture of an early outside view of nascent Christianity. Seeberg thinks that Christian manipulation must be admitted in 3 or 4 places, but Frey tries to show that he is here mistaken. Frey is perhaps not sufficiently cautious in thus leaving no loophole. But even with this qualification, if the main contention of both scholars can stand, the possibility of our being faced with early external traditions of some kind is a matter of quite extraordinary interest, and deserves the careful attention of all students of Christian beginnings. As practically nothing is known of these passages, by English readers it may be of service to present those few of them who see this study with a translation of the German version of these 8 extracts. Then judge for themselves how the contents strike them. But whatever may be their opinion as to their value or worthlessness, it cannot be denied that every scrap of material, however intractable, that can be held by any trained mind to contain the possibility of having even the remotest bearing on the surroundings of earliest Christianity, possesses a unique interest and fascination of its own. For the first century is otherwise practically silent outside the New Testament documents. The version that follows is made from the German Translation given in phrase volume. I have, however, added the subtitles, "It is literal and clumsy." Like the German, which faithfully follows the Slavonic, the variant readings in the MSS are slight, and I have not noted them in detail. For the present paper is intended for the general reader solely, and not for the specialist, who must deal at first hand with phrase technical exposition, which, as far as I am aware, has not yet been disposed of, or indeed in any way answered. Ersta. John's proclamation and his rebuke of the authorities follows on EJ 2nd VI. 2. He came to the Jews and summoned them to freedom, envying, God hath sent me, that I may show you the way of the law, wherein ye may free yourselves from many holders of power. 4. And there will be no mortal ruling over you, only the highest who hath sent me. 5. And when the people had heard this, they were joyful. And there went after him all Judron, that lies in the region round Jerusalem. 6. And he did nothing else to them, save that he plunged them into the stream of the Jordan, and dismissed them, instructing them that they should cease from evil works, and promising that there would then be given them a ruler who would set them free, and subject to them all that is not in submission. But no one of whom we speak, 2, would himself be subjected. 7. Some reviled, but others got faith. 8. And when he had been brought to Archelaus, and the doctors of the law bad assembled, they naked him who he is and where he has been until then. 9. And to this he made answer and spake, I am poor, for the Spirit of God hath led me on, and I live on cane and roots and tree, food. But when they threatened to put him to torture it, he would not cease from those words and deeds. He nevertheless said, It is meet for you, rather, to ease from your heinous works and cleave unto the Lord your God. Jed enact. And there rose up in anger Simon, an Essene by extraction, a scribe, and he spake, We read every day the divine books. 12. Boo thou, only now come from the forest like a wild animal. Thou darest in south to teach us, and to mislead the people with thy reprobate words. 13. And he rushed forward to do him bodily violence. See Tarnact. But Phi, Jabaking then, spake, I will not disclose to you the mystery which dwelleth in you, for ye have not desired it. 15. Thereby an untold calamity is come upon yon, and because of yourselves. And when he had thus spoken, he went forth to the other. This is uncertain. It seems to mean, and one who had coed from evil works this clause, however, which come at the end of the sentence in the Slavonic, may belong to the next sentence, a Case work read. At his words some reviled, etc. 1. Gov Holspain, chips, shavings, a quite impossible meaning. It occurs again at the end of 3rd. 105. Side of the Jordan, and while no emi durst rebuke him. FLMT what he had done also heretofore. Zweit. His interpretation of Philip's dream follows on BJ. 11. Nix. 1. 1. While Philip was still in possession of his dominion, KOSW dream, how an exul tore out both his eyes. 2. And he summoned all his wise men. 3. Bat. When each interpreted the dream differently, there came to him suddenly, without being summoned, that man of whom we have previously written, that he went about in skins of animals and cleansed the people in the waters of the Jordan. 4. And he spake, Give ear to the word of the loud, the dream which thou hast seen. 5. The shugul, that is thy vanity, because that bird is violent and rapacious. 8. And that sin will take away thy eyes, which are thy dominion and thy wife. 7. And when he had thus spoken, Philip died before evening, and his dominion was given to Agrippa. 111. His persistent rebuking of Agrippa and his execution follows immediately on the preceding. 1. And Herod, his brother, took his wife Herodias. There 3. And because of her all the doctors of the law abhorred him, but Durinab ucrased him before his face. 3. But only that one whom they called a wild man came to him in anger and spake, Why hast thou taken the wife of thy brother? As thy brother hath died a death void of pity, Dantan will he reaped off by the bevenly sickle. God's decree will not be silenced, hat will destroy thee through evil affliction in foreign lands. 6. For thou dost not raise up sea for the brottler, but greedest thy lastly lush and committest adultery, seeing that 4 children of Bin are alive. 7. Now when Herod heard this, he was filled with wrath and commanded that they should best him Unil drive him away. 5. But be accused Herod incessantly wherever he found him, and right on to the time when he put him under arrest and gave orders to slay him. 9. Now Bis' disposition, or character, was extraordinary, and he a mode of life not that of a man, indeed just like a bodiless spirit. Thus did this one too continue. 17. His lips knew no bread, not even at Easter. Orig. Passover did he taste unleavened bread, saying that, in remembrance of God who had freed the people from slavery, it was given for eating in the flight, for the way was in haste. To wine and intoxicating drink he let himself not even draw near, and every animal he abhorred, as food, and every wrong be rebuked, and tree, produce, served him for use. Viert, the ministry, trial, and crucifixion of Jesus, follows on BJ 2, 9, 8. 1. At that time also a man came forward, if even it is fitting to call him a man simply. 2. Eyeless nature as well as his form were a man's, but his showing forth was more than that of a man. 8. His works, that is to say, were godly, and he wrought wonder deeds amazing and full of power. 4. Therefore it is not possible for me to call him a man, simply. 5. But again, looking at the existence he shared with all, I would also not call him an angel. 8. And all that he wrought through some kind of invisible power he wrought by word and command. 7. Some said of him, that our first lawgiver has risen from the dead, and shows forth many cures and arts. 8. But others supposed less definitely that he is sent by God. 9. Now he opposed himself in much to the law, and did not observe the Sabbath according to ancestral custom. 17. Yet, on the other hand, he did nothing reprehensible nor any crime, but by words solely he effected everything. 18. And many from the folk followed him and received his teachings. 20. And many souls became wavering, supposing that thereby the Jewish tribes would set themselves free from the Roman bands. 18. Now it was his custom often to stop on the Mount of Olives facing the city. 19. And there also he avouched his cures. To the people, 20. And there gathered themselves to him of servants, knechten, 150, but of the full, a multond, 17. But when they saw his power, that he accomplished everything bel he would by wode, they urged him that he should enter the Rilly, and cut down the Roman soldiers and Pilate, and rule over us. 17. Let that one scorned it. Awesomenact. And thereafter, when knowledge of it came to the Jewish Fendere, they gathered together with the high priest and spake, we are powerless and weak to withstand the Romans. 19. But as withal the bow is bent, we will go and tell Pilate what we have heard, and we will be without distress, lest if he hear it from others, we he robbed of our substance and ourselves be put to the sword and our children ruined. 20. And they went and told it to Plate. 21. And he sent and had many of the people NB down. 32. And he had that wonder. Doer brought up, and when he had instituted a trial concerning him, he perceived that he is a doer of good, but not an evil. Doer, nor a revolutionary, nor one who aimed al power and set him free. 28. He had, you should know, healed his dying wife. 24. And he went to his accustomed place and wrought his accustomed works. 24. And as again move folk gathered them, selves together round him, then did he win glory through his works more than all. Devaset, the teachers of the law were therefore envenomed with envy, and gave 30 talents to Pilate, in order that he should put him to death. 27. And he, after he had taken the money, gave them consent that they should themselves carry out their purpose. 28. And they took him and crucified him according to the Anoestival law. 5th. The treatment of the first Christians follows on BJ, 2nd She. 4. After the notice on the death of Agrim. L. Again Claudius sent his authorities to those state Scuckfans and Tiberius Alexander, both of whom kept the people in peace, not allowing them to depart in anything from the pure laws. 2. But if anyone diverged from the word of the law, plaint was brought before the teachers of the law. 3. Often they expelled him and sent him to the emperor's presence. 4. And at the time of these two, many had been discovered as servants of the previously described wonder doer, and as they spoke to the people about their teacher, that he is living, outlong he is dead, and that he will free you from your servitude. Many from the folk gave ear to the above, named, and took upon themselves their precept. 5. Not because of their reputation, they were indeed of the humbler sort, some just cobblers, others sandal makers, others artisans. 6. And yet as marvelous signs they accomplished in truth what they would. 7. But when these noble governors saw the misleading of the people, they deliberated with the Serebs to seize and put them to death, for fear lest the little be not little, if it have ended in the great. 8. But they shrank back and were alarmed over the signi, saying, in the plain course such wonders do not occur. 9. But if they do not issue from the counsel of God, they will quickly be convicted. 10. And they gave them, the Christians, authority to act as they would. Jednact. But afterwards, becoming pestered by them, they had them sent away, some to the emperor, but others to Antioch, others again to distant lands. For the testing of the matter, Divanact. But Claudius removed the two governors, and sent Cumanus, v. the trilingual inscription concerning Jesus, inserted in BJ 5th v. 2. At it, the barrier of the temple, were columns. And on these inscriptions in Greek and Roman and Jewish characters, publishing the law of purity and proclaiming that no foreigner should enter the inner court, for they called it the holy place, to which one had to ascend by 14 steps, and whose upper part was built in a square. And over these tablets with inscriptions hung a fourth tablet with inscription in these three characters: to the effort, Jesus has not reigned as king, in last been crucified by the Jews, because he proclaimed the destruction of the city, and the laying waste of the temple. Seventh, portensity, the death of Jesus, and rumors of his resurrection follow on BJ. Fifth V. 4. At the end of the description of the temple curtain. 1. This enartain, katapatasma, was prior to this generation entire, because the people were pions, but now it was lamentable. To look at 3. It had, you should know, been suddenly rent from the top to the ground, when they delivered over to death, hoofbitery, the doer of good, the man C, him who through his doing, Pop 8. And of many other signs they tell which came to pass at that time. 4. And it was said that after he was put to death, yea, after burial in the eve, he was not found. 6. Some then assert that he is risen, but others that be ire been stolen by his friends. 6. I, however, do not know which spank more correctly. 7. For dead man cannot rise of himself, though possibly with the help of another righteous man, unless it lit. He will be an angel or another of the heavenly authorities, or God himself appears as a nun and accomplishes what he will, both walks with men and falls, and lies down and rises up, as it is according to his will. But others said that it was not possible to steal him. Becanes they had put guards all round his grave, 30 Romans, but a thonsan Jews. 9. Such is merited to that curtain katapatasma. Moreover, as to the cause of its tearing, there are various statements. 8th, a prophecy concerning Jesus. In BJ 6, verse 4, where in our text the prophecy of the world ruler is referred to Vespasian solely. Some indeed by this understood Herod, but others the crucified. Wonder, doer Jesus, others again Vespasian. In conclusion, a few very general remarks may be added, calling attention to the most salient points. In the John pieces, I-third, there is nothing sufficiently distinctive to show any literary dependence on the New Testament accounts. On the contrary, there are entire novelties and wide divergences. In the first place, the strong political coloring given by the writer to the proclamation of the prophet is quite out of keeping with anything to be found in the Christian presentation. But the most striking difference is the protracted period assigned to John's activity. At that time means during the ethnarchy of Archelaus. Now, Herod the Great died in 4 BC, and Archelaus, who succeeded him, was deposed in 6 AD. It is quite inconceivable that any Christian writer who had the gospel story before him could have made what would be so astounding a statement to Christian ears, one that would at us appear to the most moderately instructed as an egregious blunder. Surely, the last thing an intelligent forger would desire to do would be to give occasion to his readers to call the canonical narrative into question concerning so prominent a feature as John's almost equal age with Jesus, and so practically invite them to dismiss all the graphic details of the birth, stories as fictitious, unless that he wrote before these stories were in circulation. No one short of a lunatic would concoct plus evidence against his own side. The writer must therefore have moved in circles who would see no difficulty in assigning to John a public activity of at least 30 years. For he tells us that John survived the death of Philip, which took place somewhere between 33 and 30 AD. The cross to examination of John by the authorities and the incident of Simon the Essene are also arresting novelties, but there is nothing improbable in them. The introduction of the name Essene does not in any way depend on Christian tradition. For the surprising fact is that, though there are close parallels between some of the doctrines of the Essenes and gospel ethics, and between some of their practices and the regulations, for instance, laid down for the mission of the apostles and the communal observances of the earliest Christian communities, the New Testament writers never mention the name. The wording of filial refusal of John at the end of his rebuke to disclose a certain mystery to his official opponents has led some to the supposition that this is a cryptic reference to Jesus, meaning the mystery dwelling among you. That, of course, would be impossible at so early a date as prior to A6, but surely quite apart from this, a Christian apologist would have been at pains to bring out clearly so essential a feature as John's acknowledgement of the messiahship of Jesus and not go out of his way to disguise it. It is a curious and thought-provoking phrase. It may refer to the kingdom, to the indwelling rule and law of God that is brought to consciousness in the hearts of the repentant, or it may possibly be that John had some inner mystical doctrine to reveal, for we have to remember that the Mandaean or Gnostic John tradition, which has come down to our own days, has ever laid the greatest stress on the mystical element in the teaching of the baptizer. The interpretation of the dream of Philip, like the stress laid upon John's strange appearance and dress and his extraordinary mode of life, is just such a detail as would strike the imagination and linger in the memory of the people. What more likely, and in keeping with precedent, than that a prophet should interpret the dream of the king? But here we have not only a novelty for readers of the Gospel account, but also a contradiction with Josephus himself. The unfavorable character given to Philip, the stress laid on his venality, is in complete contrast with the reputation given him by Josephus in his Antiquities, 18th, 4-6, where he is praised for the mild and peaceable disposition he displayed in his government, and for the personal interest he took in the administration of justice. Now the Antiquities was completed in 93-94 AD. Had then our writer known it, B would not presumably have made Josephus contradict himself so egregiously. This raises the question as to the possibility of his having written before the Antiquities got into wide circulation. Piece third. In some respects agrees with, and in others differs from the synoptic account of the marriage of Herod Antipas, tetrarch of Galilee and Perez, with the wife Slavios' widow of his brother Philip. But Josephus himself in his Antiquities, 18th, v. 1 and 4 tells the story quite differently from both. There we read that Florodius was married first of all to Ilurad Boethus, and that the wife of Philip was Salome, the daughter of this union, so that Philip was son-in-law of Herodias. Herod Antipas, says Josephus, was the second husband of Herodias, and the marriage took place while the first husband, Bolthus, was still alive. Josephus, moreover, says that Philip died childless, while our author avers that he left 4 children surviving him. Moreover, Josephus, in the famous passage concerning John in the Antiquities, 18th, v. 2, knows nothing of John's execution being due to so personal a cause as is depicted both by the Gospels and our author, though very differently. It is in the Antiquities ascribed solely to Antipas' apprehension of the political consequences of the Jehu movement. Our author is then clearly ignorant of both the Antiquities account and also of the most characteristic feature of the Gospel narrative, the graphic story of the dancing of the daughter of Herodias. Everything therefore goes to show that he is drawing on some other traditional source. Finally, as the climax to John's extraordinary scruples about food, it is asserted that he would not touch unleavened bread even at Passover time, an absolutely obligatory observance in Jewry. Moreover, B is made to give an exegetical justification for his abstention. This is the distinctive touch of a Jewish hand. It is exceedingly unlikely that it would ever have occurred to a late Christian. As to the John pieces, then, we seem to be moving in a thoroughly Jewish atmosphere, and there is nothing almecteristically Christian about them. The Jesus pieces, 4th and 6th to 8th, are naturally the most arresting and form the main core of the whole matter. It seems to be generally held that all the 8 pieces are by the same hand. They may be said to have in general the same terms of expression, to breathe the same spirit and present similar characteristics. In the main Jesus pieces, the author makes a show of trying to get at a reasonable point of view, but he hesitates in his judgment and frankly confesses his inability to make up his mind. He is convinced that the more generally credible events themselves are history, but as to the sheerly miraculous elements, he is content to set them forth as rumors giving rise to absolutely contradictory opinions. So non-committal and rationalistic a proceeding is quite foreign to the mentality of a convinced Christian. This attitude of reserve and the very striking divergences of the writer from the Gospel accounts are in the sharpest possible distinction to the perspective and procedure of the compilers of such apocryphal documents as the Acts of Pilate and the Gospel of Peter. In the latter, the literary dependence on the Gospels is manifest on all hands. What is added is in no way contradictory, but adduced solely to exalt the greatness of Jesus and heighten the impression of the miraculous element. If piece 4th is carefully and critically compared with the famous spurious passage concerning Jesus in our text of the Antiquities, 18th, 2, 3, it will at once be seen that if there is any possible question of dependence between them, it is not on the side of our author. Even among the opinions he cites, there is no hint of messiahship. When he says that some suppose that he had been sent by God, it means no more than what he makes John assert of himself, namely, that he was a prophet. It seems to me, moreover, highly improbable that any late Christian could have referred to his Lord, the one and only Son of God, as that wonder, doer, or the crucified wonder-doer Jesus. The divergences from the Gospel account of the Jesus story are so striking that they need not be dwelt on to every instructed Christian the Gospel. Narratives are presumably so familiar in all their details that the contradictions with our author's account will present themselves automatically. Nevertheless, the more one meditates on the account in piece 4, of the typical external acts of the ministry and the intrigues of the Jewish authorities to compass the death of Jesus, the more does it seem within its own measures not to be inconsistent. In fact, it hangs very well together from an outside point of view. That view is in no way due to a manipulation of gospel information. It is based on very different data and has all the appearance of an honest attempt to piece together and interpret floating traditions and conjectures reflected from days contemporaneous perchance with the attempts of the many to set forth the events. As the introduction to the Lucan Gospel informs us, the phrase servants as applied to the disciples, it may be noted, is a thoroughly Jewish conception. It was used by the rabbis to emphasize the relationship between pupils and teacher. The precise figure 150 may be a round number, otherwise it depends on a tradition for which the 12 and the 70 were of no importance. The final sentence, which avers not only that the Jewish authorities themselves crucified Jesus, but that this was in accordance with the law, is so astonishing in the latter respect that it has been set down to a gross blunder of the Slavonic translator from the Greek original, which may have read contrary to the Lord with the genitive and not the accusative. This seems a reasonable supposition, though we must remember that Jewish rulers in Maccabean days did crucify their political opponents. The trilingual inscription statement V1 is a wild piece of fanciful combination. The writer has heard of an inscription connected with the execution of Jesus. Indeed, it was required by law that the formal charge should be placarded in all cases of capital punishment. Moreover, he has heard that this particular notice was set forth in 3 languages, and he also has heard that there were trilingual inscriptions outside the inner court of the temple. In combining the two, he departs so far from his general sobriety that we might almost think the passage was by another hand, but this is otherwise not probable. The first charge against Jesus was that he had excited the people to revolt of this bee was acquitted by Pilate. The authorities had then to give some other excuse. Jesus was executed not because of any messianistic agitation, but because he prophesied disaster to the temple and the holy city. Some excuse had to be found that would placate the people. In P7th, the rending of the veil and the reference to many other portents seem to depend on characteristically Christian tradition. But it need not be supposed that this tradition was in the fixed gospel form in which we now have it. The phrase prior to this generation is intended to mean some 30 over 40 years before Josephus wrote his history, 75 to 79 AD. It is interesting to note that at that time, similar portents were in the air. For Jewish tradition, the Talmuds and Josephus himself, BJ 6 verses 8, makes mention of a mysterious spontaneous opening of the heavy iron temple doors 40 years before the destruction of Jerusalem, and the Gospel of the Hebrews refers to a similarly mysterious breach in the iron threshold. Of the same doors, there were widespread legends of portents current in the folk memory. Our author then goes on to treat of the rumors and contradictory statements about the resurrection, and here, as before, he ruminates on possibilities, giving the conjectural pros and cons, but declining to commit himself on the side of the most vital belief of Christendom. Piece 5th, concerning the early Christians, is equally as far from literary dependence on the canonical acts as are the Jesus pieces on the Gospels. There are wide divergeners, and the whole produces an impression of utter ignorance of the detailed methodical setting. Fourth of the 30 years of history contained in the Acts, isolated facts, such as Paul's being sent to Caesar ab Rome, are absurdly goendized on the one hand, and on the other, the events of decades are crammed into the narrow time frame of some 4 years. The period of office of the 2 governors' men shined 44 to 48 AD. The phrase, "but if they do not issue from the counsel of God, they will quickly be convicted," is thought by some to indicate literary dependence on a similar saying in the Acts. But the latter famous utterance, ascribed to Gamaliel prior to 7D, is worded so very differently that, if any connection between them can be supposed, it may well be ascribed in both cases to the uncertain echoing in the popular mind of a well-known rabbinical pronouncement. In conclusion, then, it may be said that the hope of extracting anything of value out of these astonishing and puzzling interpolations depends on establishing the reasonableness of the hypothesis that they are based on echoes of popular tradition still floating about in the Jewish environment of Christianity in, say, the last third of the 1st century. There is, I think, much that goes to show the likelihood of this supposal, or at least to deter us from summarily dismissing it. But even if we are persuaded to this extent, we are confronted with the still more difficult task of imagining a satisfactory conjecture as to the status and motive of the writer. If we hold him to have been a Jew, as the above analysis seems to require, what plausible motive can we ascribe to him for interpolating the matter into the text of Josephus? Was he a disinterested lover of history who thought that Josephus had fallen short of historical impartiality by neglecting to mention 2 such remarkable personages as John and Jesus and 2 such important movements as those associated with their names, and desired to amend the historian in this respect in days when copyright had not yet been dreamed of? Or may we assume that a pupil of Josephus would think himself entitled to amend the narrative? If, on the contrary, he was a Christian, The interest in filling the gaps would be easily understandable had he based himself on canonical tradition. But the divergences from and flat contradictions of that tradition are so extraordinary that one is all the time kept asking in astonishment, what sort of a Christian could this man ever have been? To have succeeded in producing such an impression designedly argues the procedure of a mind of such extraordinary subtlety and psychological dexterity that it is too uncanny for credence. Any deliberate attempt of this kind would surely have betrayed itself in some way, but as a matter of fact, there is no indication of subtle manipulation of gospel data anywhere. It is not only very difficult, but entirely out of the question to think that any late Christian forger could have thus deliberately challenged the firmly established canonical tradition on so many points. Therefore, if the writer were a Christian, he must have been a first century. That is to say, he wrote before the Greek. Canonical gospels were in general circulation, or at any rate before they had penetrated to his environment. There remains only one other possible conjecture, from which everybody has so far instinctively shrunk. Can the writer, after all, have been Josephus himself? But if so, why does he contradict himself so flatly, to say nothing of the difficulty of conjecturing his motive for cutting out the passages? It thus appears that whatever hypothesis of authorship we make, whether Christian, Jew, or Josephus, we are left floundering in a welter of inconsistencies. All that can be said is that the Jew alternative is the least improbable, and there we must leave this baffling problem, in the hope that our readers will at any rate be interested in having it brought to their notice, for in any ways these passages must be considered striking curiosities, even perhaps the greatest to be found, in the ancient literature that is generally classed under the caption Christian forgeries. Viert. The fourth gospel proem, a new version venture. Connection. After one had for some time been making a close study of Lidzbarski's translations of the Mandaean John book and liturgies, I had occasion in another connection to refer to the Greek text, Westcott and Ilort, of the prologue to the fourth gospel. As I read, I found that a number of Mandaean associations came welling up from the preconscious, especially with regard to life and light, the use of the term man, and the way the sentences about John the Baptist linked on to these concepts. I found I was almost automatically construing parts of this familiar text from a new angle, or at any rate envisaging them in a new perspective. I had already for long been convinced that the historical references broke awkwardly into the doctrinal proem proper, and that this contained what may be called some characteristic general Gnostic notions. Moreover, I had long been of the opinion that the proem was based on a source, but thought that this source was most probably already in Greek, when it was made such deft use of by the inspired writer of the Pneumario Gospel. I now ask myself, could it possibly have been originally in Aramaio, for there are indubitably some strained constructions in it that might be explicable as literal renderings of Semitic idioms. Translation into Greek would doubtless make the original appear to be more Hellenistically colored than was actually the case, and so philosophize it somewhat. The main difficulty seemed to lie in Deter 120, mining what could have been the Semitic original of the leading term rendered by logos. Was it word or wisdom or some other divine power or potency? On this, I could form no conclusion. But further, whatever it was, could it have been translated by any other Greek term than logos? For the student of comparative Hellenistic theology is not confined to seeking for parallels or associations with the idea. Behind this term in Stoicism and Philo simply, he has to take into consideration a far wider field of research. In the Trismegistic literature, for instance, in which the heavenly man doctrine is prominent, the parallel notion is rendered by nous, mind, and in the Hellenistic poems so beloved by the later Platonists, and generally known as the Chaldean oracles, the mind of the Father stands at the summit, while in allied Gnostic tradition connected with the Chaldean mysteries, or even said to be based on the Chaldean books, when, again, the divine man doctrine is prominent, the term preferred is mind. Mind, moreover, in the Valentinian system stands at the head of the pleroma. This is solely without regard to translation into Greek in the general Hellenistic theological language of the time, and says nothing about the Semitic or Chaldean original terms, which may have been numerous apart from the very general, notably Egyptian, Oriental magical notion of creation by the word, certainly, the man, doctrine, wide spread, and where personifications were the order of the day, man and mind would go better together than man and word or reason or even wisdom. It is, however, with all hesitation that I have ventured to use the term mind in my transla. See any Belsey from the Gnosis series, Valsville and is, The Chaldean Oracles, London, 1905. Tion, and more to call attention to the problem than anything else. With these ideas, namely, the supposal of a probable Aramaic original of the proem source and the consequent philosophizing, by translation into Hellenistic Greek of some terms that in the original were more concretely presented, I attempted the following version. This I did before I had read Prof. C.F. Barney's recent 1922 arresting study entitled The Aramaic Origin of the Fourth Gospel, Oxford, the Clarendon Press. The contention of the professor of the interpretation of Holy Scripture at Oxford, who is so great an authority on the OT, is that not only for the Prum but for much, if not the whole, of the Gospel, there is an Aramaic background. Whatever may be ultimately decided on this novel and far-reaching hypothesis, it should inaugurate a fruitful line of NT research. My own venture is far more modest in every way. I deal with a single source only, and have not the competence to treat even that technically from the Semitic side. The only remark I would venture to make on Prof. Burney's labors is in respect to the Johannine Greek quotations from the OT. The problem whether the few of them which differ from the LXX Greek Targum, or translation, the authorized version of the time, so to say, were made freshly from the Hebrew does not seem to me necessarily to help to prove the author's contention. They are far more likely to have been taken from what is said to have been probably the earliest Christian Greek document, a collection of proof, texts to establish the claims of Christian messianism from OT prophecy, at times not without accommodation. They sometimes agree with and sometimes diverge from the Septuagint rendering. All this has been most thoroughly worked out by Prof. Rendell Harris and Vacher Birch in their indispensable work PT I 1016. PT. Second, 1920, on the now famous testimony book Testimonia contra Judeos, one also conjectured, presumably owing to the rhythms of the Mandaean books running in my head, that the source might have been in verse, and found that the Greek broke up easily into some sort of rhythmic lines. But of course, this was pure guess. Work on my part. Professor Burney, however, with his wide knowledge of Hebrew and Palestinian Aramaic, has come most definitely to this conclusion. As to the proem, if the rest of the gospel cannot be so treated, this seems to me to be an additional indication that in the prologue we are dealing with a source. Though my tentative translation from the Greek differs both in analysis and phrasing from Prof. Burney's, I so far see no compelling reason to alter the phrasing by his, and let the breaking up of the lines stand to indicate rhythm rather than the measured lines he has so ingeniously endeavored to reconstruct into Aramaic. Translation. In the original, this was probably the usual cosmological formes. In Thegaming, the Greek me sagged a more metaphysical peeming, and vilante tadaceto consione te pros, fua principana igle, eri the meaning of palati up. Cicero. Tux, there is no oceanally springs, for one is out of precality, that all things orite toision id. Her 19.2 Greek Herimlity, Alexke, the primacy great. Not only in the category of Fwai, Saint also lays al parsi, potassas. It there is any mandanborm with which to sank a parallel it might perlamps be mans which seem generally to men mind, fru. Bendal harvest use, lanating samly at the prom, wood sake, the original of legs wema, Fakinian, and being forward one striking kitiel lateral bariloitarinu in Herentid gak apocryph wishlister, but clearly to phononically, and the option log splits to the GH, Durson of UDH Gospel, and of great interest. In addition to organ of the prologue to St. John Gospel, see his in Stang, Paper Alliance. FS. 2. And mind was with God. So mind was God. This was in beginning with God. 3. All kept coming into existence through it, and apart from it came into existence not a single thing. 4. What has come into existence in it was life, and life was the light of the true men. 5. And the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness did not imprison it. Sophia and the Lagos. pp. 36-72. Natut Bulletin of the John Rylands Library, Manchester, July 1932. It may be objected that wood is to be preferred, seeing that in the Targus Mamza, the creative word, logo, but may contention is but the Greek nuts is nearer to the deity than the weak, logos. The G phrases the one is a grammatical puzzle. This is, however, probably solved by lie hypothesis of a literal translation from a Semitic original, the Gnostic Heraclean, second Kant. The first known commentar on the fourth Gapel, who was apparently ignorant of Sunides, conjectured that pusat, one with in, n, adjunition with, should be applied. Others think the phrase is Hellenisti coined, for rapa vabi, along really, by the side uf, or simply with God. In the Greek, texto le distinguished, and I drink deliberately, by the prefixing of the definite article from the following simple flay, but the God is cluxacy in English, and so I resort to the type trick of capitalization to mark the distinction. The GKA renders puinbly a Semitic particle that serves several other purposes than that of a purely copulative function. SC, minor God, not as a second God, but say the divine or creative intelligence of Gu, or continue to become, Ropef, the idea of perpetual creation. The old Syriac versions, EGC, read in and not through, CFC Bokit Angelion, Damkavreske, the Kirkustan verse of the four Gospels, with the bearings of the Sinai Alimpsest and the Barleyburn Patalatic Bidis Cambridge, 1904, I, 428. The old E. Pripshita Serene versions should be Grundhelp in determining the Aram original, as he two Ilialects are closely related. So, mind, say mind, that would be the Mandman's second life, or the life, the same distinction as with the terms for God. The article cannot be neglected. It gains those who are really Miu, conscious members of the celestial or angeli humanity, Ratrero. All this connects with the Ashripas, doctrine of the is. Diao, the Aram idiom son of man, if translated literally, is misleading and okay, is the celestial or Priniman, ad circado. As thrice greatest form says, the vast majority of mortals are not worthy to bow called men's all town live reason, but love as you have mind, a sisuaritual. The true men who love the light of life are the frogs and perfect. Suppress, hold back the twin. Bernie Lass obscured it not. There was a man sent by God, his name Joannes. This man came for bearing witness, that he might bear witness about the light, in order that all men might have faith through it. That man was not the light, but one, in order that he might bear witness about the light. G. It was the true light, which enlighteneth every man who cometh into the world. 7. It was in the world, and the world kept coming into existence through it, and the world did not know it. 8. It came unto its own, and its own did not receive it. 9. But as many as received it, to them it gave power to become children of God. 10. To those who have faith in his name. This paragraph seems lessly to in an interpolation into, or va ac working of his original kun by the writer, or perhaps part curaryler of the fourth Gopel, prophet or divine messenger. The wild, Gilai, Werps, Hebi, Fabel, Mand, Fable. There were other worlds according to the Manda or Gnosis. This world in the sense of the earth. The word in the wider Mexing would be the helm. So the Lut, Ki, the life of mind. It, the Radia profers to personify the light and its synonyms. Lacad substitute for it. And so also in the following phrases. Scrollinus, M, Ply, world and other creations up or down to man. EP. Ja the 14th. 27. Why are the disciple Wyans ho loved in Sal to Liev take? Maruti on high is generally sape to mean. Its on Thaugton signifies habitations. The following, town.pl, refers to the int b spiritual power, lit. Allaware, possibility, generally translated .ficity is plasical power jumps, lordship, domination, bus. Rothad is of mind. Hadi ve'ith in the still bidor power, the mystic know or soul, mind or prewailty of great Leela, G, who were brought to birth, not out of the blending of bloods, Jidanact, nor of urge of flesh, nor of urge of a male, but out of God, Davanact. So mind became flesha, and tabernacled in us. 18. And we beheld its glory, glory as of an only begotten from Father, full of delight and truth. Yunes beareth witness about him, and hath cried aloud, saying, He it was who said, He who, that is, of earthly parents, for they were born from above, Fa, were spiritual births. It means wish, rather than will desire. Arj, lit and wall, but clearly meaning by such births from above. This seems to mean simply was enfleshed. The old Syriac has body, not Besley. So also in 11. Lit, pituled. Its tent is refers to the extended prek doctrine. In Blimandau tradition, he is the frequently avarim, doubled form, for the dwelling, housing, tenting, or spiritual body, or glory of thou celestials. The THRs or treasures, or perhaps fullnesses, rich as J. Bernie Lancet, his kitumeng. Referring solely to Yeslui Menta is Palestinian arsenale for Habba, Markina, namely the prophets, or perfect, memo, Genesis in pre and post, Christian good. A tradition is the general tuelmical team for Baun, manus recated from a single source, or S1, and valley parent, and is used of spiritual beings. Dal, our emperor to the Conditius of generation CP, the person Malesi Sodals, king of Puaco, prince of biglatuousness in Heber. 7th, 121. He is El Seis, to be fail. Bur, less, earthly, Gistel, beginning of days or end of life, bat made in the homes of God Sam. In common speech, stonoge is usually found sowing the only knee of a kind, If only one daughter has been born, Tokomali would be characterized as Nongans as the Ralgar tongue is at the language of mysticism. In the above referred to article IP. Prat. Jandal Hearns thinks that the meaning of Menges, a child of une parent, only as applied to Athens be run the hand of Zeus, which ligist bal rejecte in one gut e spo. I have been insisting on it for a somras years at least. He would render, if a darling, hot this is really too borirus. This picks up mind in 121. It is emsing the root, king of y. This is the second redactorial interpolation, or overworking. The Greek textolator unquestionably understood this as referring to Yesli Messiah, but the puzzling phrasing of the scion from the Baptist, Fogd, Tedalkany first sends to requise it instead of hit v's, the mind, Lapho, light of the sours, as in the rest interpolalo. Cometh behind me, bath been before me, for he was my first. 14. For of its fewiness we all received, and delight over against delight, in that the law, Torah, was given by Moses. Delight and truth kept coming into the word through Yeslet Messiah. No man hath seen God at any time. An only begotten God, who is in the bosom of the Father, he dictated 1 CP, L and 8 topot. The future is unsees, and was their rear readed as behind us, whereas the past is known, and therefore. It's explicable in the usual translation, but it might refer to first leta. In Mand tradition, prima pleaking on the full of 13. This seemed to me to be a direct reference to the gestic nation of pairs or syzygian in the pleroma, e.p., the hani, pairing with each other. A. Of the diphysis ascribed to Sinon Magas, Hippolytus. 1. The tear is used by Nemohon, Dan. 4. 13. Of woe bands of disfacing each other in rows or pults, we may says 1822 p20. The third interpolation, or overworking of the source, Limus Paris. Satos have, however, kept what I hold to be the Ichibi Eram, original Mur Eolinchin. It means the incinted savior, or liberators in savior of initiator socialt by shy divine spirit or creative and purting tale of TND up to 01. Jocelyn, LXX, see a Jewish Gastic commentator of the Enedov, quoting from a PRI scripture, or Kalon, was spoken. His voice we heard, but the town we have not seen. See my analysis of this very important Gloucester declement in 3. Greatest Bernic Budo, 1966, by Flemens, The Myth of Man in the Mistones, the Cointim is to Fom in I 160, compute with this J37, the live, at any time her his valise, nor leave come as fans, silo ten the jaw in God, who then had some gustation refer to the womb. This is very important by if my analysis of the NN document, which Hippolytened as an erect. Jesh Miston, who commented on the Hellenistic iron, was in all probability Cutini with race 30 Inc. 000 and Derature. We live ha-Ilian can of another source of the fourth opal, of which brine by have bem and numba. The GL, akan the hinam is grammatically impos, sibilant on a Semitic idiom. The old serene, C, Leah's son, from TL of the Fatliv. Up the comes area of eplamim sinus, such as Tuwad of the Fama hist and Clotil, it ill wild body in a wolfies. Joseph win, it went to win. Booms filled from, is blue, who dwelleth in hit opi. Sick to, who, noply the gospel which follows. The vo eb ladna faject, to K. Also rulatul in full, L4th the Mandana technical. Terimar, afterward. The legend, like Mandarin tradition concerning the person of John, and the distinctive Gnostic type of doctrine which it associates with him, could by no means have been deduced from, or expanded out of, the bare external historical facts reported by the classical Josephus. It differs, moreover, in many ways from the more detailed story of the Gospels and their perspective of his doctrinal and prophetical activity. As to the graphic picture of the Gospels, which suggests the sudden arising of a solitary wild figure unconnected with any community or order, a feature so strongly stressed also by the Slavonic Josephus, the Mandan handing, on is completely silent. It gives no hint of any peculiarity of this nature in John's dress, much less of any uncouthness in his appearance. Indeed, though it makes no statement, it would lead us to infer that John was clad in white, and in all other respects presented little of the wild features of a desert, bread, skin, clad eremite. The classical Josephus is also silent on this popular trait, that John was a prophet. All these accounts are agreed, that he baptized, all are agreed, that he suffered a martyr's death, Josephus and the Gospels are agreed, but strange to say, the Mandan tradition has not a word on so important and tragical an event. It is difficult to believe that the Mandan Nazorians could have been ignorant of the way in which their great prophet met his end. For, had they believed he was not executed by Antipas 125, they would, in all probability, have contradicted in their own fashion the report of the Jews and Christians in this respect. This omission of all reference to the death of John would be incomprehensible, did we not reflect in the first place that no attempt is made in the existing Mandan documents to give anything that could be called a life of John, and conjecture in the second that in all probability nothing of doctrinal importance was attached to the way of his ending, as it was in the ease of Jesus. It is of course supposable that there may have been at one time documents of greater detail and more historical value relating to John, which have since fallen into oblivion owing to the focusing of interest on the more plastic material of psychical legend and mystical reverie, but conjecture cannot restore them. Though in the present restricted exposition no attempt is made to treat the comparative side of the subject, owing to the regrettable fact that we are still without the scientific translation of the main and oldest deposit of the Mando scriptures, it may be noted that there are fragmentary traditions on other lines that would make both Dositheus and Simon the Magian disciples of John. Now, Dositheus, Dusis or Dostai, was the precursor of Simon, and the latter was held by the heresiological church fathers to be the Fona el Origo of Gnosticism, which he certainly was not, but only one of many of the time with already a long heredity behind them. It is to be further noted that the distinctive Simonian school or tradition, which was in no sense Christian, continued at least well on into the 3rd century, and that the Docetians, who were equally non-Christians, are known of an Y 130, being numerous even in the 6th century. By the rumor that these Gnostic teachers were disciples of John, we must understand in general, I believe, that there was simply in some respects similarity of doctrine between them. These Dostai Simon legends and reports are associated with early Ebionite controversies underlying the pseudo to Clementine romances, and fly doctrines involved in them link up with similar notions, found in the wide-spread pre-Christian syncretisms and even universalizing attempts of many kinds of saving cults of both a popular and restricted, apocalyptic and Gnostical character, common to such plainly distinguishable types as the Persian Chaldean and Aramean religious complexes of the early Hellenistic period. The massive detailed research work which has been done chiefly in the last generation on Babylonian, Iranian, Syrian, Araman, Egyptian, and East Mediterranean religious endeavors, whether Hellenistically tinged or otherwise, which flourished so luxuriously during the 3 centuries before our era, and continued to do so in their various ways for the following 3 centuries and some of them far later, is beginning to make an impression outside the ranks of the specialists, and compelling the attention of the general historian. It is coming to be seen that the unprejudiced evaluation of these many endeavors and movements, and the getting of them into a proper perspective, constitute an indispensable task for those who would trace the religious features, phases, and fortunes of world history in the main moments of its development, and especially those of them which most strongly influenced Western culture in its later formative periods. See my Forgorance of a Faith Forgotten, London, 2nd ed., 1906, pp. 16 grams. We have recently had presented to us an arresting, if provocative, attempt of this kind in Oswald Spengler's Downfall of the West. It's too stout. Volumes of some 1,200 pages have been very widely read in Germany and high knowers of German, and the work has been much discussed and criticized. For naturally, specialists and authorities cannot easily brook the incursions into their distinctive territories of a freelance with a knack of, or even genius. For, recognizing underlying similar tendencies where previously for the most part the more superficial distinctions have been stressed into fundamental differences, it is true that where so wide a field is surveyed, it is not difficult to catch up such an historical innovator on numerous points of detail, but on the other hand, his method certainly does at times enable the reader to fix his attention on the wood rather than on the trees, and on the great rivers rather than on the streamlets. We do not, perhaps naturally enough, see eye to eye with Spengler-Thronghout, but here we are not considering his work as a whole. Is referred to because he is the first general historian and philosopher of history who has brought the Mandaeans into the picture, and in this he seems, in our judgment, to have got them into a tolerably proper perspective. It may be mentioned also that it was only after the whole of the preceding matter had been written that I read Spengler's work, and that for many years I have been regarding the phenomena of pre-Christian Gnosticism and allied movements from more or less the same angle. It may then be of interest to reproduce Spengler's boldly sketched picture of the conditions in which the heredity of the pre-Christian gnosis is to be sought and of the apocalyptic eschato. Logical expectations and hopes of salvation that preceded the birth of Christianity. What lay in the prophetical religions, Persian, Chaldeo-Jewish, as a presage or presentiment, what at the time of Alexander the Great emerged in metaphysical outlines, was now brought to completion, and this completion aroused in tremendous strength the primitive feeling of nervous dread. It pertains to the last mysteries of humanity and of free, moving life in general, that the birth of the I and the birth of world, dread, are one and the same, that a macrocosm is spread out before a microcosm, vast, overwhelming, an abyss of foreign, light, shot being an activity that makes the tiny solitary self shrink back timorously into itself. Such fear of their own consciousness as, from time to time, suddenly overwhelms children, is experienced again by no grown-up even in the darkest hours of his life. This deadly fear, however, oppressed the dawning of the new culture. In this morn of the magic world, consciousness that was faint-hearted, uncertain, obscure about itself, a new glance was taken at the near end of the world. This is the first thought with which up to now every culture has come to consciousness of itself. A downpour of revelations, wonders, and peerings into the primordial ground of things swamped every deeper mind. They thought they lived only in apocalyptic images. Reality became appearance. Strange and awesome sights were recounted from one to another, read out of confused and obscure scriptures, and at once seized on with immer der Untergang des Handlern des Humanes Morphologie der Weltgeschichte. Band II, Wilikielerisch Perspectives, Min Chen, 1923, Revised ed. U. 258. The work has now run into upwards of 60,000 copals, a proof of very widely extended Sarian's interest, though it is not apocryphal exposition. It may be staged as Spengler Dawes by Liss references that he is acquainted with the most recent Mandaean studies. Die inner certainty. From one community to another, from village to village, wandered such writings, of which it is impossible to say that they belong to any one single religion. They are Persian Chaldman Jewish in coloring, but they have all taken up what was at that time circulating in men's minds. The canonical books are national, the apocalyptic are international, and literally so. They come into existence without any appearing to be their authors. Their contents mingle and melt together. They read to lay no way, and to morrow another. But they are anything but poesy, fiction, dictung. They are like the fearsome figures round the doors of the Romance cathedrals in France, which also are no art, but dread turned into stone. Every man knew these. Angels and demons, these heaven. Ascending until descending numinous beings. The primal man or second Adam, the messenger of God, the savior of the last day, the Son of Man, the eternal city, and the final judgment. In the foreign cities and in the high seats of the powerful Persian and Jewish priesthood, there had to be a non-septual fixation of distinctive doctrines, but here down among the folk there was hardly any particular religion, but rather a general magic religiosity, which filled all souls and fastened upon sights and shapes of every conceivable origin. The last day had drawn nigh. They expected it. They knew that he must now be manifested, he of whom all revelations spake. Prophets arose. People banded together into ever-new associations and circles in the conviction of having now come to better knowledge of their native religion, or of having found the true one. In this period of tremendous and yearly increasing tension, in the years hard by the birth of Jesus, alongside numerous other communities and sects arose the Mandaean religion of salvation. Of its founder or origin, we are in ignorance, in spite of its detestation of the Judaism of Jerusalem and its marked predilection for Persian settings of the notion of salvation. It nevertheless seems to have stood very near the popular belief of Syrian Jewry. Of its marvel-filled scriptures, one piece after another now comes to light. He is everywhere, the Son of Man, the Savior, sent into the deep, who must himself be saved, the goal of the expectation. In the John, book the Father, raised on high in the house of perfection, surrounded with light, speaks to his only begotten Son. My Son, be for me an envoy. Go unto the world of the darkness, in which is no light, ray. The Son cries on high, Father of greatness, what sin have I done that thou hast sent me into the deep? And at the end, without faults I ascended, and fault and defect were not in me. All the traits of the great prophetical religions, and the whole treasury of the deepest insights and figures, which have since been assembled in apocalyptic, lie here at the bottom in common. But of antique, Hellenic thinking and feeling, not a breath has penetrated into this underworld of the Magi. The beginnings of the new religion are, it may well be, forever lost to memory. But one historical figure of Mandaeism comes onto the stage with arresting clearness, tragical in its striving and ending, like Jesus. Himself, it is John the Baptizer, source still belonging to Jewry and filled with strong detestation of the spirit of Jerusalem. He proclaims the end of the Mandaeans do not use this idiom. It is ever simply the Mang. R8M, world and the coming of the Barnasha, the Son of Man, who is no longer the promised national Messiah of the Jews, but the bringer of the world. Conflagration. To him went Jesus and became one of his disciples. Jesus was 30 years old when the awakening came upon him. The apocalyptic, and in particular the Mandaean thought, world from now on filled his whole consciousness. The other world of historic reality lay round him, as in seeming only, strange and unmeaning. That he will now come and put an end to this so unreal reality was Jesus' great certainty. And for this certainty, he came forward as announcer like John, his teacher. The oldest gospel, accounts taken into the New Testament, still lets some glimmer of this period shine through in which he was in his consciousness no more than a prophet. It was later that the conviction came upon him, "Thou art thyself be." This is a boldly sketched outline, bringing into special prominence the dominant eschatological feature of the picture, but with no indications of the particular Mandaean coloring or shading that must be used in the completed canvas. For this, however, we cannot reproach Spengler, seeing that we'll find ourselves compelled to refrain from any such attempt. And the reason for this abstention is quite simple. Lidzbarski's substantive and scientific translation of the John Book and Liturgies enables the student at first hand to become so exhaustively acquainted with this part of the material that much in it reads differently, and the whole atmosphere savors differently from the general impression produced even by the most attentive perusal of Brandt's praiseworthy and painstaking pioneer labors. It seems therefore naturally to follow that, when we get the full translation of the remaining and earliest deposit, the Jenka, from Lidzbarski, and can then survey the whole of its matter in detail, and so review in their native settings and context the selected features of it sketched by Brandt and in reliance on him utilized by Bousset and Reitzenstein, for instance, we shall be enabled to appreciate the whole tradition more understandably and analyze it more accurately. We shall then be in a position to trace, for instance, the development of the meaning attached to the figure of the victor and of the formula "the man who has come hither." Also the modifications of eschatological notions within the Mandan scheme of reference, and much else. Meantime, it is already evident that the Mandan-Nazorian tradition preserves traces of doctrine and endeavor and other features of very great value for recovering long-lost indications of one of the most important backgrounds of Christian origins and of a subsequent parallel development of religious faith. In any case, the study of the Mandaean documents cannot fail to come to the front as an indispensable task in the elucidation of the characteristic gnosis as an integral and widely diffused factor in the general history of religion in the critical centuries in the Near East and Mediterranean West before and after the beginnings of the present era. And this study, were it necessary where so much similar recent research has already made it certain on all hands, gives the final blow to the old misleading view that Gnosticism was of interest solely as a Christian heresy, and was to be evaluated as such and comfortably disposed of in the good old cavalier patristic fashion. It is pleasant to think that new light will be thrown, directly or indirectly, on our subject by a number of important studies which are in hand, or which have been already made public in lecture to form. Among them may be mentioned the lectures on Manichaism by Prof. F. Crawford Burkett and the long-expected work on the same religion by the veteran Iranist Prof. J. Williams Jackson, and also the arresting Bebwich Lulers of this year on the Samaritans by Dr. Moses Gaster, whose research is into their little-known literature, based on his unique and famous collection of MSS that has just been acquired by the British Museum, open up quite new vistas of OT study, and also supply indications of new and hitherto USIT-spented background that may be brought into line with Mandanism and hence with general Christian origins.